All the captured Death Eaters were arrested and taken back to Azkaban. Bellatrix, however, made it to a fireplace and escaped. Malfoy had been forgotten about until the very end. Stood silently in the corner, he suddenly made a break for it. But before he could, there was a flash of green fire in one of the fireplaces, and an enraged blonde in a hospital gown charged right at him. "You stole MYPACOCKS, Barbie. I want them back now." Harry laughed in delight as Lockhart tackled Malfoy to the floor. The Aurors had to promise they were arresting him for his thievery in order to get Lockhart to let him go. "Ah, Harry," Lockhart said cheerfully once Malfoy had been dragged away. "How are you?" "Good, just been trying to get Barbie to release your peacocks. Unfortunately, he's given them to Noseless." "Noseless? Who is Noseless?" "A muggle," Harry said. Lockhart grimaced. "Ah, muggles, foul things. Gilderoy, that is most unkind." Andromeda reprimanded, the first of the order to actually speak. "Oh, that's not my name, dear, it's Gellert Grindelwald." Harry watched Dumbledore's fists clench and his face drain of color for the third time that day. "Gellert, you might want to tell them what a muggle is," Harry said helpfully. "Oh, they're horrible things, all green and gooey with too many eyes and awful purple tongues." Gellert shuddered. "Aliens, from what I've heard. Let's get you back to St. Mungo's, dear." Andromeda left, Lockhart in tow, and Harry only felt slightly guilty for messing with the obliviated man so much. Then he remembered his plan and felt way better. Harry felt someone grab his arm roughly, then after feeling like he was being pulled through a tube, he found himself in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place. Remus let him go. Harry had never seen him so angry. "What on earth were you thinking?" Harry winced. It was going to be a long night. After being shouted at by Remus for an hour, Snape stepped through the fireplace with Sirius in tow. Harry was then yelled at by Sirius for another hour while Snape, the smug loser, watched from the corner of the kitchen. "Help me," he mouthed to Snape, who just smirked at him and mimed taking a picture with a camera. Harry pouted. Then Poppy came through and fussed over Harry, giving him potions and casting diagnostic spells. "Cruciatus again? Whatever did you get yourself into this time?" "Oh, trust me, Madame Pomfrey, he asked for them," Sirius growled. "He's lucky I'm not adding a third one to the mix. Fire away, bet yours would feel like being tickled by a feather compared to Valdy's," Harry retorted, sticking his tongue out at his godfather. He would have made a rude gesture, but his hands were still shaking from the Cruciatus. Snape snorted at the insult. Once Poppy had been given the entire story, she berated Harry and then hugged him tight before leaving, ordering him to come back to Hogwarts for further treatment once Molly was done with him. Harry gulped. Molly was furious. She ignored him at first, storming into the kitchen and coming back with fly swatter. Harry stood up and backed away. It was no use. 10 whacks on the arm later and an even worse verbal lashing, Molly pulled him into a hug and sobbed. "Thank goodness you're alive," she repeated over and over, then thanked him for sending Ron and Ginny home. From the smug look on Snape's face, Harry assumed he'd quite literally told the Order everything. Moody clapped him on the shoulder and said, "Well done, kid," to the annoyance of literally everyone else in the room. Tonks ruffled his hair and said he owed her for many nights of lost sleep for nothing. Amelia Bones showed up, wanting to hear the whole story and to thank Harry for keeping Susan out of it. The twins had apparently missed the entire fight due to Molly locking them in the attic and warding it, so when they finally emerged, disgruntled, they laughed as Harry continued to be told off by Remus and Sirius, who were apparently trying to make up for Moody and Tonks's praise. Charlie didn't say a word, just stood next to Moody, grinning, whilst Bill ran a few more scans over Harry that most healers didn't know. "Cursebreakers work with dark magic. We have to know more spells to combat threats others wouldn't think of," he explained, then gave Harry a high five and pretended he knew absolutely nothing about anything except what he'd heard at the ministry. Harry thought he did quite a good job. Only Snape seemed suspicious, but that was pretty standard for the dour man, who was looking at Bill with his lip curled slightly. Dumbledore stepped through the fireplace, and the room fell silent. He sat down opposite Harry and looked him dead in the eye. Harry smiled. "Explain," was all Dumbledore said, so Harry did. "After my ministry hearing, me and Susan went to the Hall of Prophecies," he said, unashamed. "Sorry for lying to you, though, Mr. Weasley." "Why?" Dumbledore urged, frowning slightly. Harry shrugged. "Because in one out of our many, many successful attempts to gate-crash your Order meetings, we got hold of a map of the Ministry with the Department of Mysteries circled. Then we got hold of the Rota. I took them out, duplicated them, then came back in the room for the second attempt to join you and return them unnoticed. You were all so distracted with telling me to get out that you weren't paying attention to what I was doing. Rookie mistake, really. Not very constant vigilance of you." Harry looked briefly at Moody, who huffed but nodded in agreement. "You understand how foolish and dangerous this was to do, especially with the connection you have to Voldemort?" Dumbledore asked, interlocking his fingers. "He could have seen critical information through you and gained a lead in the oncoming war. No more foolish and dangerous than letting myself be kept in the dark," Harry pointed out. Dumbledore sighed. "Continue." "So anyway, after my hearing I went and found Susan. We broke into the Hall of Prophecies. Well, sort of. We kind of befriended an unspeakable who let us in, since she'd been fired the same day and was salty about being forced to finish her shift unpaid, and we found the one Valdi was looking for." "Harry, you had no idea about the connection you had with Voldemort back then. He could have seen you. He could have attacked you." "No, I knew," Harry interrupted, shoving his irritation down. "I've known since summer before fourth year when the dreams started. I just didn't realize I could manipulate the connection until later." Dumbledore looked at Harry with disappointment and a flicker of sadness. "Why didn't you tell me?" the headmaster asked softly. "Do you really want me to answer that?" Harry asked, brow raised. "Yes," Dumbledore said calmly. Harry sighed. "Because you didn't ask." Snape smirked and Remus pinched the bridge of his nose with exasperation. "Anyway, once my name came out of the goblet and Draco decided he was no longer a bratty ferret, he taught me occlumency. Actually, I take that back. He's definitely still a bratty ferret, just a less unnecessarily nasty one. Did he really teach you occlumency?" Sirius asked curiously. "Sort of. I'd learnt to shut off thoughts and emotions already due to, abuse, but he gave me some further reading material and we practiced occlumency as a group. Draco and Neville were taught it as children, due to being members of the Sacred 28, so they were skilled enough to use basic-level legilimency to help us practice," Harry explained, smirking when Dumbledore flinched at his sly mention of the Dursleys. "How did you become so advanced?" Snape was the one to ask, which got him lots of surprised looks. "I am a master of the art, best in country, and even I could not enter your mind." Snape looked pained to admit it. Harry beamed. "Oh, I just let Valdi in a few times and then practiced kicking him out. Sometimes I would drag him in and push him out again like a yo-yo. He didn't like it much, and I never let him see anything he shouldn't, so he liked it even less." Harry grinned proudly, then winced at the furious look on Sirius' face. "Whoops. You idiotic, reckless little..." Dumbledore held up a hand and Sirius fell silent. "Wow, you really are cranky today," Harry commented. Sirius snarled at him. "Just so you know, I still don't regret keeping you from joining the fight, even if it made you grumpy." "I'm angry because you could have been killed, Harry. You've been throwing yourself into danger at every given opportunity and letting Voldemort into your head. It's insane." Sirius regretted the words as soon as they came out of his mouth, snapping his jaw shut and clenching his fists tightly. Harry stood up. "You lot sitting around and protecting some stupid prophecy when you could have just smashed it is what's insane. It's like you wanted to Voldemort to get it." He glared fiercely at his godfather, who met his gaze and then dropped his head slightly. Harry was right. And everyone knew it, except apparently for Dumbledore. "Harry, your godfather is correct. That was incredibly foolish of you. Voldemort could have broken through your barriers, he could have given you visions, even possessed you. Yes, but he didn't. And whilst you all had concerns about this, no one told me or spoke to me or offered to help, so I just took matters into my own hands," Harry said, arms crossed and a very Snape-like look on his face. Snape was almost slightly proud. "Did you listen to the prophecy?" Harry knew he was still in deep trouble, but he could also see the exhaustion on everyone's faces. Except for Snape, who was a blank slate. Harry weighed up his options. Lying right now would be futile, but telling part of the truth, yes, that could work. "Yes," he said, "and before you ask, yes, the whole thing, then we smashed it." "Susan heard it too," Dumbledore clarified. "Yes. Does she? Of course she knows occlumency, Albus, do not take me for a fool." Amelia. Harry really hoped he hadn't gotten Susan in too much trouble. "So you know what will come to pass, then?" Dumbledore sounded old, really old. Harry nodded. "Neither can live while the other survives," he quipped, letting the cold, resignated anger settle as he glared at the headmaster. Nothing needed to be said. It was clear Harry was in the upper hand once again. "You can be as angry as you like for what happened today," he said to everyone in the room. "But I don't regret anything. Baiting Bellatrix allowed me to get the others back to Hogwarts. Keeping Sirius away from his cousin probably saved his life. Tricking Voldemort into appearing at the Ministry will force Fudge to admit the truth. I know the risk the ministry could go dark if Fudge resigns, but it's worth it if people know the threat is real, before it is too late. Now Umbridge will stop terrorizing students, Dumbledore can return to the school, and Hogwarts will be a safe place for children again. He sat back down again and let out a sigh. Harry looked up at Dumbledore. You need to be more careful going forwards. Voldemort will be after you more now than ever before. You have made yourself a target. Harry rolled his eyes. I was already a target, Professor. I've been a target since I was a baby. Harry pointed at his scar. You do not know the full extent of what you are up against, my boy. I am not your boy, Harry yelled. I know, okay. I've faced him 5 times now. I know exactly who I'm fighting. I know that either me or him will die, and that the whole fate of the world rests on that. I'm not an idiot, headmaster. Dumbledore hesitated, as if he wanted to correct Harry, to tell him just how dangerous Voldemort truly was. Harry raised a brow. Dumbledore seemed to make up his mind, and whatever he was planning on telling Harry remained unsaid. Harry masked his triumph. It appeared some secrets would be kept a little longer. Potter needs to go to the hospital wing, Snape said curtly, stepping forwards. He looked a bit disappointed that the second verbal dance war he had witnessed between Harry and the headmaster was drawing to a close, but unfortunately the boy's health was important. To everyone except Potter himself and Dumbledore, apparently. Yes, we should probably head back to Castle, Dumbledore said, although his mind was clearly elsewhere. I've dealt with the ministry for now. There will be a newspaper article announcing Voldemort's return by morning, and there will be an order meeting tomorrow at 11. Severus, if you could escort Harry back to Hogwarts, I would be most grateful. I must go to St. Mungo's first and check on Minerva. Is Professor McGonagall going to be okay? Harry asked worriedly. For the first time that day, Dumbledore looked sympathetic. Yes, Harry. It was unlikely for a while, but they have managed to get her stable. Dumbledore turned to leave, but Harry called his name. He paused, waiting. It's the reason I did it tonight, Harry admitted. What they did to her. For the first time in 2 years, Harry and Dumbledore looked at each other without any sort of hatred or anger or disappointment from either party. I know, Dumbledore said softly, and disapparated with a crack. Snape took Harry back through the flue and pulled him out of the fireplace in the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey shooed him into bed instantly, and Snape cast a few more diagnostics whilst the Mediwitch handed Harry vials of potions. Dreamless sleep! Harry stopped on the midnight blue potion. Snape smirked at him. The one you yourself brewed, Potter. There was no bite to his tone, and Harry grinned at him. 5th year had changed many things. Susan and Astoria had joined the group. Snape was much less snappy and surly, only in classes, public places, or when Harry deserved it, which, to be fair, was most of the time. Harry knew Snape's role, his responsibility. The truth was harsh and unforgiving. He had gone from loving Dumbledore until 4th year to hatting his guts, to knowing far too much about Dumbledore's very dodgy past and his trauma. He didn't trust the headmaster. He never would. That's why some things were better kept to himself. The next day, Harry got absolutely torn apart by his friends. The 5 that had accompanied him were furious he sent them away and offered himself as bait. The ones that stayed behind heard about him sending the others away and offering himself up as bait, and were furious. So they were all mad at him for sending them away and offering himself up as bait, basically. Then they forgave him like always, and he promised not to do it again, even though all of them knew he would. The twins and Lee returned to school now that Umbridge was gone. We're going to sit our NEWTS and then return to the shop, Lee explained when they burst into the great hall, smiling sheepishly at the headmaster. And then they were gone. NEWTS were sat, and the Gryffindors played their final match with the twins and Angelina. They didn't win the cup that year, but they cheered and cried and hugged anyway. Harry had taken a liking to his fly squasher badge and wore it everywhere. Everyone thinks we are in some weird relationship, Draco grumbled one morning. Harry grinned. Sorry, Draco, but I like girls. So don't look at me like that, Potter. Harry laughed harder and whacked Draco with his new favorite weapon, the fly swatter. On the train ride back to King's Cross, the poor fly swatter was chucked out of the window by a seething Daphne. Other than that, the group had fun playing card games, laughing and taking hilarious photos on Colin's camera. We've barely seen you this year, mate. Where have you been? Ron asked the 4th-year boy, ruffling his hair. Oh, I've had places to be. Colin blushed, and they teased him for a solid 10 minutes before Harry hit them all with a tickling charm. Colin fled. When the train stopped, There were only a few goodbyes to be made. Neville, Susan, and Luna were returning home for the first few weeks, and then they would come to Grimmauld Place again for the rest of the summer. Ginny was going with Luna, as was Astoria, and Daphne and Draco were staying in Grimmauld Place with the others. Daphne's parents had left the country to avoid the war, so Daphne and Astoria had asked to remain at Hogwarts and stay with the Order in the holidays. Their parents had reluctantly agreed, but reserved the right to change their minds at any given moment. Draco's mother had finally fled Malfoy Manor and was in hiding at Grimmauld also. Harry couldn't wait to meet her. Draco definitely could wait for Harry to meet her. Like, really, really could. Molly, Arthur, Remus, and Sirius met them on the platform. They left swiftly, saying their hellos somewhere safer. Harry and the twins were delighted to see McGonagall waiting for them in the kitchen, still very pale but looking far less frail. And, for the first time in a while, all was well. "I'm bored. Harry, it's been summer for 10 minutes. You can't possibly be bored already," Hermione said, turning the page of her book. "Well, I am, so go figure." Harry swung his legs. Grimmauld Place was absolutely packed with so many people living there and many more in and out all the time that all the rooms had been magically expanded. The dining room was now huge, and everyone was sat in there quite comfortably. "Do homework, then," Draco said, his own potions essay in front of him. "No, that's so boring. Boredom is good for soul," Sirius said, joining them at the table. "Inspires imagination and creativity. How about a prank war?" "No," Hermione and Draco screeched at the same time. Sirius huffed. "You two are no fun." At that moment, the youngest black sister entered the dining room, giving her son a kiss on the cheek. Harry laughed when Draco went bright red. "You didn't even come and greet me, Draco, before starting on your homework," Narcissa said smoothly, raising a brow at her son. "We got back at 3, Mother. I assumed you would be taking your afternoon nap," Draco retorted, not looking up from his essay. "Now that your father isn't around to give me incessant headaches, there's no need for naps anymore, dearest," Harry snorted, drawing Narcissa's attention to him. "Mr. Potter, it's a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. My dearest Draco has told me all about you." Harry's eyes lit up. Draco let his head fall onto the table with thump. "Hello, Mrs. Malfoy. Please call me Harry. The pleasure is all mine. Stunning dress, by the way, Twilfit and Tatting's Summer Collection 1982. Daphne's eyebrows rose so high they disappeared into her hairline. Narcissa raised a brow. "Call me Narcissa, child. And yes, how did you know?" Harry smiled innocently. "I like to keep up with the latest fashion trends." Daphne snorted and Harry kicked her under the table. "Really now, fascinating." Draco apprehensively lifted his head off the table when he realized no catastrophe had happened. Yet, "So what made Lucy dearest steal the peacocks?" Draco whacked his head back down again. Hard, Narcissa laughed. "Greed, most likely. Give Gellert my dearest apologies, won't you?" "Gilderoy," Hermione corrected automatically before blushing. "Sorry, ma'am, that was rude of me." "Not to worry, dear. Miss Granger, is it? And I assure you it's Gellert." Fred and George looked up from where they had been tying Ron's shoelaces together. "Really, ma'am? Since when?" they asked in unison. "Sorry, Gredforge, I forgot to tell you that bit," Harry admitted. "Since Harry got to him," Andromeda said disapprovingly from the doorway. "The poor man was so sure he was Gellert Grindelwald that when he read about the awful excuse of a wizard in a book, he thought he was an evil murderer and had a mental breakdown. Hello, sissy, you're looking much better." "Thank you, Andy dear. Couldn't you just tell him Harry was lying, or that he was a different Gellert?" Daphne asked, swiping Ron's toast before the boy could wake up. "No, he only believes what I tell him. It's okay, I told him he lost his memory reforming himself into a better person," Harry told her. Hermione smacked Harry hard with her textbook. "You're so cruel, letting the poor man believe he was some evil mastermind turned good." "Oh, come on, Myone, it's better than a fraud turned even more fraudulent," Harry argued back. Hermione rolled her eyes. "Look, if it bothers you that much, I'll tell him it was my mistake and I got him and Barbie mixed up because of how similar they look, and he is just a kind-hearted zookeeper after all." "Barbie?" Daphne asked, confused. "Lucius Malfoy," Hermione responded shortly. "Harry told Lockhart his name was Barbie, and that's what he's been referred to ever since." Narcissa's lips twitched. "Lucius is rather plastic," Harry cackled. Harry did tell Lockhart the truth. Lockhart decided he preferred the name Gellert but wanted to keep his real surname. "Harry, how did you know what Narcissa was wearing?" Ginny asked later. Harry smirked. "She forgot to remove the label, it was sticking out of her collar." Harry begged. Harry pleaded. Harry groveled. Harry bribed. but no matter what Harry said or what Harry did, he was still banned from all order meetings. "It's not fair," Harry had said petulantly, crossing his arms and refusing to leave the dining room. "I thwarted him literally a month ago and you're still refusing to let me in. You might actually be forced to admit you need me, you know. Harry, if you have information that may help us, you are more than welcome to share it with me so I can proceed accordingly." Dumbledore twinkled at him. "Nah," Harry ambled from the room. The twins waved mockingly after him, seated comfortably between Bill and Charlie. Harry just giggled as he left. If the Order thought Fred and George wouldn't tell them everything after each meeting, then they were truly off their rockers. It didn't mean Harry still wasn't going to have his fun. Thud, 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 Remus scowled. "What are they up to now?" Thud, 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 smash. Molly stood up and yanked the door open. Harry and Ginny grinned sheepishly at the Order, rackets in hand. Ginny and Astoria had returned that same day, Luna and Neville due to join them in a week. "Want to play squash with us?" Harry asked. Ginny took one look at the fire in her mother's eyes and ran, Astoria at her heels. "You've only been back for 10 minutes and you're already causing trouble, Ginevra," Molly shouted after them. Harry had refused to let anyone celebrate his birthday last year. He had his reasons, trauma mostly, but this year he let Hermione talk him into it. They kept it simple and sweet, with 3 cakes for the sheer number of people present and party food. Harry almost cried when he saw the pile of presents on the dining table. Luna and Neville came to stay for his birthday, and Harry's friends had worked together to make him a large hamper, stuffed to the brim with gifts. Colin had apparently been taking very domestic and candid photos of the group all year, and had sent them to Daphne and Hermione, who dated and organized them. Ginny, Luna, and Astoria had arranged them and stuck them down, whilst Draco wrote captions in cursive as he had the best handwriting. Ron and Susan had made the front and back cover, a collage of everyone's favorite memories of Harry. Harry definitely didn't cry when he opened that one. Definitely not. Okay, maybe just a little. The rest of the hamper was mostly joke presents. Jar of jam, Daphne and Astoria, from the look on Draco's face. A rubber duck with black hair, glasses, a lightning scar, and a Gryffindor tie, Ron and Ginny. A new fly swatter, Draco, to Daphne's dismay. A cuddly Niffler and a cuddly Botrickle, Luna. A little pink glass frog inside a snow globe, Neville. A book titled 100 Legal Psychological Ways to Mess with the Mind. Hermione and Ravenclaw pajamas, Susan, the twins, and Sirius had given him pranking stuff, obviously. The other 3 champions from the Triwizard Tournament had clubbed together to get Harry a broom servicing kit, along with a practice snitch, and Remus had given him a Muggle garden gnome and lots of chocolate. Like, lots of chocolate. Enough to last at least 3 years. Molly and Arthur had given him some new clothes, jeans, jumpers, and t-shirts, all of which actually fit. He got a few other gifts, mostly sweets and books, and Harry loved them all. "This might just be the second best day of my life," Harry said happily. Second best? Second best to what?" Sirius asked, looking insulted, as if it were him and not Molly who organized the entire day. "The day Mrs. Weasley sent Professor Dumbledore a howler." Molly smiled, pleased she was the reason for 2 best days of Harry's life. Sirius pouted like a toddler. Harry ran from the room and came back wearing his Ravenclaw pajamas. Susan grinned, looking very pleased with herself. "Why Ravenclaw?" Bill asked curiously. "Oh yeah, I'd almost forgotten. In 4th year we had a pajama party 1 astronomy lesson, made a bet, and Ravenclaw won, so they were giving the title of having the best common room ever." Ron explained as Harry and Daphne grew very sad all of a sudden. McGonagall sighed. "It was the longest month of our teaching lives." Snape, who for some reason came to visit, Harry was almost 99% sure Snape did actually like him now, shook his head. "It was the best month of my entire career," he said, moving his knight. Ron was sat opposite him, and Remus was watching the 2 play chess with slight terror. McGonagall looked incredibly entertained, watching the game with a glint in her eye. "Check," Ron said lazily, moving his queen to take Snape's knight. The man snarled. "Watch her, Harry." Tonks greeting, stepping out of the floor. "Mum's on her way, she told me to give this to you." She tossed Harry a small package, and he caught it deftly. "Happy birthday, Harry, thank you again for saving my life. Your friend Gellert, this is wicked," Harry cheered, ripping the package open. "Fawkes!" In a flash of fire, Fawkes appeared in the middle of the table, looking at Harry expectantly. "Harry, how did you summon my phoenix? The phoenix only responds to the summons of its owner, you know." Dumbledore queried, watching Harry curiously. I told you we have a bond. Here you go, Fox. Harry tossed him the burger and packet of fries that had been in the package. Fox caught them with a squawk and disappeared again. There, Harry said, looking very satisfied. The order of the Phoenix has been fulfilled by a McDonald's Happy Meal. Hermione clicked her tongue disapprovingly, but said nothing. Harry caught Narcissa staring at him out of the corner of his eye. What is it? He asked her, smiling innocently. Malfoy's minion, Fly Squasher Pro, she asked, raising a brow. Harry smirked as he fiddled with the badge pinned proudly to his new pajamas. No, mother, not like that, Draco groaned, putting his head in his hands. Harry fell off of his chair from laughing so hard and left Neville to explain, hiding his own grin. I was actually referring to Barbie, by the way, Harry added when he'd sat back down. Everyone stared at him. What? I thought that was obvious, since we knew he'd be at the ministry and all. Oh, Harry. Hermione shook her head fondly. Harry scowled. Checkmate, Ron said with a grin. Snape flipped the board. Ah, Harry, just the person I wanted to see. Harry looked up from the very intense game of exploding snap he was playing with his friends. He waved at the headmaster before slamming down a card on top of Ginny's, cackling when they instantly blew up in her face. What do you need with Harry, headmaster? Sirius asked protectively, leaning on the doorframe. Dumbledore turned to give him a grandfatherly smile. Ah, I appear to be down a staff member once again. However, I'll need Harry's help to persuade the man I'm hopping to teach in September to come out of retirement. If possible, I'd like to bring Miss Lovegood and Mr. Longbottom along as well. Well, that's random, Harry said. But I'm game. What is he teaching, Dada? Potions, Dumbledore said, smiling. Ron dropped his cards in shock and Ginny yelled in outrage when they exploded in her face for the second time. Snape's leaving, he exclaimed, staring at Dumbledore. No, Weasley, as if you'd be so lucky. I will be teaching defense against the dark arts. Snape smirked. The Order meeting must have finished, as Harry could see several other Order members traipsing out of the house through the open living room door. Ron and Neville shared a terrified glance. Daphne and Draco looked unbothered, and Hermione just rolled her eyes at the two Gryffindor boys' cowardice. Harry, however, smiled brightly. Just don't die, yeah, he said to Snape, who ignored him and left. Well then, Miss Lovegood, Mr. Longbottom, Harry, shall we be off? Dumbledore asked. Harry and Neville shared a look, but Luna skipped after Dumbledore. Harry shrugged and followed her, so Neville trailed after them. Dumbledore apparated them all to a small Muggle house in London. As soon as they passed through the wards, the sky went dark and the house looked completely destroyed. Oh dear. Dumbledore let himself in, and the three students followed him. Death Eaters, do you think? Harry asked Neville, not sounding particularly fazed. Neville nodded uncertainly. The living room looked like a bomb had gone off. Harry, with no social etiquette whatsoever, looked around, picking up picture frames and books off of the broken shelves. Horace, Dumbledore called. Headmaster, there's blood on the ceiling, Luna said, pointing at the large red spot. Dumbledore reached out with his finger, just as Harry spotted a really cozy-looking armchair in the corner. Cannonball. He ran, jumped, and landed hard on the chair. Ow! The chair squeaked and Neville screamed. Oh, hello there, Luna said as the chair turned into a man in stripy pajamas, rubbing his head and getting to his feet. Harry rolled away, giggling, and stood up. Albus, to what do I owe the pleasure? The man said awkwardly. Did you not receive my letter declining your offer? I did, but I implore you to reconsider. Now, if you don't mind, could I use the bathroom? Dumbledore left without waiting for an answer. He thought bringing students would persuade me to return, fool, Horace said, rather bitterly in Harry's opinion. Well, I am pretty famous, you know, Harry said matter-of-factly. I used to hate it, but now that everyone thinks I'm demented, it's a lot more fun. Oh, my word, you're Harry Potter. A pleasure to meet you, young chap. I used to teach your parents, you know. Is that why you have their picture on the fireplace? Because I was beginning to think you were a bit of a weird stalker. Harry put his hands on his hips, looking an awful lot like Molly Weasley. Horace laughed. Not at all, dear boy. Your mother was a potions and charms prodigy. She was going to study her potions mastery with me after the war. Harry picked up the photograph. Ha, Sirius is picking his nose. Neville, look. Horace perked up again. Neville, as in Neville Longbottom. I used to teach your parents as well. Such a shame what happened to them, a terrible shame. The man shook his head sadly. Neville said awkwardly. Luna, is this your mum? Harry pointed at a picture of a very pretty blonde woman who was smiling and waving at her young lookalike. Luna Lovegood, of course. Pandora was my prized pupil. I suppose I should introduce myself. Horace Slughorn. Horace held out his hand and Harry shook it. Hi, Harry said. Why'd you put dragon's blood on the ceiling? Horace paused. How do you know it was? Dragons love me, Harry said seriously. Neville snorted. It's eroding through the ceiling, that's why, he explained, and Slughorn looked much less confused. Yes, well, Dumbledore has been after me for weeks, as have you-know-who and his followers. I thought if I made the house look like it had been ambushed, they would leave me alone. Revelio, Harry said, and Slughorn smacked himself in the forehead. I hadn't even thought of that. There's also no dark mark in the sky. Neville added, Why does Voldemort want you so badly anyway? Harry asked, looking the man in the eye. Yes, well, I taught him too back in the day, was his head of house actually. Slughorn rubbed the back of his neck. Harry narrowed his eyes. So he wants to recruit you, Harry concluded. No, but I was privy to some of his more private musings, information he probably doesn't want me to share. Oh, do tell, Harry's eyes shone. Slughorn gulped. A conversation for another time, perhaps, he said evasively. Harry jumped on the opportunity. Another time, so you'll come to Hogwarts. No, I didn't say that, I simply meant Professor Dumbledore. Slug Choren said he'd come too. He turned around, and Dumbledore was close enough that Harry almost bumped into him. Hogwarts. He finished at a normal sound level, smiling sheepishly. Oh, jolly good, Dumbledore clapped, looking delighted. But I didn't hear. Luna handed Slughorn a pair of ruby-red slippers. Whatever for? He asked. Put them on, tap them together 3 times, and each time say, There's no place like home, Harry explained. They won't take you to Hogwarts, but they'll take you to Hogsmeade Station. But I still haven't agreed to. You will, of course, receive a raise and an extra week of paid holiday leave, Dumbledore added. Slughorn sighed, defeated. Fine. Well, children, we should leave Horace in peace. Would you like some help fixing this place up before we take our leave? Dumbledore offered. Slughorn nodded. Please, this isn't my house, I'm just staying in it whilst the Muggles are away. Dumbledore and Slughorn worked together to fix the house whilst Harry, Neville, and Luna played The Floor is Lava. Harry now had an awesome idea for Hogwarts. Well, Horace, I shall see you in September, Dumbledore said whilst ushering Harry, Neville, and Luna towards the door. I suppose you will, Slughorn sighed. Then you can tell me all your gossip on Riddle, Harry said excitedly. Dumbledore smiled. Harry ignored him as usual. On their way out of the wards, Harry turned to Dumbledore and held out his hand expectantly. What do you need, Harry? Dumbledore asked, raising a brow. I just got you a staff member. That'll cost you 10 galleons for my service. 10 each for Nev and Lou too, Harry said sternly. Dumbledore looked flabbergasted, but reached into his pocket nonetheless. They were ambushed by McGonagall, who had been lying in wait for them in the dining room as soon as they walked through the front door of 12 Grimmauld Place. Well, she asked crisply, leaning on her walking stick. He's agreed to it, Dumbledore said cheerfully. He didn't really, Neville corrected the headmaster. Harry just said he had, and Slughorn couldn't get a word in edgeways to deny it. Ah, McGonagall smiled knowingly. Mr. Potter, come and have a biscuit. Harry came running back through the house, pausing briefly to poke a grumpy-looking picture of a young Sirius on the nose. Okay, he said agreeably, following his head of house into the kitchen. It had been the strangest summer of Minerva's life. After being almost murdered by 12 stunners and a very strange encounter with death, not for the first time, mind, she had been carted off to St. Mungo's for a month and then left in the care of Andromeda, Remus, Sirius, and Narcissa. Then all of her students had arrived, and she had resigned herself to a very noisy summer. However, Minerva had a secret. As a child with a Muggle father, she had learned about some of the more famous Muggle strategies for behavior control. So, using a mixture of classical and operational conditioning, she had begun to train members of Grimmauld Place, namely Harry, the twins, and Sirius. But everyone was a target. It was very simple, really. Minerva was amazing at baking shortbread. Everyone loved her shortbread, and so it was the perfect reinforcer. All she had to do was reward the behavior she wanted to see. When the behavior was not up to her standard, she simply offered one to someone else in the household instead, preferably someone displaying the desired behavior. She'd been using this tactic on Albus for years. It even worked on Severus. No one had ever realized what she was doing, and Minerva would take that secret to her grave. Within 2 weeks of the children returning to Grimmauld, all homework had been completed. The children did the dishes after every meal without being asked or arguing with each other, and Severus and Sirius hadn't yelled at each other once. How? Remus had hissed at her one morning. She just raised a brow. It was a nightmare last summer. Harry almost burnt the entire building down. What spell have you cast on them? I don't appreciate your tone, Mr. Lupin, she said curtly. Sorry, ma'am. Not a problem, lad. Biscuit? Remus was never rude to her again. Harry brought her a cup of tea every morning. Fred and George would help her walk from to room when she was still too weak to do so, although they had always had a soft spot for their head of house, so that wasn't really surprising. Sirius would give up his seat every time she entered the room, even if there were some available. Hermione had asked him why he did that once, and Sirius had asked her what she was talking about, taking a bite of the delicious shortbread Minerva had just handed him. Severus always paid whenever the two would get a drink in the Three Broomsticks. Dumbledore was yet to say no to any additional facilities and necessities she required for her private rooms at Hogwarts. A larger space, a nicer bathroom, a warmer fireplace. He didn't question it when she asked him for a solid gold tabby cat door knocker that meowed when it was someone she hated and purred when it was someone she liked. He simply agreed and happily munched on a piece of shortbread whilst installing it, until one morning she was confronted. "We know what you're doing." Minerva turned to look at the two girls in the doorway to her study. Sirius had given her one of the master bedrooms, with its own private bathroom and study. "I do not know what you mean, Miss Granger, Miss Greengrass," she said curtly. "Oh, please," Hermione scoffed. "I grew up a Muggle, Professor. I read all about Pavlov and Skinner in the library. And my parents are mind healers, Professor. They specialize in theory," Daphne added. Minerva smiled. "We'll keep your secret if you teach us." Hermione crossed her arms. "Very well, come in and close the door behind you. Would you like a biscuit?" Harry now made 3 cups of tea in the morning. He had no idea why, but he didn't mind. During one memorable order meeting, Minerva had been rather late. She entered the room, twins on either side, and Sirius instantly stood to let her have his seat. "Thank you, dear." She sat down, and Sirius automatically held a hand out. Minerva gave him a confused look. "Sorry, I don't know why I did that." Sirius scratched his head, frowning. "It's quite all right, Mr. Black. Biscuit." Hermione paced up and down, biting her nails as she stared frantically out of the window. "Do sit down, Miss Granger," Minerva said sternly. The girl did so automatically and took the proffered shortbread without question. It seemed that even though she knew Minerva's little scheme, she still fell prey to it. So did Daphne. "You will have done amazingly, Myone. There's no need to panic," Ron said, looking slightly nervous himself. "They're here," Neville said suddenly, as Remus opened the window to let the owl in. Sirius handed each envelope to each student. Ginny, Luna, and Astoria had no grades in theirs. Neville had done reasonably well. He had received all A's except for an O in herbology, a T in potions, a D in history of magic, and an E in care of magical creatures. Hermione and Draco had almost all O's. Both received an E in astronomy, due to the interruption midway through the exam, and Draco got an E in ancient runes. Hermione got an E in history of magic, to her obvious chagrin. Daphne got mostly E's, with an A in astronomy and an O in potions, charms, and ancient runes. Ron got mostly A's, an E in charms, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts, and a P in potions and history of magic. Susan got E's in all subjects except for arithmancy and charms, in which she got an O, and an A in history of magic. Harry frowned at his own results. "What's an O+?" he asked. Everyone gaped at him. They haven't given anyone an O+ since Remus trailed off. "Lily," Sirius finished. "She got an O+ in charms and potions, the SWAT." "Oh," Harry said, studying his results. Herbology A charms, E potions, O defense against the dark arts, O+ transfiguration, E care of magical creatures, E divination, P astronomy, a history of magic, D. You've done marvelously well, pup," Sirius said, snatching the results and ruffling Harry's hair. "An O+. Excellent achievement, Mr. Potter. You've made me very proud." McGonagall handed each student a biscuit. Harry grinned. He was more pleased with his potions grade. "An O in potions, Potter." Snape raised his brow, looking at the results Remus had proudly handed him to him. "I must admit I am surprised." Harry shot him a lopsided grin. "I knew you secretly liked me," he said cheekily. Snape rolled his eyes and turned to congratulate his godson. "PSSSSD, Harry." Harry opened his eyes and sat up, wincing when Sirius shone a torch right in his face. "What?" Harry hissed. "Summer ends in a week," Harry blinked. So, we only have 1 week to make our dreams come true." Harry shot out of bed. "You mean it? We're going to Las Vegas." Sirius chucked him a passport and he caught it, grinning at the name in the front cover. Daniel Radcliffe. "We need to go quickly before Molly or Minnie catches us." Sirius warned as Harry started throwing things into his school trunk, which Sirius then charmed to look like a Muggle suitcase. "What about Remus?" Don't worry, I've dealt with him. Harry raised a brow. You put a note on the fridge, didn't you? Maybe. You are such a coward. They snuck down the stairs and had almost made it to the front door when where do you think you're going, oh cousin of mine? Tonks asked, wand pointed directly at them. Harry turned around and waved with a grin. Dearest cousin, why are you here? Sirius hissed, hand still on the door handle. Mother had the night off and wanted to spend it rekindling her relationship with Aunt Narcissa. Tonks stepped closer. Harry stepped behind Sirius. I came along since Charlie's here. Sirius waggled his eyebrows and Tonks went red. He's my best friend, you idiot, she whispered harshly. Now tell me where you're going or I'll go and wake up Mum. Sirius gulped. The Black sisters were terrifying alone, let alone together. We're going to America, Harry said helpfully. Sirius facepalmed. Smooth, Potter, real smooth. Well, it's not like she's going to tell anyone, Harry retorted. She's more likely to come with us. We're going by plane rather than by house elf because you can't apparate to other countries and I've always wanted to go on a plane. Do you want to come? Well, I do technically have a Muggle passport, Tonks said brightly. How about a deal? Take me with you and I won't snitch, and that way you've got protection if Valdi finds out too. Oh, he won't, Harry said confidently. No one questioned him on it. If she's coming, we're going. Harry's smile grew wider when he saw his favorite twins standing in the kitchen doorway, arms folded. Sirius groaned and turned to face the two newcomers. Fred, George, absolutely not, he growled. Your mother will kill me. She'll live, and she'll kill you for taking Harry anyway. He's her favorite. Besides, Lee and Angelina are running the shop for the next week anyway. Fred and George had revealed their purchase of Weasley's Wizard's Wheezes on the third day of the summer break. They used their temporary expulsion to find a building, buy it and get all set up ready to open in the summer. They'd been extremely successful so far, and their siblings and parents were very proud. Fine, Sirius sighed, but you can work out your own passports. They had a lovely time. After discovering that you have to be over 21 to drink in the USA, Sirius shrugged and took them all to Disneyland, Florida instead. Harry was delighted to get on a plane again. For Harry's first ever real holiday, it was a blast. He was surprised when instead of getting in trouble, Dobby appeared in their hotel room one evening with a letter from Dumbledore, telling them to have fun and to send a patronus if they found themselves in danger. Then Remus, Kingsley, and Bill showed up, apparently to make sure they didn't all accidentally kill themselves. Susan coming with them was the icing on the cake. Auntie wanted me out of the country for a while. Valdi's got it out for her at the moment, she explained. Oh, I've never been on a roller coaster before. Come on. When they returned, no one told them off. But after 2 days of non-stop singing, Snape laced their food with an apparently specially created potion of his own design, which silenced them whenever they tried to sing. At all. He had smirked evilly and promised it would wear off by Christmas. Harry and the twins brought several pairs of Mickey Mouse ears for all the others. No one wore them except for Luna, who chose the pink glittery ones. And then they were back off to school. Harry had returned to all of his shopping done, as Dumbledore had apparently decided Diagon Alley was less safe than being in an entirely different country. He might have been right for once as apparently moody. Molly and Charlie got ambushed when they went to get everyone's school supplies. They all survived, but Charlie almost lost his arm. I can't believe we've only got 2 more years at Hogwarts left, Hermione said sadly as she rested her head against the carriage window. If we even make it to 7th year. Draco chimed in, sounding bitter. Harry nodded in agreement with the blonde. Things were starting to look worse for their side of the war, and Susan's aunt had warned them that the Ministry may not be on the right side much longer. Harry didn't really think about sides much. He didn't agree with some of the things the light said and did, but he didn't like the dark side either. In fact, the only side he liked was Luna's. Everyone looked up when Luna herself spoke. I think, she said, tilting her head, I think it's too early to think negatively. It wasn't confirmation or denial of Draco's statement, but Luna's comment seemed to reassure Hermione, who gave the blonde a fierce hug. Luna's right, Susan said, sitting down next to Harry. But it doesn't hurt to be prepared. You all know the plan for this year, yeah? They all shared grim looks and nodded. They knew what they were up against, who they could and couldn't trust. Harry had told them about Dumbledore's request for private lessons, which Harry had agreed to as long as Ron and Hermione could attend with him. As the 2 friends he'd had since first year, he felt he owed them that much. This year, they all sat together for the welcome feast at the Gryffindor table. Harry had been delighted to discover Katie had been made captain of the Quidditch team, and she gave him his seeker position back immediately. Dumbledore had returned his broom during the summer. "I'm surprised at how easily you just handed Umbridge your broom last year," Ginny told Harry, who shrugged. "It didn't really bother me since I had Creature go and buy me another firebolt as soon as we got back to Gryffindor Tower." Everyone stared at him. "What did I forget to tell you?" "To be fair, none of us asked," Ron said, and Harry laughed loudly. The group made a point to cheer for every single student that was sorted. Blaise joined them from the Slytherin table, and Harry looked over at the Hufflepuff table, where Cedric had once done the same thing. "It's weird without the twins, Lee, Angelina, and Cedric, isn't it?" Ron whispered to Harry, who smiled sadly and nodded. Dumbledore gave his usual speech, and Harry grinned proudly as he noticed there were several new rules put in place, mostly due to him. "You can't ban jam," one of the Ravenclaw fifth years had cried out in outrage. "Oh, yes, he can." Harry shouted, "Oh, no, he can't." "Oh, yes, Mr. Potter. Sorry, sir, thought I was at a pantomime. Carry on." Harry sat back down, along with all the Muggleborns who had happily been shouting with him. Yes, well, the next morning they received their new timetables, and Harry was pleased to see he had the exact same classes as last year, except for History of Magic, which he was finally allowed to drop. "Potions first," he said, comparing with Neville. "Not for me," Ron said cheerfully. "Free period. In fact, now that I have this timetable, I'm going back to—" "You aren't going anywhere, Weasley," McGonagall said, rapping him on the head with her parchment. "I think the fewer free periods you lot have, the better. I've spoken to Professor Slughorn, and he is very happy to have you in his potions class." "No," Ron groaned. "Also, what is it with you teachers and hitting me with parchment?" McGonagall smirked. "And as for you, Mr. Potter," Harry looked up. "Yes. I see that you are free every Tuesday at 10, Wednesday at 3, and Friday at 11. McGonagall informed him, eyes glinting in a way Harry knew fairly well by now. "Yep," Harry said. "Any particular reason why?" "Because, Mr. Potter, you received an O+ in your defense against the Dark Arts Owl, which means that you now have the opportunity to gain an extra qualification." "In what?" McGonagall smiled. "Assistant teaching." "Assistant T, is that really an actual thing?" Harry asked. McGonagall nodded. "Your mother chose to take this extra qualification using her O+ in charms. She decided not to pursue one in potions." Harry's eyes lit up just as Snape walked past. "And so because my O+ is in Dada," he said slowly. Snape froze. McGonagall smiled wider. "Yes, should you choose to, you can assist Professor Snape in teaching the 1st to 3rd year's defense." "No," Snape whispered, and the same time Harry exclaimed, "Yes." "Excellent," McGonagall said briskly. "Your free periods will be spent with Professor Snape. You'll have the 1st years on Tuesdays, 3rd years on Wednesdays, and 2nd years on Fridays. Starting from next week, we'll let everyone get settled in for a week first." Snape gave McGonagall a look of absolute horror, and Harry grinned wider than ever before. "This is going to be awesome," Harry squealed. If looks could kill, McGonagall would have been very, very dead. "Well, now that's sorted, do have a biscuit, Mr. Potter." "And you, Mr. Weasley." Hermione covered her laugh with a cough. Harry decided to partner with Hermione in potions. Now that Slughorn was teaching and they were in their new years, Harry had decided to restrict himself to only cooking and potions lessons once a week. "Oh yes, Harry, I've been meaning to ask," Hermione had said before their lesson. "Surely all the food you baked and cooked in these lessons wasn't safe to eat because of the potion's fumes." "Dobby put up special wards for me," Harry explained. Daphne opened her mouth to ask a question, being the warding nerd she was, but before she could, Slughorn asked them to sit down and take out their textbooks. It was only once they'd all sat down that Harry realized he'd forgotten to pack his potions textbook. "You are such an idiot, Harry," Hermione exclaimed. "How did you forget it?" "I was reading it the day before we left for Hogwarts," Harry hissed back. "I needed to find something out." Hermione rolled her eyes, and Harry asked Slughorn for a spare copy of the potions book. He sent Harry to the cupboard, and he returned with a far too pleased smile, flipping the book open and finding the right page. "Well, this looks fun to brew," he said. "Oh, look, my book is covered in writing. I'm completely surprised by this. How on earth could it have happened?" Daphne gave him a look, but he ignored it. The girl was always so suspicious of him. She was worse than Hermione. Hermione snatched the book and skim-read it, frowning. "Whoever owned this has changed the instructions, look," she said, pointing at crossed-out parts of the instructions and the messy script in the margins. "Look, Hermione, you're probably going to tell me it's a reckless and dangerous idea, but we should definitely use your book, Harry," Hermione said firmly. Harry blinked. "You sure?" Hermione nodded. None of these changes would cause the potion to blow up or anything, only maybe go a bit wrong. She explained, so we might as well test them. I forgot how much you love experiments, Harry said, shaking his head fondly. Okay, so the book says to crush those with the flat of the blade instead of slice. By the end of the session, Harry and Hermione's potion was perfect. Excellent work, you too, Slughorn praised, handing them both a small phial of Felix Felicis. I only have one, so I am afraid you'll have to share, but marvelous effort, both of you. Harry and Hermione high-fived under the table. You two have got to stop obsessing over that book, Draco snapped, snatching it from them. The group were all in the room of requirement, studying. Harry and Hermione had been poring over the annotated text for a week, talking in hushed tones. Hermione had been diligently copying some of the notes into her own textbook, something she had never done before in her life. Leave them alone, Draco, it's basically their love child. Ginny snarked as Hermione grabbed the book back and smacked Draco on the arm for his trouble. Astoria snorted. Who wrote it anyway? Luna asked, despite obviously already knowing. Because Luna knew everything, everyone knew that. The Half-Blood Prince, Harry and Hermione chorused. Daphne froze. Give me that book now, she demanded, holding out a hand. What, why? Harry asked, quickly closing the book and pulling it close to his chest. Hermione glared at him, her hand and quill still poised over her notes. Have you two lost your minds? Who do we know that's a half-blood who thrives on power and likes possessing people through books? Daphne asked, her eyes glittering dangerously. Voldemort, she yelled at them. The literal Dark Lord. Harry laughed so hard he couldn't breathe. Daphne, dear, sweet Daphne, Valdi didn't write this, he assured her, handing the book to Hermione, who opened it and continued to copy. Daphne snatched it up this time, and Hermione almost growled at her. How would you know? We've been over this, Harry reminded her. I have the eighth sense, Ron groaned. Please stop calling your crazy ability to know when something is related to Voldemort somehow an eighth sense. No, because it is an eighth sense. Anyway, this definitely wasn't Valdi's. I think it might have been Snape's. Snape's, you're mad, Ginny said, taking the book from Daphne and flipping through it. He'd kill you if he knew you had his book. He also wouldn't just leave it lying around. Harry scratched the back of his head. It wasn't really lying around, he admitted. Hermione frowned. Said you got it from the spare equipment cabinet. I did, sort of. It's not my fault I cast Revelio to see if there was anything cool hiding in there and found a little hidden muggle safe. Hermione snatched the book back from Ginny and resumed note-taking. You know what? Just this once I don't care that you broke at least 10 school rules. I should be used to it by now anyway. This book is the work of a genius and I am going to make the most of it, she said, quills scratching loudly as she wrote. It's my book, Harry protested, but he was grinning. He's even invented spells, Hermione exclaimed, running her finger down the glossary. Muffliato sectum sempra, that's definitely my Uncle Severus, Draco said. He's used Muffliato before to stop me listening to his conversations with my father, and he taught it to me last summer. He's never mentioned the other one, though. The word had Latin origins. I think it's some sort of cutting curse. Hermione frowned. It's probably best we don't use that one. I forgot you were a Latin geek, Ginny said, ducking when Hermione threw Luna's Charms textbook at her. So do we tell Snape? Daphne asked, sitting back down. Harry shook his head. We won't keep it forever, but we might as well make the most of it for now. Daphne shook her head when Hermione nodded vehemently. Unbelievable. I expect from Harry, but you, Hermione, Neville snorted. Wait until you hear what she did in second year when they thought Draco was. Anyway, Harry said hastily, cutting Neville off when Draco's eyes narrowed. Now Umbridge is gone. Want to see if Dumbledore will let us restart the Ha. Now that is a good idea. Susan met Harry's grin with one of her own. Hey Hermione, do you still have any of those galleons left? The first week flew by. Sixth year was just as full-on as fifth year, minus the pressure of OWLS, but the workload for NEWTS was far higher. Harry, now back on the Quidditch team, was delighted when Ginny replaced one of the twins as a beater, and a fourth year, Demelza Robbins, replaced Angelina. They were a strong team. Not as strong as when Oliver, Angelina, and the twins were there, but still strong. Severus Snape was dreading the second week back. Whilst mollified he had finally received the position of defense against the dark arts professor, Dumbledore had once again found a way to ruin his life. How, Potter? Morning, Professor Snape. Severus ignored him and finished setting up his classroom. So, firsties, what do we teach firsties again? First years, Potter, and we teach them nothing. Today you will teach alone, and I will assess whether you are good enough to continue with your extra qualification." Potter looked mildly indignant. "Considering I basically taught all the 4th and 5th years last year, and everyone in my classes got above an E in their OWLS, haven't I technically proved myself already?" he asked, offended. Severus sighed. "Teaching requires flexibility, Potter. You adapt for the age. And Diggory was helping you last year." Potter opened his mouth to argue, but snapped it shut when the first-year Slytherins and Gryffindors filed in and took their seats, looking between Severus and Potter curiously. "Potter will be teaching you today," Severus said simply. He moved to stand to the side of the room, watching Potter expectantly. To the boy's credit, he didn't look fazed. He moved over to the desk and hoisted himself onto it, sitting cross-legged and smiling at the students. Severus raised a brow but didn't comment on the lack of professionalism. Yet. "So," Potter said brightly, "since you've only been here a week, I doubt you've actually used magic in this particular class yet, am I right?" The Gryffindors nodded, looking hopeful. Potter narrowed his eyes slightly at the apprehensive looks the Slytherins were giving him. Had he forgotten House Unity was still incredibly poor outside of his own year group? "Okay, let's do this differently today. Still no magic, obviously. I'm going to give you some real-life scenarios from my own first year at Hogwarts. You're going to tell me what you think you would do, and we'll go from there." A Slytherin girl raised her hand. "Yes." Rosalind nodded. "Wasn't your first year in the Daily Prophet a few years ago?" Potter nodded. "So surely we can just cheat and tell you what you did." Potter grinned. "Well, first of all, not everything that happened was in the paper." Severus' eyebrows shot up. What other trouble did the child get himself into? Secondly, what if what I did was a poor decision in which I got lucky? Potter had noticed a few other students nodding along and smiled. "Okay, so," Harry said, clapping his hands. "It's the Halloween feast and your friend is in the toilets, crying. A professor comes in screaming about a troll and everyone panics. You're sent back to your common rooms and you remember your friend in the toilets. What do you do?" One of the Gryffindors raised his hand. "Jadden Farmer, right?" "Yeah. Okay, Farmer, fire away." "I'd go find my friend, of course." Severus sighed. It was a poor idea and exactly what Potter had done. Despite knowing how close Potter was to students in other houses, he did wonder whether there was still some favoritism in the boy. Potter grinned, and Severus was slightly disappointed in him. Potter had grown on him somewhat, even if Severus liked to spend as much time as possible away from him. Potter's incessant chatter and blatant disregard for rules was still incredibly irritating. "The troll was in the bathroom, you're dead," Potter said simply. Severus smirked and pretended he wasn't relieved or pleased that Potter was being reasonable. "That's what I did when it happened to me, and by a stroke of luck and having a really smart friend, we survived." Severus stifled a snort. "So it is possible," Jadden argued. "But that doesn't mean it was the right decision. What would have been better, not?" Rosalind Knott was one of Severus' smartest Slytherin first years, and she was already clearly one of the top of her class, even if it was only the second week. "You could have found a teacher or a prefect," she said, and Severus was pleased at least one person in the class had common sense. Potter nodded. "Better, any other ideas?" No one spoke. "Okay, what would we do if there were no teachers or prefects around? You?" Liam Folly. Find another older student." Another Slytherin answered. "Good Folly. Okay, when me and my friend Ron went to find Hermione, the troll found us. How do you fight a troll?" "Well, trolls have really thick skin, so hitting them directly with magic will be difficult," one of the Gryffindor girls said slowly. "So what's an alternative, Foxglove?" Potter asked her. Lily Foxglove frowned and Potter smiled at her encouragingly. "Well, you could create a distraction and run." "Are you asking me or telling me?" In situations like this, there's no time for second-guessing yourself. Severus tried his hardest not to look impressed, as loath as he was to admit it. Potter was an adequate teacher, telling you make a distraction and run. "Better, the trolls is chasing you, now what?" "Yes," Potter pointed at a Slytherin boy. "Run in zigzags, trolls aren't very good at changing directions. If you know the right spells, you can try and stop the troll." "How?" "Well, you can use the levitation charm to put objects in its path, but that's hard to do whilst running." Potter smiled. "And that is where both you and Foxglove went wrong. Whilst you are correct and running in zigzags is as effective on trolls as it is crocodiles, turning your back on danger is one of the easiest ways to get yourself killed if you don't know how to cast a shield charm at your back. The best thing to do is to hide if you can. In hindsight, me, Ron and Hermione should have just left the bathroom, shut the door and hidden somewhere." Knott raised her hand again. "Yes." What if there is nowhere to hide? She asked. Professor, am I allowed to give and take house points? Potter looked at Severus, who nodded slowly. Yes, Potter, but only inside these classes. He answered reluctantly. If you abuse this power, it will be taken from you. Don't worry, I know, Potter said smugly. Severus suddenly realized something and scowled. Anyway, 5 points to Slytherin. The Gryffindors all looked offended, and the Slytherins, shocked a Gryffindor was awarding them points. Not has an excellent point. If you can give me a reasonable alternative to hiding, I'll give you another 5. Well, that depends, surely. Where are we? What is around us? How much magic do we know? And that not is precisely my point. Take another 5 points. Potter grinned, hopping of the desk and beginning to pace slowly. Look, you can't always predict danger. Unexpected things happen, and you have to be prepared to adapt. Severus made a split-second decision and cast Serpensortia. First years watched the snake in horror, hissing angrily at Potter, who quickly cast an immobulus spell. So there are 3 main factors in defending yourself. But before all these, a phrase I learnt from a very good Auror has always served me well. Constant vigilance. Always be prepared, especially if you know what you'll be facing in advance. Now, on to the 3 main factors. First, assess. What is it I am defending myself from? Where am I? What can I use to hide, protect myself, or fight back? Who is around me that can help me, or who might I need to help? Iris Sparrow, assess for me. The Slytherin girl looked surprised Potter knew her name, but answered anyway. We are in a classroom with a potentially dangerous snake, assuming we make no assumptions. Harry interrupted her gently. Imagine it is you in the situation and go with what you know. Okay. I don't know what type of snake the snake is, and because it could be really dangerous, I don't have time to find out what type it is and what I might need to defend myself. Good, Harry said. Knowledge is definitely power, but we don't have time to inform ourselves sometimes. Continue. There are lots of desks and chairs I can use to make a barrier between me and the snake, or hide behind. I'm sat near the door, so I could also just leave and shut the door. That's a good plan, but what are you not accounting for? Farmer raised his hand. The other people in the room, he said when Harry nodded at him. You and Professor Snape are probably better equipped to deal with the snake, so we should all hide whilst you deal with it. 5 points to Gryffindor. Now we've assessed, we move on to the next step. Action. Severus watched as Harry unfroze the snake and resolutely ignored that his inner monologue had started referring to the boy at Harry instead of Potter. The students all held their breath. The snake lunged for Harry and he froze it again. Sometimes you don't have time to assess. If you can hide, hide first and then assess. The more experienced you become, the more you will assess automatically as soon as you arrive anywhere. The next factor, action. Carry out whatever plan you had, and if you don't have one, trust your instincts. Severus tried his hardest not to be impressed again. He failed. Now, Harry grinned. The third and most important thing you must always do when in any situation. Play to your strengths. He unfroze the snake, and the first years all got to their feet and backed away when it slithered towards them. Harry hissed. The snake stopped and turned to face him, tilting its head. The students watched in shock and slight fear as Harry and the snake had a conversation. After a few seconds of intense hissing, the snake seemed to relax. It curled up on the floor, looking at Severus, who stared back. He'd like to return home, please, Professor, Harry said. Severus vanished the snake, and the students all looked at Harry with shock and admiration. Homework, Severus said, looking at Harry. Set them something, Potter. Really? All right then. Harry looked at the students thoughtfully. In my first year, he said slowly, there was a very powerful object hidden within the school. Me and 2 of my friends discovered someone was going to try and steal it. I explain in more detail what happens in the Daily Prophet. If you need a copy, Hermione and Draco in my year both have one. They are prefects, so you should know them. They can duplicate a copy for you to use. I would like you to write what would I do at the top of a piece of parchment and tell me if you were in this situation with the knowledge you have now, what would you do? Other than reading the article, do no more research. For extra marks, you can give multiple examples. I'd also like you to explain why as best you can. Once all the first years had left, Harry looked at Severus. Well, he asked, looking slightly nervous. I'll see you tomorrow, Potter. Read through the 1st to 3rd year curriculum by the end of the week. Severus handed him 3 books. Harry was grinning the whole way back to his common room. From Snape, that had been high praise. Later that evening, Severus let himself into Minerva's office. Yes, she asked him, not looking up from her marking. You remember 2 years ago, when we were almost positive none of the house points we were awarding or taking away were registering? He asked her. She nodded. writing a large P at the top of the essay she was marking, and pulled another one from her unmarked pile towards her. "Yes, and Albus thought we'd both gone mad. Why, what do you know?" she asked suspiciously. "Potter made an interesting comment today," Severus said slowly. He smirked when she put down her quill, now giving him her full attention. "You don't think he—" "I'm almost positive. The next question is how to make him admit it," Minerva smirked. "Maybe we should just take the child's advice and ask him." Before long, it was Halloween. Harry, bored after weeks of classes and helping Snape teach, decided things were far too routine at Hogwarts this year. "School is no fun anymore," he pouted, poking his toast with his finger. "Nothing entertaining ever happens." Hermione rolled her eyes. "That's a good thing," she told him. "For once, no one is trying to kill you. It's almost always the defense professors. By the way, I think a pug joined the emo pals is trying to kill a bumblebee," Harry said brightly, putting the sausage on his plate onto Ron's. He hated Lincolnshire sausages. Draco groaned. "Not this again, Potter. Parkinson is not a Death Eater, and she isn't trying to kill the headmaster. How many times do I have to tell you?" "How would you know?" Harry retorted. "You spend like no time in Slytherin common room anymore." Daphne joined them, stealing a slice of Draco's toast. "I think Pansy is up to something. She's been really weird recently," she said. Harry smirked at Draco, who glared right back. "Anyway, I need to cure my boredom." Harry looked at Luna. "Any ideas?" Ron gave Harry an incredulous look. "We've been back for 2 months, Harry, and already you have celebrated Spout's birthday for the 5th year in a row. You and Susan had Creature and Dobby lace everyone's pumpkin juice with anti-gravity potion. Everyone was floating around all day. You've had Rita Skeeter publish an article claiming Voldemort has the cooties, and you've somehow befriended the suits of armor." "Hey, leave Reginald and Belinda out of this," Harry argued. "They're better friends than you. I miss Professor Slughorn's house." Luna said sadly. Neville groaned when Harry's eyes lit up. "Why, Luna, why would you remind him of that?" Hermione looked between them. "Remind him of what? Neville, what is Luna making him do?" Harry smiled. "We've got divination now, bye." He skipped off, Neville and Ron following reluctantly behind him. Trelawney was ecstatic to see them and immediately asked Harry about his dreams. "Well, I dreamt a bumblebee got hold of some jewelry that gave the wearer the most beautiful hair you ever did see. He put it on, but a really clever duck had found it first, and the bumblebee only had a fake." In Charms, Harry asked to leave to use the bathroom and came back looking far too happy in Hermione's opinion. "What did you do?" she hissed at him. Neville snorted and Harry kicked him under the table in warning. Neville yelped and glared at him, still smirking. "Fire FLOO." Peeves screeched, floating down the corridor. "Fire flood in the HALLS, run for your LIVSSSSS." Harry didn't move as everyone rushed to open the classroom door. Big mistake. Lava spilled into the classroom, quickly expanding to take up the whole floor. Everyone shrieked and climbed onto the desks. "Oh, relax," Harry said. "It's just lukewarm orange slime, it can't hurt you. You'll get quite dirty legs, though. Have fun." He hopped across desks and chairs and leapt onto a floating stepping stone in the hallway, Hermione furiously sprinting after him. The lava lasted for a week. When a brave third year questioned Harry about it in Snape's defense lesson, Harry grinned. "See it as training," Harry said. "Expect the unexpected. I'm teaching you to dodge, strategize, and to be more agile." Snape's lip curled in anger and Harry grinned at him before going to help one of the Ravenclaws with a spell. One morning in November, Hedwig swooped down and landed on Draco's head, stretching out her foot to Harry. Draco sighed, resigned to his fate as a perch for Harry's owl for however long the blasted bird lived. Susan giggled and fed the owl a bit of bacon. "Dummels," Harry said, reading it quickly. "He wants me to teach him to dance." Harry and his friends all knew Dumbledore wanted Harry to take private lessons with him for 6th year. What they were to entail Dumbledore had kept very quiet, but the group figured out it was to do with the war and the prophecy pretty quickly. "Ron and Hermione, come with me, please," Harry asked them, doing his best puppy dog expression he'd learnt from Sirius. "Duh," Hermione responded, whilst Hedwig hopped off of Draco in order to sit comfortably in Susan's lap, which, considering Hedwig hated most people, was high praise. "What about the rest of us, huh?" Ginny said grumpily, stabbing her toast with her fork. Harry sighed. "I can't take you all everywhere I go, you know." "Besides," Ron said smugly, "we've been with Harry from the start." "My ride or dies," Harry said fondly. That evening the Golden Trio made their way to Dumbledore's office. Ah, hello, Harry, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger. Harry, I know I agreed to let your friends join us in the summer, but after taking some to reflect, Harry, sat down without invitation. If they go, I go. He interrupted sternly. Dumbledore sighed but conceded. He waved for the two of them to sit down. I thought we should start with a memory, Dumbledore said, looking between the 3 sixth years. A rather old one of mine. They followed the headmaster to a pensive, where the older man poured in a vial of silvery memory. Ready? The trio nodded. They all placed their fingers into the basin, and the silver began to swirl. Harry felt a familiar tug at his navel and fell forwards, landing heavily outside an imposing building. Fascinating, isn't it? Dumbledore said, amused at the odd expression on Hermione's face as she looked up at the building. Oh, please, we use the pensive at Grimmauld all the time. This is routine. Hermione scoffed before realizing who she was speaking to. Sorry, Professor, she squeaked. I didn't. It's all right, Miss Granger, he chuckled. I wasn't aware Sirius owned a pensive. He doesn't. Harry said with a shrug, but he didn't elaborate. Neither did Ron or Hermione. Is that you? You look very young. They watched a younger Dumbledore with dark hair stride meaningfully towards the building, the gates swinging open as he did so. Dumbledore chuckled. Yes, that's me. I was not headmaster at this time, so I was delivering a letter to a student here. Wool's Orphanage, Ron asked, looking up at the iron gates. Funny name for a orphanage. What do they do, knit all day? No, Ron, obviously it is owned by a sheep, Harry said seriously. Or Mary, but she would have called it Mary's Little Lamb, so I think it's owned by Herbert. Ron frowned. I've never met a sheep called Herbert before. Herbert is dead now, sorry, Harry sighed sadly. I've never met him in person either. I read about in him Woolly Ba 3. Well, let us follow me then, and we go, Dumbledore said hastily, trying to get them back on track. I love pensives. Harry giggled, poking the matron on the nose. Boop! They followed young Dumbledore into an office where the matron was speaking to him in low, anxious tones. He's a peculiar child, Tom. The others are terrified of him, but they never tell us why. He steals their things, we think, and threatens them sometimes. Sounds like our Tommy, Harry said brightly. He steals things too. Like what? Dumbledore asked curiously. Potatoes. Harry said, giving the headmaster a look that clearly said, why did you even need to ask? That was so obvious. Ron nodded sagely and Hermione rolled her eyes, exasperated. This is Voldemort, then, Hermione commented as they followed the matron up a set of stairs and into a room where a young boy was seated. He's quite cute, you know. He was a very handsome 17-year-old, Harry added, watching as Tom glared harshly at the younger Dumbledore and the matron made a hasty exit. They listened as Dumbledore explained who he was, and Tom was almost too honest with the headmaster, who now looked a bit apprehensive and slightly concerned. Bit of an idiot, admitting all this stuff to a stranger, Ron pointed out. Yeah, especially as said stranger set his wardrobe on fire, Harry added. Oh, look, Tommy Boy has a box. Items which he had stolen, Dumbledore said solemnly. I requested he return them. I wonder if he would have become Voldemort if he'd grown up loved or been removed from the orphanage early, Harry said aloud. Dumbledore looked vaguely uncomfortable. I'm surprised you aren't a bloodthirsty evil genius with the way your relatives were, Hermione responded. There's still time, Harry said innocently. Dumbledore didn't seem to know how to react to that. They left the memory and Dumbledore dismissed them. That felt like a huge waste of time. Oh, hello, Professor Snape, Minnie. The trio stopped as their path was blocked by the heads of Gryffindor and Slytherin, who had their arms crossed and wands in their hands. Potter, we have some questions, Snape said. Harry nodded eagerly. Sure, lead the way, I love questions. Harry, Ron, and Hermione followed the two professors to McGonagall's office. Harry leaned back in his chair, smiling innocently. Harry, did you or did you not find a way to prevent the two of us from awarding and taking points in your 4th year? McGonagall asked. Harry grinned. You lot are finally learning to ask. I am so proud of you. Take 100 people points each. Answer the question, Potter, Snape snarled. Sorry, yeah, I did. Sirius helped me. You were both showing far too much favoritism. He waggled a finger at the two teachers, who looked both furious and bemused. Once they'd made it back to Gryffindor Common Room, Hermione had a few questions of her own. Harry, how come you haven't given any people points for almost an entire year, if not longer? She asked him, tilting her head curiously. I know you gave some today, but I haven't heard you give any in ages. She has a point, mate, Ron added. Harry looked between the two. Well, just because you haven't heard me giving any doesn't mean I've not been giving any, he said cryptically before ruining it and just explaining. I got Dobby to help me change the spell so I could give them non-verbally. They reset at the end of every year, too. Wait, so there's been winners, Ginny cried. How are we only just hearing about this? Because she didn't ask. Yes, we know, Hermione said hurriedly. Just tell us who's won so far and what they've got, please. Well, Cedric, Colin, and Amelia Bones tied in 4th year. I gave Cedric a mermaid plushie and a Nimbus 2001, Colin a new camera, and Amelia a badger plushie and a box of Honeyjuke's finest chocolates. And last year, Harry giggled, last year loads of people tied. Who? Susan, Creature, Dobby, Minnie, and the twins. Susan got loads from our ministry break-in. Creature and Dobby were just really helpful consistently. Minnie got loads every time she faced off Umbridge, and I gave the twins points every time I saw the swamp. So what you're saying is your very best friends, your ride-or-dies, aren't good enough to win, Ron said, looking affronted. Oh no, you totally are. But I took points off every time you woke me up with your snoring during the holidays. Hermione kept losing points for hitting me with textbooks. So what did last year's winners get? Ginny asked curiously. The twins got my Triwizard winnings. Susan got shared custody with me of Dobby and Creature and a cute badger plushie to match her aunt's. Dobby got a whole new wardrobe. Creature got a room makeover, and I got Minnie a few cat toys as a joke, as well as a few memories she requested, as she was disappointed to miss out on some of our escapades. Oh, then I sent Oliver Wood my spare firebolt, but that was just a congratulations gift for getting onto the England Quidditch team. Who is winning so far this year? Ginny asked hopefully. It would be Luna, but since she is the only other person allowed to give and take points, she can't participate. Currently, Madame Pomfrey and Daphne are winning. Dang it! Ginny punched the sofa as if it had personally offended her. If you were nicer to me, Ginny dear, you'd have way more points. Sod off, Potter. And that's another 10 gone. Already in the minuses, Ginny, oh dear. That's it. Okay, I'm sorry, get off me. Hermione, stop laughing and help me. They won the first Quidditch match of the year, of course. Luckily for the Gryffindors, the day after the match was the first Hogsmeade weekend, so they got to celebrate in the 3 broomsticks. Despite being his prized pupils, and Dumbledore suggesting it would be beneficial to them and to the war, Harry and Hermione had declined Slughorn's offer to be members of the Slug Club, so they weren't surprised when Slughorn appeared with another invitation. I'm going mining that day with Susan and Luna, Harry said in mock disappointment. Slughorn patted him on the shoulder and left them to it. Mining? Daphne asked him as they watched everyone else in the pub. Where to and how? I don't know, we'll figure it out. Oh look, why is Lavender walking like that? They watched as Lavender left the bathroom, eyes glazed. She walked out of the pub, ignoring Parvati's pleas for her to stop and stay longer. That looks like trouble, Neville said cautiously. Maybe we should, and he's already gone. They watched Harry chase after the 2 Gryffindor girls and then followed him once they heard shouting. Harry, slow down, Hermione panted as she caught up to Harry, who stopped when Parvati had tackled Lavender to the ground. There's something wrong with her, Parvati said anxiously. She came out of the bathroom looking all funny and just insisted she had to give something to Dumbledore. I don't know what. Well, don't touch it, Harry said, relatively sane-like for once. Parvati withdrew her hand quickly. She's possibly been Imperiused into delivering something cursed. How do we find out what? And why would Accio cursed object? A silver necklace flew out of Lavender's pocket and Harry caught it in his gloved hand, studying it carefully. Give it back, Lavender shrieked from under Parvati. I need to take it, give it to me. Daphne and Hermione helped Parvati wrestle Lavender to her feet and held her firmly so she couldn't get to Harry, who gently lifted the necklace to reflect the sunlight and examined the large amethyst in the middle. I'm going to take this to Professor Snape and McGonagall. Give me a few minutes before following so there's no chance of her getting it back. She's lucky she's not been cursed already. Someone should go back to village to see if anyone there can help. Harry spoke quickly, pocketing the item carefully and ignoring Lavender's furious screeches. Ron and Neville headed back into Hogsmeade in search of a teacher, whilst Harry and Draco sprinted towards the castle. Professor, Harry yelled, banging on the door to Snape's office as hard as he could. Potter, how many times do I have to? It's cursed, Harry interrupted, holding up the necklace. Don't touch it. It was meant for Dumbledore, someone Imperiused Lavender. What? Snape quickly pulled a small piece of black cloth from his pocket and took the necklace carefully from Harry. He put it on his desk and cast several spells. McGonagall suddenly appeared in his fireplace. Miss Brown is in the hospital wing. Is this the object? Snape hummed and McGonagall studied it. They should have gone with sapphire to complement Dumbledore's eyes. Purple really isn't his color. Harry commented and was ignored by everyone, although Draco did nod in agreement. Definitely cursed. How it got through the castle wards is beyond me, McGonagall said, looking concerned. The castle's held far worse, Harry said helpfully. The wards are terrible. Dummels should probably fix them. He shook his head and tutted loudly. Yes, he really should. McGonagall agreed, absently studying the necklace in front of her. I'll need a written statement about what happened today from both you boys, but you are free to go. Oh, and boys. The biscuit tin is on my desk. Feel free to grab one. Thanks, Professor. Harry and Draco left the office and bumped into Hermione, Ron, Neville, and Daphne on the way to the hospital wing. The Imperius wore off quickly. It wasn't very strong, Daphne told them, leading them all to the library. They're going to check everyone's wands when they return to make sure it wasn't another student that cast it. You can only go back a certain number of spells, Hermione added. So they still might not be able to catch them. Oh, hi, Hagrid, are you okay? You look upset. Hagrid sniffed and gave Hermione a watery smile before bursting into tears. It's Aragog, he's dying, he wailed. Draco frowned whilst Luna patted Hagrid on the arm. When she'd suddenly appeared, no one knew, but Ginny and Astoria weren't with her. Who is Aragog? Draco asked. Harry and Ron shared a look. Acromantula, there's a group of them in the forest. Group, heard. What do you call a group of acromantulas? Harry asked Ron, who shuddered and shrugged. A group of spiders is a cluster, Hermione said absently, joining Luna in patting Hagrid gently on the arm as he cried. But these are giant spiders, Hermione, Harry said seriously. Maybe a megacluster or a manolgathan, many-legathan, Ron said firmly. It's perfect. You two aren't being very sensitive right now, Daphne said sternly. They both apologized and gave Hagrid a hug before promising to visit later on. 1 week later, the 6th years found themselves in the Great Hall for their first apparition lesson of the year. This is so wicked, Ron exclaimed as they entered the hall. I've been desperate to learn since the twins started apparating everywhere last year. I know, we'll finally be able to teleport, Harry said. Oh, I'm so stupid. I should have had the twins apparate me into the order meetings. I swear you did at least once, Draco reminded him. Harry frowned. Maybe I remember asking Creature to. This is so exciting. I have so many people to visit and teleporting will make it so much easier. I hate flu travel. Harry wrinkled his nose. No visiting Voldemort, Hermione said sternly, using his full name for once to emphasize her point. I was thinking Lockhart, actually, but now you mention it, Hermione, that could be fun. Harry said brightly, taking his place between Hermione and Draco behind a small metal hoop. I swear, Harry, if you so much as think about going to find Voldemort, I will. Morning, folks. Harry stuck his tongue out at Hermione, who glared at him before turning to listen to the apparition teacher. Apparition was much harder than everyone was expecting, and there was, of course, a huge risk of splinching. After a brief explanation, they were allowed to attempt apparating into a hoop a meter in front of them. But that's so boring, Harry complained to Draco quietly. What if I want to go for a swim in the Black Lake? Dumbledore will have anti-apparition wards up to protect against intruders. Draco whispers back. So you probably just wouldn't go anywhere. The only room you can apparate in right now is this one. Oh, that's not very fun. Why's Daphne all the way over there? We're over here. She's such a traitor. Payback time. Harry grinned, spun on his heel, and vanished with a crack. Everyone turned to stare at his now empty spot in silence. Boo! Daphne screeched and span around to slap Harry across the face, who had poked her in the back. Harry clutched at his now very red cheek and gave Daphne his best sorrowful look. She smirked, satisfied justice had been served. Oh my, that was positively marvelous. In all my years teaching this skill, this has never happened before. How did you manage it so quickly? The instructor clapped, delighted. I didn't just go to America for a holiday, you know, Harry said, as if it were obvious. In America, you get to learn apparition a year earlier. Surely apparating in Disney would have broken the statute of secrecy, Hermione asked skeptically. Harry shrugged. Depends where you practice, he said mysteriously. Can I go now? 10 minutes later, after some thorough questioning and testing, Harry was allowed to leave with a full apparition license. So unfair, Draco muttered, kicking the hoop in front of him. Susan smirked at him and then promptly vanished, appearing in the kicked hoop. The apparition instructor was so excited he fainted. That evening, Harry skipped to astronomy class. It had been ages since he last skipped. He really ought to do it more. It was so much more efficient. If he ever became king or something, he would make it law that everyone should skip if able enough to. It would definitely do Dudley some good. Speaking of Dudley, Harry really should write to him. It had been a while since his last letter. After Harry's quick little visit to the Dursleys on his way to St. Mungo's, he had sent Dudley a little letter. Mostly just rambling, but to his surprise, Dudley had replied. Harry was delighted to have another pen friend. Serious letters got a bit boring sometimes, and Remus was always so serious. At least Tonks and the twins were always interesting. Apparently, Dudley had done more than just a little self-work. He'd been going to the gym and eating healthier. Harry usually sent his letters with Dobby, because Petunia hated owls. Apparently she hated house elves too, which made sense because Harry was basically her house elf for years and she despised him. Dobby had returned that day claiming he was hit with a frying pan. In retaliation, Harry sent Petunia a patronus with an extremely long message, which was really just the fat lady portrait testing how long she could hold a high singing note. Apparently it was forever, because portraits don't need to breathe. So Harry ended up cutting her off after half an hour with Loud Raspberry. And then, when he remembered the statue of secrecy existed, he had Dobby make it so that only Petunia would be able to see and hear the patronus. Anyway, after the first disastrous letter, Dudley had written back and told Harry to make sure the weird elf thing hid next time, so Dobby would show up invisible instead. It was Dobby who came up with Dudley's diet and exercise plan, actually. In fact, Dobby even taught Dudley to cook. Dobby and Dudley seemed to have a very strong bond, especially when Dudley took Dobby's dating advice and managed to get a girlfriend. Harry didn't know how Dobby managed to get Dudley to stick to it considering the environment he grew up in, but he thought perhaps the fly swatter he carried around with him might have something to do with it. Harry had wondered where his fly swatter had gone. But then again, Dobby did seem to enjoy stealing things. Actually, so did Creature. Maybe Harry was just a magnet for kleptomaniac house elves. Dudley was even looking at universities, jobs, and flats, since he was a year older than Harry and therefore in his last year of compulsory education. Harry had made him a very glittery congratulations card and made Dudley promise to shake it vigorously when putting it up on the mantelpiece in the living room. Dobby had been gifted Colin's old camera and used it to take photographic evidence. When Harry asked why Colin had given Dobby his old camera, Dobby had kept very quiet, but Harry had an inkling it had something to do with Colin's sudden, rather busy life the past year and a bit. It appeared Dudley wasn't only one getting dating advice from a house elf. "Hello, Princess of Darkness," Harry greeted his astronomy professor cheerfully as he skipped into the room at the top of the tower. New year meant new nicknames, after all. Oh, maybe he should do Snape this year. Also, Voldemort was getting a bit old. Maybe it was time to find something new. "Evening, Chaos Bringer," Sinistra replied cheerfully, adjusting a telescope and turning to face them with a friendly smile. Hermione and Neville nodded approvingly. "Accurate and much more professional than last year's Child of Nightmares," Hermione said decisively. Harry pouted. "Hey, I loved that nickname. Anyway, any ideas for new names for Valdi? Voldemort is so last academic year, I need something new." "Moldashorts," Sinistra suggested immediately. "Perfect," Harry grinned. "I'm doing Snapey this year too, I just decided. For him, I'm thinking something the opposite of the norm. For example, instead of Dingy Dungeon Bad, Pretty Princess Glitter Sparkles. Professor Pink has a nice ring to it," Daphne suggested. Harry giggled. "Yes, although so does Professor Glitter Sparkles, so I might use that too." "Okay, one more. I stopped using the Bumblebee as much at the start of 5th year and have sort of just been using Dummels or Dumbledore, but those two are both so boring. Especially since we have to talk about him, and to him so much more now." "Gossiping about the headmaster, are you?" Sinistra asked. "I have to say, the article in the Quabbler claiming he was part house elf was highly entertaining. Well, why else would he be so obsessed with socks? He must be related to Dobby." "Honestly, Ginny was a genius for figuring that one out," Harry said. "Anyway, back to nicknames. Any ideas?" Draco hummed thoughtfully. "Gandalf," Susan said as if it were obvious. Harry gave her a high five. "Yes, Gandalf it is." Daphne looked up hopefully. "If we're back to nicknames, does that mean I can have one now?" "Nope. I hate you, Potter." Albus Dumbledore headed back to his office after a very pleasant breakfast. He was very much looking forward to drinking tea and eating sherbet lemons whilst he pretended to fill out important paperwork, but really just getting all the latest gossip from the portraits. "I'm so sorry, sir," the Griffin said apologetically after Albus gave him the password. "That is incorrect." Excuse me." Dumbledore blinked in surprise. The Griffin sighed. "I really don't want to have to do this." "Do what?" The Griffin looked to the right of the corridor. No one was there, but Albus could hear some loud giggling. At least 2 people were hiding in the corridor somewhere. "They're making me do this, I promise you. I'm sorry, headmaster." "For what?" Albus was extremely confused now. "You shall not pass." The Griffin looked pained. Albus frowned. "I don't understand." "You don't want to." "What do you think he'll show us today?" Hermione asked as they made their way to the headmaster's office for their second meeting. It was nearing the Christmas holidays, and Dumbledore wanted to see them once more before they all went back to Grimmauld. Ron shrugged. Who knows? One of his memories of Moldy at school, maybe. They reached the Griffin, and Harry opened his mouth to speak, but before he could, the Griffin had already opened the entrance. "Please, just go up," he begged. Harry looked mildly disappointed. Ron and Hermione shared a confused look but didn't ask. There were some things they were happy to be kept in the dark about. "Evening, headmaster," Harry said cheerfully, knocking on the door at the top of the staircase and entering without waiting for permission, Ron and Hermione behind him. "Evening, Harry, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger. I thought perhaps we should take a look at another memory today, one belonging to an old friend of mine." Dumbledore selected a vial from his cabinet, the name Bob Oggins scrawled on the label. "You stole his memory," Harry gasped. "You criminal, you're just as bad as my house elves." Ron bit back a laugh and Hermione sighed loudly. Dumbledore chuckled. "No, Harry, it was given to me willingly, I assure you. However, we will need to discuss whatever you meant by that house elf comment in due course. Now, this is the memory of a man named Bob Oggin." The memory itself was quite boring. He went into a not a very nice house with some nasty-looking people called the Gaunts, who treated the daughter like a squib even though Harry saw her cleaning with magic when no one was watching. Harry could relate to that. No one asked her if she had magic, so why should she tell them? It made total sense. "Ooh, Parseltongue," Harry announced eagerly when the Gaunt men started hissing to one another. "Care to translate?" Dumbledore asked hopefully. Harry waved a dismissive hand. "Not really, they're only talking about taxes. It's so dreary it might send you off to sleep if I translate. Also, is that Slytherin's locket?" Dumbledore blinked. "I believe so, yes. How did you know?" Harry froze, but luckily Ron was there to save the day with one of Harry's favorite tactics diversion. "So these guys are descendants of Slytherin. Are you sure? They don't live very lavishly," Ron said, scrunching up his nose at the dirty house. He was right, of course. The house in a very sorry state indeed. Even Hermione, usually unflappable, looked mildly disgusted as they watched the 2 male Gaunts argue with Bob Oggin. "Guys, look," Harry exclaimed, running to the window. "That's the house I saw in my dream before 4th year, and that's the graveyard Moldashort's resurrected himself in. See, that's a nice house. Surely the descendants of a literal founder should be living there," Ron added, hands on hips and looking very severe. Dumbledore smiled. "Alas, that manor actually belongs to a Muggle family known as the Riddles. Is Tom Riddle the guy the girl has been watching out of the window this entire time?" Harry asked innocently. Dumbledore looked surprised. Yes, he is. Thing 1 and Thing 2 don't look impressed." "Marvolo and Morphin Gaunt, Harry," Dumbledore corrected. "Nah, I prefer Thing 1 and 2. Oh, that's not very nice." They watched as Marvolo tore into his daughter, Merope, and Bob Oggin gave Morphin a warning. Or arrested him. Harry wasn't really paying attention. They left the memory, and Dumbledore invited them to sit. The 3 sixth years sat opposite Dumbledore at his desk, none of them looking particularly surprised or confused or any of the other emotions Dumbledore had been expecting. "So," he prompted, "what did you think?" "Moldashort's parents," Harry said, leaning his chair back. Minnie wasn't there to tell him off, so it was fine. A secret not squib and Muggle. Love potions definitely involved. Hermione nodded solemnly in agreement. Dumbledore frowned. "This was supposed to be something you didn't know, Harry. Are you telling me you already had this information?" Harry rolled his eyes. "Dobby and Creature run an underground house elf gossip ring. I found out all about Moldy's problematic family history ages ago. Also, the name Tom Riddle was sort of a huge giveaway. You could have figured out this whole thing purely from context clues." Harry blinked innocently up at Dumbledore, avoiding direct eye contact. "And you didn't think to inform me?" Dumbledore questioned. You didn't ask. Besides, you clearly already knew you taught the guy, Harry pointed out. Dumbledore looked at Hermione and Ron. You too. Harry tells us everything, Ron said with an offhanded shrug. Well, usually, but in fairness, we do ask him. It's the only rule, Hermione added. You don't ask, you don't get. Also, isn't this all public knowledge? Harry asked. Dumbledore shook his head. I do not believe so, no, Harry frowned. Interesting. Then he yawned. Well, that was all for tonight. I'll see the three of you again in a couple of weeks. By Gandalf, Harry skipped from the office. Dumbledore looked at Hermione, who sighed. Read Lord of the Rings, she said before following Harry, Ron behind her. Dumbledore unwrapped a sherbet lemon, lost in thought. Harry, are you crazy? Hermione shrieked, hitting him with the newspaper in her hand. It's like you want to get killed. Moldashorts is going to go ballistic. Ha, you used his nickname, Harry giggled. Hermione hit him again. Ouch, look, I'm not the one that tells Rita what to write anymore. I've left that all up to Ginny and Creature. If they chose to give her Moldy's backstory, that's none of my business. She writes for the Quibbler now anyway, and no one really trusts the Quibbler fully. Daphne added, making sure Luna wasn't in earshot. Not Death Eaters, at least, and Moldy will have to be careful of his reaction because if he flips out, he makes it look like the truth. It is the truth, Harry exclaimed. Yeah, but only us and Dumbledore and maybe Snape know that, Neville reminded him. And Sirius and Remus, oh, and Dudley, Harry added. He loved his two-way mirror, although he's pretty sure Sirius and Remus were sorely regretting giving it to him. Dudley, your awful muggle cousin. Ron asked incredulously. Yeah, he's nice now. Don't worry, I think he's Dobby's new best friend, so he's very protected. Also, I give him fake names, so he doesn't really have a clue what I'm talking about anyway. And I put a Fidelius on Privet Drive with Sirius during the summer, so Moldy will never find them. What about when he's at Muggle's school? Neville asked. College, Dobby's handling it. I don't ask questions. The less I know about Dobby's activities, the better. I think he might be a criminal. Harry didn't seem bothered by that at all. His two house elves were awesome, even if they were crazy kleptomaniac life coaches with a tendency to gossip like old women. Draco snorted. Dobby always was a bit mental. Harry gave Draco a reproachful look. Parkinson is looking really ill still, Daphne said softly, looking over at the Slytherin table. Pansy was sat alone, picking at her food. Probably cracking under the pressure of killing Dumbledore, Harry said. Think we should adopt her, Daphne, or is she too far gone? Daphne shrugged. I'm not sure, depends what Moldy has threatened her with. Astoria and Ginny shared a look. Hermione frowned at them. What do you two know? She's been going to the Room of Requirement a lot, Ginny said quietly. Me, Tori, and Lou go up there more than you guys to practice dueling, and there's been several times we couldn't get in. Oh, really? I guess the room can only do one thing at once, Hermione theorized. Yeah. Once time we just sort of waited and Pansy came out. She looked like she'd been crying. I don't even think she registered our presence, Astoria added, giving the Slytherin girl a funny look. She's got lots of nargles, Luna said dreamily, joining them at the Gryffindor table. There isn't much we can do, really, Draco pointed out. Even if she is, none of us are particularly close with her, so she won't tell any of us anything. I have a target on my back. Daphne's parents have fled, and you guys are Gryffindor golden children. I'll ask Creature to keep an eye on the map for us, Harry decided. He is one busy elf, you know. Somehow between stealing stuff, helping write quibblers and quabblers, and mentoring Winky, he managed to find time to help Susan plan a foolproof method to take over the ministry once the war is over. They're still working on it, I believe. I think she's planning on fighting you for Minister for Magic, Myone. I don't want to be minister. Hermione wrinkled her nose. Not unless there's someone commonistering with me. I think the pressure would kill me or burn me out. She shuddered at the thought. For all Hermione's smarts, she was very afraid of failure. It had people-pleasing tendencies that would make it difficult for her to make big decisions that affects the entire country. Susan, however, did not give a damn what anyone else thought of her. They would complement each other well, as Susan hated all the admin tasks and written things Hermione adored. Perfect. I'll tell Susan you want in on her plan. It's very detailed, right up your street. Hermione frowned. We don't see much of Susan at the moment. Has she been plotting every day? Harry shrugged. No, but she's still got her Hufflepuff friends she needs to spend time with. I think Neville hangs out with them a lot too, don't you, Nev? I reckon he's got a crush on Hannah, Ron said, waggling his eyebrows. Neville blushed. Bye. He ran off, leaving the rest of his friends in fits of laughter. Good morning, Professor Pink, Harry said cheerfully as the 6th years entered the defense classroom. Snape scowled. the nickname still as abhorrent as the first 300 times Harry had used it. "Nonverbal casting," Snape said, as soon as they were all seated. He gave a brief summary and split them off into pairs, taking in turns to cast a hex nonverbally and erect a shield nonverbally. Harry grinned when all his Ha members were able to successfully perform nonverbal magic with ease. They had practicing since the beginning of the year, helped along by their time spent in silence during the fourth-year common room competition. Harry and Hermione were discussing moving on to wandless magic after Christmas. Snape's look of shock and slight terror, mixed with what was definitely something along the lines of impressed, was highly entertaining. "They're going to take over the world," he whispered to the tabby cat on his desk, who meowed and pushed a tin of biscuits closer to him with her head. In the end, Snape dismissed them early. "Thank you, Professor Glitter Sparkles." Harry cackled loudly and Hermione and Daphne stared at a smirking Draco in shock. Ron and Neville leant on each other for support as they laughed. Snape span on his heel, giving his godson a nasty glare he usually reserved for Harry. "What did you just call me?" he asked, voice soft and dangerous. Draco gulped but repeated the name without a single shake in his voice. Harry was very, very impressed. Snape clearly was not, and the look he gave Draco was thunderous. "Run!" Harry yelled, grabbing the blonde by the arm and pulling him from the defense classroom. No one seemed to question why Snape refused to call Draco Mr. Malfoy for the rest of the year. Instead, he addressed him only as Ferret. "Sirius, Harry!" Harry hugged his dogfather tightly and waved at a scowling Remus. "Harry James Potter, you better have a good explanation for the gnomes that I was assured would never come near me again," he said sternly. Harry grinned. Remus did look a bit worse for wear. "It wasn't me," he answered truthfully. "Have you done something to annoy Creature? The gnomes are quite taken with him. Has anyone told you that you have the strangest two house elves ever?" Bill asked as he came out of the dining room to greet them all. Harry shrugged. "They might be a bit odd by typical standards, but they're very effective. It also won't be two for much longer either." "What does that mean?" Remus demanded. "I thought Dobby and Creature were both male." "What? You? No, Remus, that's disgusting. Neither of my house elves are female or pregnant. We're just adopting another one." Bill grinned and ruffled his hair. Sirius paled. "No, not another demented elf, please." Harry's smug grin only got wider. "Oh, don't worry. Winky still isn't in a good frame of mind, so she won't start learning the ropes from Dobby and Creature until Creature has sorted her drinking problem." Sirius put his head in his hands and let out a pitiful whine. "Creature is helping someone, that's new," Narcissa commented. Harry tilted his head. "He's an excellent therapist, you know," he said seriously. "Anyway, I'm hungry. Please tell me the Weasleys are still staying with us." Fred and George nodded emphatically. "Of course we are," they chorused. "And don't worry, Mum is cooking." "Thank goodness," Harry sighed with relief. "Sirius can't cook for anything." Sirius gasped in offense. "Oi, that's mean. You burnt water," Remus pointed out, "which is scientifically impossible." "Yeah, but to be fair, a snake winked at me in the zoo once and snakes don't have eyelids," Harry pointed out. "Looking back, I swear that snake was actually Nagini." Ginny frowned. "Nagini, who's that?" "Moldy's snake," Harry told her. "Although I feel like I read about a Nagini in Fantastic Beasts, and in one of the Grindelwald books back in my maybe being a Dark Lord would be kind of cool era." Before anyone could question Harry on that particular tidbit of information, Molly appeared. "Right then, you lot, go and take your things upstairs and come back down for dinner," she ordered, hugging each child warmly and then swatting them away with a tea towel. They all did as they were told, racing up the stairs and giggling. Daphne and Astoria flew from Grimmauld Place to Italy that evening, where their parents were staying with Blaise Zabini and his mother. Susan and Neville were with their own families for the holidays, as was Luna, so Christmas felt much quieter than the summer. Susan did promise to come over in the evening on Christmas Day for the rest of the holidays. "You know, Hermione, at least we missed the Slug Club party," Harry grimaced. "Why Gandalf was so insistent we go makes no sense whatsoever. Except it does," Hermione said with a small frown. "He was a teacher when Moldy was a student, you know, and didn't you say he knew some of his secrets?" Harry frowned. "I can't remember. I'll have to read back a few chapters and refresh my memory." "Read back a few, mate. What are you talking about?" Ron asked. Draco sighed loudly. "He's writing a Potter memoir," he explained in a bored tone of voice. "Because he wants to practice before he actually gets to write in the official Potter memoir. Really, it's just a diary." "Hey, I do not write a diary," Harry pouted. He does it because Creature told him to for his mental well-being, Ginny added with a giggle. Harry blushed. Ginevra Weasley, my sessions with Creature are confidential. How do you know that? I read it on the first page of your diary. You read my diary, Harry shrieked. So it is a diary then. Draco quipped, and Hermione coughed to hide her laugh. I hate you all. Harry stormed from the room, and they heard him kick open another door and enter a random room, muttering loudly to himself. And minus 300 people points from all of you, he yelled at the top of his lungs. Filthy mudbloods and blood traitors, staining my home with your awful stench. I think it's safe to say that Harry has found Walburga, and any hope of some peace and quiet for the next 2 weeks is gone, Hermione said, turning the page of her book. I thought Sirius had burned the painting, Ron said, eyeing the door suspiciously, as if Harry was about burst in with the Black Matriarch, which in fairness he probably was. He lied, Draco explained. Portraits like that can't be destroyed, which is why particularly annoying portraits tend to end up in family vaults. So why didn't Sirius or your mum put her in one? Hermione asked. Because the goblins despise Walburga so much she is one of the only people who is banned from ever entering the bank, including in painting form. That's hilarious. Ginny grinned as Harry was dragged back into the room by his ear. Sirius deposited him on a chair and stood over him, scowling furiously. Harry blew a raspberry at him. Sirius, being very mature, blew one right back. Walburga was apprehended and relocated that same day. Harry and the twins spent most of their time leading up to Christmas trying to find her again. Not even Minerva's biscuits deterred them. Snape, who still took great pleasure in messing with Sirius and Remus, would make snide comments that the twins knew how to interpret as suggestions and tips on where to find hidden rooms and passages that the portrait might be. They took great joy in finding out from Snape that Grimmauld also had secret passages to discover. How Snape knew was a mystery, but Narcissa told them he was best friends with Sirius' younger brother, Regulus, so that could have been it. Then, as promised, Snape's anti-singing potion wore off on Christmas Eve, right in the middle of an order meeting. Naturally, Harry, the twins, Sirius, Bill, Tonks, Kingsley, and Charlie started singing uproariously from their various rooms of the house, not caring about whatever goose chase Dumbledore was trying to discuss next. That same evening, Snape dosed them all with a much stronger version of the potion by spiking their food. They couldn't speak for hours afterwards, let alone sing. The group took great pleasure in communicating with wild gestures and enjoyed calling everyone rude names silently. Draco, who was an excellent lip reader, had to excuse himself to keep from laughing. Christmas was fun, as it always was. Once Susan arrived and they had their voices back, she managed to persuade Harry to end the Walburga hunt. How? No one knew. Hermione was extremely jealous of how easily Susan managed to get Harry to do whatever she wanted. She didn't even use biscuits. Hermione, stop giving me the evils, Susan said, not looking up from her parchment. The two girls were alone in the library studying. If you want to know what I did, you need only ask. It's just not fair, Hermione exclaimed, snapping her book shut. He just does what he's told as soon as you get here, and it makes no sense. Hermione, Susan said, looking up at the irate Gryffindor. Why do you think I asked Harry for joint custody of his house elves last year when I won the points thing? Because you're secretly just as crazy as he is. Oh, Hermione, Susan said softly. You're right, but also so wrong. I asked for joint custody because Dobby and Creature already love me far more than him. By having the ability to let them do what I wanted, even against Harry's wishes, I gave myself a huge advantage. But what's that got to do with Harry ending the Walburga hunt? Hermione asked, intrigued. Susan laughed. Creature has been tailing Harry and the twins invisible since I arrived. Every time they so much as mention Walburga, he slaps them with the fly swatter. I had to buy him his own one since Dobby doesn't share. It's basically McGonagall's biscuit method, but reversed. Hermione stared at Susan, admiration shining in her eyes. Marry me, she said. Susan grinned. No, sorry. But I can teach you. A few days later, Susan received a letter from her aunt. Guys, someone got poisoned at Slughorn's Christmas party. Apparently Slughorn had been given a bottle of butter beer with poison in it that he was planning on giving to Dumbledore. Susan frowned and handed the letter to Harry. What? That's insane. What is up with Hogwarts wards? Harry asked, scanning the letter himself and passing it to Hermione, who snatched it from him and read quickly. Someone really wants to assassinate Gandalf. Ron said, looking slightly faint. Draco snorted. Their attempts are rubbish. Dumbledore isn't stupid enough to fall for any of these. Susan shook her head, writing a response to her aunt and giving it to Hedwig, who nipped her ear gently and flew off. First you steal my house elves and now my owl, Harry pouted. Is everyone in my life destined to love you more than me? Yes, Susan said playfully, winking at him. Even Sirius. Never. Harry exclaimed. Sirius! Sirius waved a hand at him, mid-conversation with Remus. Sirius, don't ignore me. Hey, Sirius! Sirius looked away from Remus and smiled at Susan. Remus did too. Yes, Susan grinned triumphantly and Harry pouted again. 3 days before the end of the holidays, Harry bounced on the balls of his feet, unable to keep still. He was brimming with excitement, staring at the front door intently. As soon as the doorbell rang, he pulled it open and grinned excitedly at the man on the doorstep. Dudley Dursley had a very strange life. As a baby, he was used to receiving all the love his parents could give. Then, his younger cousin came along, and Dudley had to share. Luckily for him, his parents also hated the new addition, and Dudley discovered that his parents seemed to love Dudley so much more when he joined in with making fun of his tiny scrap of a cousin. Once they started school, it became obvious that Harry was much cleverer than him, and made friends far more easily than he did. Not knowing how to handle the jealousy, he beat his cousin up and scared his friends off. He cried to his parents, who forced his cousin to pretend to be dumb. Dudley, the spoiled brat he was, loved every second. As they got older, Dudley began to feel guilty, especially when the scary giant man came and told his cousin he was a wizard and how his parents really died. Dudley couldn't help but feel bad, knowing how he'd feel if his parents died. After his cousin left for school, Dudley began to think for himself for the first time in his life. He watched other families and heard how other children spoke to each other. Siblings, cousins, friends. When his cousin came back in the summer, Dudley mostly avoided him, not sure how to deal with the foreign feelings. He couldn't resist poking at him sometimes, but the ugly feeling he got afterwards left him feeling worse. After his cousin's second year away, Dudley avoided him completely. He was secretly quite amused when Harry blew up Aunt Marge and Scarpered. The next summer, Harry came back. However, the following one he didn't. The only time Dudley felt he even came close to seeing his cousin was when those scary dementoids attacked him out of nowhere, and a silvery stag scared them away. A man in a funny robe had visited them, and explained that the creatures were prison guards sent to try and suck out Harry's soul or frame him for something or other. The Christmas after his summer absence, the fireplace flashed green and Harry appeared. Dudley threw his controller across the room and screamed in shock, not expecting his younger cousin to appear so randomly in the fireplace. Once he'd recovered, he tried to talk nicely to his cousin and then willingly helped the barrage of redheads and brunettes that came through the fire next. A few weeks later, Dudley received a letter from Harry, delivered by a strange-looking creature. His mother had shrieked and thrown a frying pan at him. Dudley quickly yanked the creature upstairs and scribbled a reply. Thus began a tentative friendship with his cousin. Harry's letters were often a bit strange, and Dudley sometimes wondered if he was a little bit crazy. But then again, the creature Harry had sent with the letter was very strange too, so maybe it was just a magic thing. Over time, the creature, who Harry called Dobby the house elf, helped Dudley truly see the error of his ways, helped him process all the ugly feelings he'd been battling with, and helped him completely reform his life. Apparently, Dobby was a licensed life coach and knew the basics of being a therapist from his best friend, Harry's other house elf. He was also very good at hitting things with a fly swatter. Dudley wasn't a fan, but it did help him cut down on snacking when his hand was smacked each time he automatically reached for food he wasn't even hungry for. Since the age of 2, Dudley Dursley ate, slept, played video games, and beat up anyone he didn't like with his friends. Over a decade later, Dudley Dursley slept a normal amount and woke up early. He started his day with a run or a workout at the gym, then ate a normal-sized breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Between meals, he studied and attended college, working much harder than he did for his GCSEs. Dobby taught him to cook. In the evenings, he got himself a job working in a restaurant as a waiter and met the most amazing girl who also worked there. She went to the same college as him, which was awesome. He also made new, far better friends, and enjoyed how uplifting and positive friendships could be. Who knew normal activities like skating or going to theme parks could be just as fun when you waited your turn and didn't try and fight with anyone. His parents didn't seem very happy with how in control of his life he was. Dudley didn't care. His girlfriend was helping him find an apartment, and the restaurant had offered him a full-time job for when he finished college, having discovered how good of a cook he was. The year between the Christmas Harry visited and the following Christmas had changed his life. He found out his girlfriend was the sister of a Muggle-born boy at Harry's school, so he could talk to her about Harry and his letters. They wrote at least once a week, and Harry invited Dudley and his girlfriend to come and stay with them after Christmas for a few days. Dudley agreed, as long as he was given the opportunity to apologize sincerely to everyone for his actions, and the red-headed twins promised not to make his tongue grow again. And so here they were, on the doorstep to an odd-looking house. The address had been written down for them in unfamiliar handwriting, and they had to read it in order to see the place. Hesitantly, Dudley reached out and knocked twice on the large door. "Hey, Big D." Harry shook Dudley's hand, looking a mixture of nervous and excited. "Welcome home. Well, not my home, serious home. Remember I told you and Vernon and Petunia about that escaped criminal that was actually my godfather?" He babbled on, and Dudley just nodded with a small smile, looking nervously at the other people watching them. His girlfriend, Shannon, squeezed his hand. Dudley recognized a few of the people staring more like glaring at him. Many of them had invaded their house last Christmas, but some he had never seen before. The twins were eyeing him up. Dudley gulped and trusted that Harry wouldn't let them do anything too painful to him. He was almost sure they would at least leave Shannon alone, since she hadn't been the one bullying Harry for over a decade. "And you must be Shannon." Harry shook Shannon's hand enthusiastically. "Hi, Harry. It's a pleasure to meet you at last. Wait, Susan." "Shannon." Dudley and Harry watched with identical looks of confusion as the two girls hugged before Susan dragged her off for a catch-up. That was odd." One of the redheads scratched the back of his head, and Dudley recognized him to be the one that helped himself to their breakfast last Christmas. "Shannon did say she knew a few Huffa-Whatsits," Dudley said nervously. "Her brother, Justin, is in that house." "Justin Finch-Fledgley?" Harry asked in surprise. "He's in our year. What an odd coincidence. Aren't they filthy rich?" Dudley nodded. "Yeah, Justin was meant to go to Eton and Shannon went to a fancy girls' school. Her parents paid for her to go to the same college Dad paid for me to go to." "I see." Harry shook his head. "I always forget Uncle Vernon is rich, probably because of the abuse and the fact none of it was ever spent on me. Anyway, these are my friends Ron, Hermione, and Draco." Harry pointed at the redhead, the brunette girl, and the blonde in turn. The redhead glared at him, the brunette nodded curtly but her eyes were sharp, and the blonde just raised a brow and inclined his head slightly. Harry continued, oblivious to the tension. He pointed at the twins. "Those two are Fred and George. They like to confuse people with who is who, though, so you can just call them Gred and Forge if you like. Only their parents, me, and Snape get it right 100% of the time, but Bill and Charlie are pretty good at it. The one on the right is Fred, left is George." Dudley nodded at them with a gulp, and they smirked at him. Dudley tilted his head and discovered it was actually pretty easy to tell them apart. He didn't say anything, though, as they were still mildly terrifying. He followed Harry into the kitchen and sighed gratefully to see Dobby waving at him from his position on another redhead's shoulder. "That's Bill, he'd the oldest Weasley. You know Dobby already, he likes sitting there because he can see over everybody's heads. Creature is with Susan, probably, the traitor. That's Remus, he was friends with my parents, and Sirius is my godfather. He's that one over there, as you know." Dudley frowned. "The criminal who wasn't really a criminal?" "Yes." "So you did pay attention to my letters. Those two are Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, but they'll tell you off for calling them that, so it's Molly and Arthur. The lady over there is Draco's mum, Narcissa Malfoy. She's a bit scary, but don't worry, it's only her husband who hates muggles." "Right. Oh, and there's an order meeting later, so we'll be trying to disrupt that again, obviously. Any ideas?" Harry asked eagerly. No. That's fine, Susan and Ginny have a million. Oh, you're going to love Ginny. Especially in the mornings. She loves mornings." Yet another redhead snorted. The brunette girl, Hermione, whispered, "Charlie," to Dudley as Harry babbled on before dragging him up the stairs. Harry was quite impressed with Dudley. Now a more or less average size and looking far healthier with actual muscle, he seemed far happier than he did as a kid. He settled into Grimmauld Place surprisingly fast. His girlfriend Shannon was lovely and fitted in easily amongst the odd group of wizards. Harry was delighted when Dumbledore introduced himself to Dudley with a grandfatherly smile and got a raised eyebrow and a "you're the man that keeps sort of trying to kill my cousin by putting him in dangerous situations, right?" To everyone's surprise, Snape had laughed, actually laughed, and told Dudley that he was far more easy to stomach than his mother. Dudley made his public apology, which melted a lot of the ice. He'd written a whole speech, bless him. Once Harry's friends all got over their grudges against Dudley for bullying Harry for so long, it was like he'd been one of them since the beginning. Molly loved having him help her cook in the kitchen, and he taught her some Muggle hacks that changed her life. The twins, surprisingly, took him under their wing, and Harry was slightly terrified at the 3 identical grins they sometimes shot each other. Ron complained at how quickly Dudley figured out how to tell the twins apart, especially kept tight-lipped on the matter. Harry was a bit miffed if he was now Sirius' 4th favorite after Luna, Susan, and Shannon, but he didn't mind too much because he got closer with Remus as a result. The two could often be found complaining about being left out. And anyway, he was still Sirius, only and therefore favorite godson, so that was a bonus. Draco and Narcissa were very polite, but it still took them a few days to get used to interacting with Muggles. Harry knew Dudley was already fairly used to magic from Dobby, and was pleased he was no longer all hateful and scared of it. Luna and Neville showed up with Daphne and Astoria a week before they had to go back to school, and Dudley got on weirdly well with Luna. It sort of made sense, though. Dudley had spent a lot of time with just Dobby and Harry's letters for company until Shannon came along, and everyone knew how eccentric and downright insane Dobby and Harry were. All in all, it was a pleasant end to the Christmas holidays. Dudley and Shannon left the day before the others had to go to Hogwarts, with promises to write and to meet up again at some point. Harry and Susan were already plotting how to sneak them into Hogwarts. The twins had a shared apartment with Lee and Angelina, and there was a spare 2 rooms, so they had offered them to both Dudley and Shannon. They accepted readily with the promise they would help in the shop and cook for them all at weekends. The restaurant chain they worked for offered to transfer them to one of their restaurants nearer to the twins' residence once Dudley and Shannon finished college. Harry was very pleased for them both. Dudley reflected on the past week as he and Shannon began to pack to leave Grimmauld Place. Harry's life was very strange. Where he'd once had a scrawny cousin who was scared of his own shadow and had no friends or family, he now had a thriving cousin who looked well-fed and healthy, surrounded by chosen family and more friends than Dudley could count. He also seemed happy, really happy. So what if Harry was a bit strange? He and Dudley had broken free from the abuse Petunia had Vernon had put them under. Harry's was worse, of course, but Dudley was also neglected, in a different sense. When Dudley thought Harry was a bit strange, he meant really strange. He talked a lot about toads and mold, and made a point of bringing up jam whenever the blonde, Draco, would enter a room. He seemed to have a friend in a mental hospital, Gilbert or something, and the scary professor from Harry's school would often mention Harry intentionally antagonizing a very scary evil murderer. Surprisingly, Dudley wasn't surprised. The headmaster of Harry's school was also very odd, and Harry didn't seem to like him much. Harry did, however, love his phoenix, which followed Harry around whenever the headmaster visited. The only other 2 professors Dudley met were also very nice. One never went anywhere without a biscuit tin and was both severe and really funny, and clearly loved Harry like a grandson. She also could turn into a cat, which was cool. The other was younger and very cool, and called Harry Chaos Bringer. Dudley wondered if it was normal in the magical world for teachers to see their students so much outside of school. He asked the twins, who he found himself actually quite liking once he got over the fear of them messing with his tongue again. The twins said it wasn't, but nothing had really been normal since Harry had joined the school. Susan was nice, and he found out that despite being a redhead, she wasn't a Weasley. Harry seemed to spend most of his time with her. Harry's other friends didn't really seem to notice, which Dudley thought was quite funny. Hermione and Ron were still a bit off with him, but he didn't really blame them. When some of Harry's other friends had arrived, they had interrogated and threatened him whilst Harry was on a secret mission with one of the redheads. After that, they were much friendlier. Dudley thought about all of Harry's friends, each with their own strange quirks and all equally as terrifying when they wanted to be. Hermione had grown-up Muggle and he and Shannon could talk to her about topics they were familiar with once she warmed up to them. However, she had a knife that she seemed to enjoy threatening to cut people's hair and beards off with. Harry later told him she'd charmed it so the hair couldn't be regrown magically. She was also obsessed with some book written by a prince that Harry seemed equally taken by. Ron was a bit socially awkward, but he also came up with comebacks really quickly. He repeatedly beat the scary teacher at chess, making the teacher angrier every time. Apparently the teacher, who Harry called Professor Glitter Sparkles, hated losing and would not stop playing Ron until he beat him. Ron had a blue cloak he sometimes wore randomly, which seemed to be an inside joke, and everyone always sniggered when he did so. They had lots of inside jokes, and even the ones Harry tried to explain still made little sense. Neville, when he arrived, was very pleasant and probably the quietest in the group. He was obsessed with plants and spent lots of time out in the garden of Grimmauld Place, where he had his own greenhouse. Dudley sometimes wondered if he was using it for something else, because he sometimes came back looking all dazed and oddly sprightly. Harry told him that some magical plants could make you feel all funny if you spent too long in their presence. Draco was quite posh and was teased mercilessly for it. He hated jam with a passion, and he was almost as studious as Hermione. For some reason, he would go bright red and splutter whenever he saw Harry wearing a weird badge that said something about fly squashers. The scary teacher addressed Draco only as Ferret, which was almost definitely another inside joke. Daphne was short-tempered and sarcastic, and liked to threaten people. She and Harry would bicker for hours, then suddenly unite to verbally destroy someone else. They would also both cry together over a shared bowl of ice cream whenever someone got cross with them. She often seemed bemused by Harry's antics, and just sort of let him drag her around to do whatever it was that Harry wanted to do, whereas if anyone else tried that she hexed them. Dudley thought it was illegal to use magic outside of school, but apparently they could in the house without detection. Astoria was very similar to her sister, but when Dudley pointed it out, he got donkey ears and green skin for it, so he never said it again. Ginny Weasley was the youngest and possibly the scariest Weasley, especially in the mornings. She didn't lie in for as long as Ron, but she woke up extremely grumpy, and no one spoke to her until she'd had her coffee. If they did, they found their room full of walking and talking gnomes. She had a stash of them hidden somewhere, and Susan told him Creature definitely had something to do with it. Apparently Creature liked Ginny almost as much as Susan and Harry. Harry seemed to delight in removing something called people points from Ginny at every given opportunity. Luna was airy and eccentric, and Harry treated her like she was his little sister. The two would talk what appeared to be nonsense for hours, and if anyone ever mentioned the future, they would look at her as if she had all the answers. It was funny, because sometimes Ron would have said the exact same thing as Luna, but no one would believe him until Luna confirmed whatever it was they were discussing. Dudley enjoyed her company, as she reminded him a bit of Dobby. Once he learned her language, he found it quite easy to communicate with her. Susan was witty and very outgoing, but also very stubborn. She was apparently plotting to take over the nation, which no one seemed to doubt she would achieve with ease. Shannon spent most her time with Susan, when Susan wasn't with Harry who knows where. Susan was also extremely close with the house elves, and they clearly adored her. Dudley knew Harry was jealous, especially as Dobby had told Harry outright that Dudley and Susan were his favorites. Creature never said anything of the sort, but he was much nicer to Susan than to anyone else. The third elf Dudley didn't see much, but when he did she always seemed to be crying. That elf spent a lot of time with Mrs. Weasley and Creature. Mrs. Weasley was both very motherly and very scary, and Mr. Weasley would ask lots of odd questions about Dudley's very normal life and world. In return, Dudley got to ask odd questions about the magical world. Mr. Weasley and Harry seemed to have a weird obsession with rubber ducks, which even the scary teacher didn't comment on, even when they were mentioned at least 6 times a day. Harry's ex-convict godfather was clearly off his rocker, just like Harry. Harry, and the twins would prank each other mercilessly. Well, they pranked everyone to be fair, except for the scary teacher and the strict teacher who was also apparently a cat. Dudley thought the biscuit tin might have something to do with it, as she often patted it fondly. Susan seemed to enjoy initiating prank wars by using the house elves to target one of the 4 pranksters, and then watching as they blamed each other and got revenge. Remus was quiet and friendly, and Narcissa Malfoy was polite but intimidating. Tonks was funny, could change her appearance at will, and her mother was also intimidating and definitely related to Narcissa. The older two Weasleys were welcoming enough, and Dudley got on extremely well with the twins. All in all, Harry's family and friends were the weirdest people Dudley had ever met, but also some of the nicest. He was a bit disappointed when Harry had to leave, but then the twins had offered for him and Shannon to move into their 2 spare rooms once they had finished college, which made things much easier. They lived near another restaurant in the chain Shannon and Dudley worked for, and with Diagon Alley being in London, they would be very close to some of the top universities. It did mean they were slightly exposed to the war, but apparently Harry and his group of friends had a top-secret master plan, so he wasn't super worried. Dudley didn't tell his parents where he was moving to. In fact, he didn't really tell them anything at all. Home sweet home, Harry sighed happily as they entered the castle. It's weird, I know home should be the place you go to when school isn't on, but this place is where home is for me. Don't leave then, Draco said, smirking. Get a job here when you graduate. Uncle Severus will love you for it. Harry laughed and prodded him in the back as they made their way to the Great Hall. I hope Creature has made sure there's potatoes. Harry smiled in delight when he saw there was, in fact, roast potatoes being served along with the spaghetti bolognese. Why potatoes? Susan asked skeptically, helping herself to garlic bread. Oh, be quiet, Sue, as if they didn't put out the garlic bread just for you. Harry shot back and squealed when a slice of the named food hit him square on the nose. Susan smirked with satisfaction, taking a roast potato and munching it thoughtfully. You know, this sort of works, she said in surprise. Hermione rolled her eyes. Liar, she said, sitting next to Draco and poking Susan on the arm. Daphne grinned. You're just trying to win the bet with Harry. I solemnly swear there is no bet, Harry said, sipping his water. Pumpkin juice tasted funny and raising a brow at Hermione. You're just paranoid. Oh yeah, I wonder why that is. She gave Harry a pointed look which he proceeded to ignore in favor of helping himself to 6 potatoes. I still don't understand where your sudden love of potatoes has come from. Charlie, Ron said with his mouth full. Hermione grimaced and hit him on the arm across the table. Harry nodded in agreement before turning to look at the teacher's table with narrowed eyes. Dumbledore is missing, he muttered. Daphne shrugged. Where now do you think? The group shared a look. At least it's not Hagrid this year, Daphne pointed out. Harry nodded emphatically in agreement. Poor Hagrid. Neville said, watching sympathetically as Hagrid slumped dejectedly at the staff table. He really loves that spider. It's okay, Neville, Ron said comfortingly. There's still a many legathan of them in the forest. About that, Harry said awkwardly. Hermione sighed. What have you done now? Susan was the one to answer her. Look, after all these assassination attempts on Gandalf, Daphne scoffed. I can't believe we're still calling him that. Once he finds out who Gandalf actually is, his ego will grow even more. Susan continued as if no one had spoken. And the continued endangerment of students, despite all of Harry's escapades being made public in 4th year, not all of them, Ron said through a mouthful of food. Will you lot quit talking over me? Sorry. You really will make a good country leader with that attitude, Merlin. Shut up, Ron. Anyway, me and Harry may or may not have written to my aunt. Susan sighed, pleased to finally be able to finish her very long-winded explanation. Sure, the Forbidden Forest is forbidden for a reason, but teenagers love taking risks. They could easily wander too far into the forest and die. She looked at Ron and Harry pointedly, who shifted in their seats and refused to meet her eye. I believe they came and moved the colony to a reserve in Canada. They left the centaurs, right? Harry asked. Susan nodded. Good. I owe them a huge thank you for dealing with the toad. I was thinking of getting them personalized horseshoes, or would that be disrespectful? He turned to Daphne, who shook her head. I don't think it would be disrespectful, but I don't think it would be particularly useful to them, she said thoughtfully. All righty, weapons it is, Harry nodded firmly. Harry, no, and he's gone. Hermione sighed exasperatedly and went back to eating her food, stroking Harry's potions textbook protectively in her bag with her free hand. Daphne snorted. Lessons started back up without much fanfare. In divination, Trelawney greeted them with the eagerness she only had for Harry and Ron. Well, she said immediately as they all sat down. Anything to report to the class, boys? Parvati and Lavender leaned forwards in anticipation. Oh yes, lots of things. Harry nodded emphatically, glasses bouncing on his nose. I had a dream that a pug tried to catch a bumblebee and got stung on the node. Do you mean nose? Dean asked, eyebrows raised. No, her node. When you hurt your node, you can't really say node properly, Harry explained. So node is nose in hurt nose language, Ron asked, as if it were a completely normal question. Yeed, ooh, I think we should talk in node language from now on. Harry grinned and wrinkled his nose as if to prove a point, smirking at Ron. No, Neville said firmly. Do far no node language peewees. Ron and Harry's grins grew wider. No node language, bud dat wowed be woldies language. Harry explained. Neville sighed and shook his head mournfully. I doubt it is so sad, he said whilst Ron stifled his laughter. Dean and Seamus shared an uneasy glance. The craziness is contagious. Dean whispered to the remaining sane Gryffindors. Now we've lost poor Neville. We all saw it coming, Parvati said, shaking her head. How many of us will be infected by 7th year, do you think? Lavender and Seamus shrugged. Okay, so the pug got stung. Anything else? Trelawney prompted, bringing their focus back to the matter at hand. No. Harry sat bolt upright. Oh, except a really strange dream when me and a bird that was really scared of dying fell in a lake and started drowning. Oh, Trelawney brightened. You think you saw your death? Harry frowned thoughtfully. Maybe, but I don't think I'll die until my super cool danger mark does. Do you want to see it? Harry offered eagerly. Seamus pinched his nose, as if Harry was a toddler that was being deliberately irritating, which in fairness he probably was. Please tell me your super cool danger mark has nothing to do with your scar, he said, raising a brow. Of course not. Harry gasped and put a hand on his chest with a wounded expression. My super cool danger mark is a temporary tattoo that will disappear when I die. He lifted his sleeve to reveal a small black tattoo. The tattoo read, Super Cool Danger Mark. Harry purposefully didn't show them the arrow next to the writing, pointing up towards his forehead. I see, Trelawney said thoughtfully. You know, child, I was looking at the cards earlier and they showed me something about a lake. Ronald, dear, why don't you take a look in the crystal ball and tell us what you see? Intrigued, Parvati and Lavender turned their sharp gaze to Ron, who gulped nervously and peered into the crystal ball. I see. Huh, that's weird. What? Harry asked. I see Dudley. He's holding a gun and pointing it at a hyena. Oh, he shot it. It's laughing, which is weird as it's bleeding out. Oh, it's definitely dead now. Dudley seems very proud of himself. How very strange, Harry said. Well, I think that's all for today. Class dismissed. The other 6th years, so used to Harry being in charge during Ha meetings, all stood and walked out of the room. Trelawney blinked in surprise but let them go. Harry's favorite time of the week was still assisting Snape with the 1st to 3rd year classes. It was surprisingly fun, coming up with lesson plans and teaching students. It helped that they were all enthusiastic learners. They were even all brave enough to ask Snape questions after seeing how casually Snape and Harry debated topics with each other in order to help them extend their knowledge. As loath as Snape would be to admit it, Harry was delighted to tell anyone who asked that they made quite a good team. The Ha was still a huge hit. Just for the thrill, Harry always scheduled it after curfew, as he found it harder and harder to get a dopamine rush these days. He'd even considered just jumping off the astronomy tower to see if he could copy Neville's accidental magic stunt and bounce. Oh, maybe he should make his firebolt hover under the astronomy tower and try and land on it instead. That would make him look super cool. Unfortunately, there were probably spells on the tower to prevent students from doing just that. Except knowing Dumbledore. He was tempted to sneak out of Hogwarts to try and find Bellatrix so he could play a bit of life or death tag again, just for the adrenaline. He may have a slight addiction to danger, but he would never admit it. Especially to Daphne, who would give him the I told you so look he'd grown to despise. Hers was way more smug than Hermione's and Draco's, and usually involved violence. Anyhow, he still sent Moldy the customary weekly patronus, monologuing about whatever took his fancy. This week, it was turtles. Dumbledore was as mysterious as ever, which was irritating but also hilarious. He thought he was a main character, and Harry couldn't help but giggle about it. Dumbledore was just as insignificant as most of the other irrelevant side characters, who were slowly becoming more relevant, but Harry lived in denial. Gryffindor won the Quidditch match, of course, and were one step closer to the final. Harry thought it would be an easy win. Cho and Cedric were gone. Malfoy was still only an average seeker, and Cedric and Cho's replacements were still newbies. Harry had it in the bag for sure, unless he died. Unexpectedly. Bored out of his mind, Harry decided becoming an animagus may give him enough of a rush to deter him from hunting down Death Eaters for funsies. So he mirrored Sirius and got practicing. It took 2 months. But naturally, Harry's attempts finally worked and he was pleased to see he was a fox. Cute, playful, and sneaky. According to Susan, it suited him well. Being the honest student he was, he got himself on the registry. Ron might have said it was only to rub it in the minister's face that he was a better wizard than him, but Ron was a big fat liar. If the look on Fudge's face was captured in a photograph by Colin, that was Harry and Colin's business alone. Shortly after, and completely unrelated to Harry, Fudge finally resigned and a man named Rufus Scrimger took over. "Cornelius, Rufus, why do ministers always have dog names?" Daphne asked, reading the paper in distaste. Harry nodded vehemently in agreement. "You'll have to change your name when you become minister, Sue. What about Muffin or Cupcake?" Susan smacked him on the arm. "Ouch, sorry. Strawberry Shortcake would be." Harry took full advantage of his new fox form to run away from Susan's outstretched hand. She smacked the air with vengeance. Harry barked teasingly at her and scarpered. His fox form was his pride and joy. He used it mostly to bug Snape, following him around and playing with the end of his cloak, getting tangled up and barking with delight. Snape despised it and took to carrying out a water spray bottle to use on Harry whenever he could. Harry found out the hard way that foxes are not fans of getting water on their faces. They love swimming, though, weirdly. He would let the younger students pet him and carry him around, even though Daphne would call him a lazy prat afterwards. Harry told her she was just jealous she couldn't be carried everywhere like royalty, and she persuaded Susan to make Dobby and Creature refuse Harry access to ice cream for a week. It was lucky that she conveniently forgot about Winky. Harry thought smugly as the now far happier and slightly less addicted to alcohol elf handed him a bowl of chocolate ice cream with a fond smile and a pat on the arm. He and Hermione were still Slughorn's favorites. They were yet to get a grade below an O, and Slughorn had suggested they were on their way to getting O+S in their NEWTS. Harry had pretended to be enthusiastic about the prospect, chattering to Slughorn excitedly about the possibilities it might give him. He received a letter from Fleur, who was now engaged to Bill. Harry was a bit upset he hadn't seen her at all since the tournament, but was pleased when Fleur had asked him to be one of her bridesmen along with Victor and Cedric. Victor had also written to Harry, worried he would be forced to wear a dress. Harry had sent him the letter he received from Cedric, who had apparently been shopping with Fleur recently and sent a photograph of a very nice suit, and told him to send it to Victor when he got the chance. The highlight of the new term was going through Dobby and Creature's stash of stolen items. To no one's surprise, it was mostly weapons, muggle and wizard. Daggers, knives, guns, spears, swords, you name it, they had it. Harry had laughed uproariously when Dobby had handed him a drawing pin. Deciding to make the most of the opportunity, meetings moved on from magic and dueling to muggle weaponry practice. Surprisingly, their numbers stayed the same, even the aloof members quite enjoying learning to wield different weapons effectively. Hermione and Draco naturally stole some weapons to practice more spells on. They got more and more inventive with the enchantments they used the more time went on. For example, they charmed a lovely set of twin throwing daggers to turn into boxing gloves when released and punch the target on both sides of the face. At Harry's request, they made it so a fly swatter would grow legs and chase their target nonstop until they were able to land a nice firm swat on the target's nose. It was an army of weapons with no real need for wielders. At this rate, if Moldy did start a war, he wouldn't even be fighting actual people. "Oh, Luna, they're so cute," Harry squealed, hugging a baby Thistral close to his chest. "I want to keep him. I think I should call him Keith. He doesn't look like a Keith," Luna said dreamily, scratching another one behind the ear. "I think he looks more like a William." Harry caught on immediately. Honestly, Luna could be such a prankster sometimes. "And this one looks like a Percy, wouldn't you say so?" Harry added conversationally. Luna nodded. "Yes, very much, and this lovely girl here could be a Ginevra, what do you think?" "Oh yes, definitely. These two here are almost identical, aren't they?" 2 hours later, Harry and Luna skipped out of the forest. Harry entered his Dada lesson very late. "Sorry, Professor Pink, I was busy braiding Percy's hair," Harry said earnestly, skipping to his chair next to Ron, who gave him a horrified look. "You were doing what?" he asked faintly, looking a bit sick. Harry repeated the statement, stifling a giggle at Ron's expression. Don't worry, Ron, I made sure to tickle Charlie's feet too. We don't show favoritism. Hermione coughed quietly as Ron grew ever paler. And Luna made sure to give Ginny lots of cuddles. We wouldn't want her to feel lonely, you see. She is the only girl after all. You could always come with us to see them later. I'm sure Fred would love a tummy rub. Ron gagged and fled the room. Snape gave Harry a hard look but continued on as if nothing had happened. His only acknowledgement of the entire situation was to give Harry detention. "What's up with you?" Daphne asked Ron bluntly later as he pushed food around his plate without eating it. "You never hesitate to eat. Ask Potter," Ron growled before lifting his fork to his mouth. And weren't George's ears so soft? It was like stroking velvet. Ron's fork fell back to his plate with a loud clatter. Hermione couldn't hold it in anymore, laughing silently with tears streaming down her face. "Make it stop," Ron whispered. "Please make it stop." Ginny fell asleep on Luna's lap, the cutie. Percy, bless him, was much more shy but did eventually lick my hat. Took a lot of persuading, though. Harry didn't look at Ron, focusing instead on Susan as he continued to babble on, Ron looking more and more ill by the second. Then, finally, Harry played his trump card. "William, but we call him Bill for short, thoroughly licked my face." Ron blanched. I thought about doing it back. Ron went very, very green, but decided it would be a bit weird to lick a baby this drow. Ron went from sick to betrayed in a second. "Harry Potter," he yelled furiously. Harry got to his feet, holding his hands up defensively. "I will kill you, I swear to Merlin. You will wish it was Moldy that got to you when I'm through with." A single green pea soared through the air and hit Ron directly on the nose. Luna discreetly lowered her spoon back to her plate, and Harry smiled innocently at Ron. Before anyone could so much as blink, Harry was hit with a chicken leg. Laughing, he grabbed a slice of ham and purposefully missed, hitting Draco on the shoulder. He scowled and launched a piece of pie at Harry, only missing by an inch. Hermione screeched as the stray slice of pie hit Harry's potions textbook, and she tackled Draco to the ground, knife in hand. "Food fight!" Harry yelled and began tossing sausages at anyone and everyone. The teachers watched in horror as the hall quickly became a battlefield, students launching food at each other and yelling, laughter echoing around the hall. Albus Dumbledore chuckled, and as he did so, accidentally flicked his fork at Minerva, who frowned when she felt the splatter of gravy hit her cheek. Eyes glinting dangerously, she retaliated with a well-timed jerk of her spoon, hitting both Severus and Albus with stuffing. Without so much as looking up, Severus wandlessly and wordlessly flung a spoonful of peas right back. Soon enough, all the staff were discreetly chucking food at each other, faces betraying nothing to the students as the chaos reigned on in the hall. Eventually, Albus called for silence and dismissed all the students to their dormitories, gravy dripping down his beard and a piece of carrot dangling from his ear. Once all the students were gone, the staff stayed for another hour or so. Throwing food was apparently a really good stress relief. Dumbledore seemed much worse for wear than the others, but considering he was the cause of most of their stress, especially for Minerva and Severus, it was only to be expected. Snape hated patrol. He stormed through the corridors, scowling at the portraits that complained about the light from his wand. "What do you want me to do, walk in the dark?" he grumbled, stopping in his tracks when he heard soft giggling. He extinguished the light from his wand and crept forwards, the sound of whispers getting louder and louder. He reached out slowly with his hand and triumphantly yanked at thin air. "Potter, Greengrass, what are you doing out after curfew?" Severus smirked at the two children he'd caught red-handed, far from either of their common rooms. He tucked the invisibility cloak that had been hiding the 2 sixth years under his arm. "Smuggling a dragon out of the castle," Potter said, unashamed. He pulled out a small figure of a Hungarian horntail from his pocket and it roared at Severus ferociously. As loath as he was to admit it, Severus thought it was rather cute. "Liar," he said instead. "You have exactly 30 seconds to tell me what you two are up to." He crossed his arms and raised a brow expectantly. Greengrass at least looked a tiny bit guilty, but Potter just smiled, unrepentant. "Well, you know how after 4th year you made me promise not to place any more bets." Severus groaned inwardly, his frustration rising at the bet he had been cheated out of. "All too well, Potter, continue." "Well, I sort of made another one." Severus sighed and pinched his nose. He was fairly certain he had permanent indents from pinching the bridge of his nose as often as he did. He almost envied the Dark Lord for not being able to partake in that specific form of venting frustration. Almost. "Explain." 3 days ago, so I know we already established who won the title of best common room ever. Harry trailed off, peering into his telescope as he felt the rest of the year group's eyes fall upon him. He heard Sinistra's soft chuckle and smirked. But much can change in a few years, don't you think? Absolutely not, Potter, Padma said sternly. You will not take this title from us, not ever. It's our right. Is it, though? Daphne asked sweetly. Is it really? Oh, shove off, Greengrass. Lisa Turpin scowled. You're just salty that we won. Honestly, it's time to get over it. You too, Potter. Afraid not, Harry exclaimed brightly. See, what you don't know is that this very second, Pipsqueak has stolen the trophy you were given as evidence of your victory. Stealing must just be a species thing. Harry mostly said the last part to himself. Maybe there wasn't just a gossip ring amongst the house elves. It wasn't a completely invalid theory, considering how many students lost things on a daily basis. Maybe they just stole from Neville more than others because he was an easy target. Who is Pipsqueak? Lavender asked. You haven't gone a fourth house elf, surely? No, Pipsqueak is a Hogwarts elf. Creature, Dobby, and Winky are only allowed access to the common rooms for non-nefarious purposes. But if you do discover any missing items, let me or Susan know. Apparently low-level thievery isn't considered nefarious. Mind you, the person who set that rule stole my dad's most precious heirloom, so do with that what you will. Harry waved a hand dismissively, but mouthed Gandalf very obviously. Ernie Macmillan gave Harry a look. You are very strange, Potter, so why did you steal the trophy? Because I want to make a bet, Harry said. Sort of. Pipsqueak has hidden the trophy in an unknown location. And how do we know you don't already know said location? Because I will swear on my life and magic once I finish explaining if you would shut up and let me, Harry said to Theonot, who scowled but nodded. Now, even if you find out the location of said trophy, you will not be able to physically touch it until you have personally stepped foot in all 4 common rooms. But that's awesome, Hannah said, eyes shining. So the person who gets the trophy wins the title for their common room. Not exactly, Harry grinned. The trophy is actually the Sorting Hat in disguise. He got bored halfway through 5th year, so Dobby kidnapped him and the trophy and transfigured them. Creature put him back just in time for the sorting. He much preferred living in Ravenclaw to Gandalf's office, by the way. You guys are way more interesting, apparently. Get to the point, Potter, Pansy sneered. Harry winked at her. So once you find the trophy, who is also the Sorting Hat, you have to put it on your head. It will read your mind and shout out the name of the common room the wearer secretly thinks is the best. What? Seamus shouted. That is so unfair. No, it isn't. Hermione frowned crossly. The wearer will have seen all 4 common rooms and therefore have subconsciously made a decision, even if they buried it under their own house pride. The person who reaches the hat first will get 20 galleons from me personally, Harry added. Why are you giving me that look, Draco? It isn't a bet without money involved. Well, that explained a lot. Severus fought the urge to just walk away and pretend he'd never seen Greengrass or Potter in the first place. He, along with the rest of the staff, had been wondering why the 6th years had all seemed so distracted. Many sat scribbling on parchment at mealtimes, and the whole school's inter-house interactions were fewer than even before Potter began to make things more friendly 2 years ago. If it's house against house, why are you 2 together? Severus asked, raising a brow. Well, sir, as you found out last year, the hat wanted me in Slytherin, so I decided I wouldn't mind too much if they won instead, Harry said innocently. And Daphne had a Ravenclaw boyfriend in 3rd year who showed her the entrance to their common room. I went in Slytherin common room in my 2nd year. Daphne and Draco have been in Gryffindor common room, and Cedric hinted to me where Hufflepuff common room is. So statistically, by working together, we are more likely to win. Daphne nodded vigorously. Snape sneered at them both. I didn't know you cared for statistics, Potter. I don't, but Daphne loves a bit of maths, Potter grinned. Draco and Hermione also bet us 10 galleons that Ravenclaw would win again, and I feel like when I die, my mum will tell me off if I spend my entire inheritance on betting. Indeed she would. Severus found himself smirking. Well, I will be keeping this invisibility cloak for the time being. Detention for a week for both of you for being out after curfew. My office tomorrow, 7 p.m. sharp. Do not be late. Severus waved his wand, and the corridor was once again shrouded in darkness. Wait, Potter, what do you mean you entered Slytherin common room in your 2nd year? Naturally, Harry had Creature steal the invisibility cloak right back. Snape was not happy. Yes, everyone in the great hall sighed collectively, some in disappointment and some just because yet another meal had been interrupted. Take that, you stinky Ravens. Harry and Daphne found the hat then, Hermione said mildly, not looking up from her breakfast. Indeed they did. Ginny smirked as two sleep-deprived teenagers rushed into the hall, holding the sorting hat between them. You cheated, Zacharias Smith complained loudly from the Hufflepuff table. Did not, Harry retorted. Liar, Zacharias yelled back. Harry pouted. I'm telling your great-aunt you said that. You don't even know my great-aunt, Potter, Harry smirked. Don't I? Anyway, we got the hat. Daphne grinned widely and high-fived Harry. How have you managed to enter all 4 common rooms already? Michael Corner asked, looking impressed. Oh, it was simple really, Harry said airily. Ravenclaw's is sort of obvious, and not once did the rules say you couldn't ask Luna for help. The rules said no asking assistance from other students, Ernie pointed out. Harry nodded. Yeah, exactly. Luna doesn't count, do you, Luna? No, I'm a Beauxbaton student. I just decided to unofficially stay here when they all left after the tournament, Luna said, giggling as a cloud on the ceiling took the shape of a unicorn. There is no way that is true, Terry Boot said firmly. Right, headmaster, Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore just shrugged imperiously. I do not recall, Mr. Boot. Either way, if you check the student roster, Luna's name isn't on there, Harry said, bouncing on the balls of his feet. After Ravenclaw, we revisited Slytherin in case my second-year visit didn't count. I forgot about that, Ron exclaimed, slapping his forehead. I can't believe I didn't bother to try and win this time. We weren't friends in second year, Potter. That's another lie, Draco said. Harry grinned at him. We might not have been, but you were still the one to let us in. Harry winked at him, and Hermione dissolved into a fit of giggles at the befuddled expression on Draco's face, before the realization dawned on him. It was you, he gasped, standing up and pointing accusingly at Harry. I thought Crabbe and Goyle were just being their usual dumb selves, but it was you all along. Anyway, after a quick detour to Gryffindor, we tried to find Hufflepuff's entrance, Harry said hastily, avoiding Draco's icy glare. In the end, I wrote to Cedric and Tonks. Tonks laughed in my face, quite literally as she sent a howler, and Cedric just said something weird about the 3rd floor. There's no way Diggory betrayed his own house, Padma pointed out. Yeah, he didn't. The 3rd floor thing was a trick, which looking back should have been obvious after it being closed for the whole of our first year. Moving on, after 2 weeks of being complete idiots, I spoke to ex-Professor Lupin and my godfather, who told me to just use my invisibility cloak and follow one of you back, Harry said. They also reminded me I have a super cool piece of parchment in my trunk I keep forgetting about that also could have told me. But oh well, I got there in the end. Stupid elf, Snape muttered, still annoyed about the invisibility cloak he managed to confiscate for all of 3 hours. So you two actually won this time, Parvati said, looking slightly proud. I'm impressed. Good, because every single one of you owes me and Daphne 20 galleons each, Harry grinned. I'm sure my mum will forgive me now, Snape, eh? Snape ignored him as usual. Oh no, we didn't agree to that, Hannah cried in outrage. You said you would pay the winner 20 galleons, not that we would have to. Oh, did I? That's a shame. Lily would be disappointed in your oversight, Snape said monotonously. Harry pouted. You know what, you're all annoying, and it's time for me and Daphne to crown Slytherin the title of best common ever. And before you ask, no, I'm not gunning for Gryffindor as the hat wanted to put me in Slytherin first anyway. Your welcome, pleasant mixture of decent humans and children of Moldy's emo pals. Without further ado, Harry jammed the hat on Daphne's head. Ow, that was unnecessary. Daphne swatted Harry's arm. The Hogwarts populace watched with bated breath. Whispered bets and a flurry of parchment could be heard across the room. Interesting, Mr. Potter, your turn. What happens if the hat gets 2 different answers from you both? Hermione asked. Then the hat will be put on Pipsqueak's head as the decider, Harry explained, gently placing the hat on his own head. Daphne scowled and poked him. Oh, how very interesting indeed. Well, dear students, I can confirm that Harry Potter and Daphne Greengrass do indeed agree on one house. No, Harry whispered. And everyone watched with a mixture of hope and confusion as Harry clearly tried to argue mentally with the hat. Sorry, Mr. Potter, but the instructions you gave me were very clear. The hat chuckled. I am pleased to announce that in the opinions of both Miss Greengrass and Mr. Potter, the title of the best common room, and therefore the common room in which I shall reside until the title is given to another house, goes to. No, Harry pleaded. RAVNCLAW. The blue and bronze tables screamed, clapped and cheered, laughing manically. With a tear-filled look at each other, Daphne and Harry ran from the hall hand in hand. "Where are they going?" Ginny asked. "Probably to gorge on ice cream in the kitchens and cry," Hermione said, turning back to what was now her potions textbook. Harry had lost interest eventually and only cared about it in class, so Hermione took over ownership. Hermione got fed up of trying to copy the notes into her own textbook, so pledged with herself to duplicate the Half-Blood Prince's copy whenever Snape demanded it back. "What an unexpected turn of events," Draco drawled, looking completely unsurprised. "Would now be good time to go and remind them they owe us both 10 galleons each?" "Oh, yes," Hermione said with a smirk. "Now is perfect." Ginny shook her head. "You two are so evil sometimes." A scowling Minerva slid 3 gold coins across the table to a smirking Severus. "So, to summarize, Voldemort had a discussion with Professor Slughorn about Horcruxes, who then gave you a fake memory." "Yes. So you decided to re-employ him, despite him obviously giving students information they should not have and playing favorites." "Yes. So that you could get 3 teenagers to get him to give up the real memory whilst exposing them to one of the darkest forms of magic." According to Slughorn anyway, since he tampered with the memory. "Yes. To top it all off, your original plan was just to tutor Harry, so it was actually one teenager you were planning on doing this for you," Hermione summarized, sounding impressively diplomatic. Dumbledore was speechless for a few seconds. He cleared his throat and nodded. Ron shook his head, tutting. "Bad headmaster," he's scolding, wagging a finger at the man he used to hero worship and be slightly afraid of. Harry smiled proudly at his best friend. Ron really had grown as a person recently. Dumbledore inclined his head. "I'm afraid you are our best hope at getting this memory, especially you, Harry," Harry sighed. "How much?" Dumbledore blinked. "How much what?" Harry sighed. "How much are you going to pay us?" he said, as if it were obvious. "Pay you," Dumbledore murmured. Ron scoffed. "You thought we'd do this for free?" he asked, genuinely surprised. "You want us to manipulate a man into divulging what is clearly his deepest, darkest secret without any sort of reward." Dumbledore held both his very healthy hands up. Harry shook his head. Sometimes the things Luna said made him notice things that were a bit weird or random. Why should he care about the state of Dumbledore's hands? "I rather thought the reward would be gaining strength for our side in the war," he said placatingly. Harry laughed. "The war we shouldn't be fighting in as kids anyway. Look, either you pay us or you owe us a favor." He crossed his arms and pouted the way Dudley used to when he got less than 30 presents. Before his self-growth, anyway. Last Harry heard, Dudley had asked Dobby to go through all of his stuff and help him decide what to keep and what to donate. Dumbledore frowned. "What sort of favor?" "Nothing that would harm or kill anyone, of course," Hermione said briskly. "Or any creatures or animals as well. Nothing that would make you commit a crime." Ron nodded along with her, an innocent expression plastered on his face. Dumbledore sighed. "If you can get this memory, I will give you 50 galleons each." Harry sighed, disappointed. "I really wanted you to go for the favor. I had so many great ideas. Oh well, we're going to go and find Dobby and Creature and have them try and get this memory for us. Bye." Harry pulled Ron and Hermione from the room before Dumbledore could scold him for using his increasingly terrifying house elves. "We aren't actually going to use them, are we?" Hermione asked, struggling to keep up with Harry's brisk pace. "You know what those two are like." "No, of course not. What we need, Hermione dear, is a little bit of luck." Harry booped her on the node. Hermione smiled. "That's it." "What's what?" Ron asked, looking between the two with a slight frown. "Harry and I won Felix Felicis, remember? We can use that to get Slughorn to divulge the memory." They sprinted back to the dormitory and Hermione found the small file in her trunk, examining it carefully as she showed it to the other two. "I don't think all of us should take it," she said. "This could be useful still." Ron and Harry nodded in agreement. "I'll do it," Harry volunteered eagerly. Ron laughed. "No way, you're mental enough as it is." In the end, it was agreed Hermione would take the potion. She took a small sip and instantly relaxed. Her eyes glazed over slightly and she smiled as if everything was right in the world. "We should go and see Hagrid," she said. Harry stood up and moved towards the dorms, but she stopped him. "Leave the invisibility cloak here, we won't need it. Come on, Ron." Harry and Ron followed Hermione through the castle. "You know, this whole potion is a massive plot hole," Harry pointed out to Ron. "If Moldy wanted to win the war, all he would have to do is drink it. Maybe there's restrictions on what the potion can do." Ron frowned. "Your half-blood prince might know," Harry giggled. "Where do you think I got the idea of how dangerous it is?" he said loudly. Hermione shushed him but kept walking, leading them out of the castle and to the greenhouses. They saw no one and were not caught despite it being after curfew. "What are we doing here?" Harry asked her before spotting Slughorn by the greenhouses. "Aha, target spotted." "Hello, Professor," Hermione greeted exuberantly. Harry and Ron flinched back, waiting to be given detention and sent back inside, but instead they found themselves being dragged towards Hagrid's hut by Hermione, Slughorn in tow. The witch and potions professor chatted amicably, Hermione constantly bringing Harry into the conversation for some reason. Ron kept sniggering at the uncomfortable expression on Harry's face. "Yeah, heard," Hagrid wailed when he opened the door. Slughorn, looking very confused, awkwardly tried to comfort a crying Hagrid whilst the three teenagers stared at the dead acromantula. To Ron and Harry's never-ending amusement, a funeral for Aragog was staged. Hermione was pretending to play some sort of instrument, covering her mouth and humming loudly. Slughorn gave a very awkward speech as he collected some venom from the pincers, and Hagrid just sobbed. Once back in the hut, Slughorn tearfully told Harry about his mother and a goldfish. Harry opened his mouth to speak, but Hermione got there first. "You know, Professor, there is one thing you could do to honor the sacrifice Lily made," she said, patting his arm consolingly. Slughorn sniffed loudly and gave Hermione a pleading look, eyes filled with tears. "What would that be?" Hermione sighed. "The memory, sir. The one you gave Dumbledore that you tampered with. Harry needs it so he can save us all from Voldemort." Hermione blinked as if she'd gotten something wrong. Harry smirked at her. They all used Voldemorts and Moldeshorts so much that saying his real name always felt weird. Slughorn looked at Harry, who tilted his head. "You really need it to save us all?" Slughorn asked apprehensively, tears in his eyes. Harry nodded solemnly. "Yes. At the ripe old age of 16 without a full education, I totally plan on saving the entirety of wizarding Britain from the tyrant who is at about 60 years older than me and a homicidal maniac. And your memory is the only thing on this planet that can help me." Despite the obvious sarcasm, Slughorn nodded sagely. "Well then, Harry, I must say you are a remarkable young man. Here." Slughorn raised his wand to his temple, and Ron and Harry high-fived under the table as Hermione pocketed the memory, immediately leading Hagrid and Slughorn in a round of singing nursery rhymes. They made it back to the castle unnoticed and headed straight to the common room. Ginny and Neville were waiting for them, identical expressions of concern on their faces. "Where have you been?" Neville asked. "It's 3 hours after curfew." "Hey, guys," Hermione greeted cheerfully. "Dumbledore sent us on a top-secret mission." She dissolved into a fit of giggles, leaning on Ron for support. "Is she drunk?" Ginny raised a brow at Harry and Ron, who laughed. "Yeah, on liquid luck," Ron said, tapping Hermione on the shoulder. "So, what are we going to do with the memory?" he asked her. Hermione scrunched up her nose. "Keep it, of course," Hermione said, patting her pocket. "We'll give it to Dumbledore in a few weeks." "Why not now?" Harry asked, flopping onto the sofa in between Neville and Ginny. Hermione snorted, causing Ron's eyebrows to shoot up at the extremely out-of-character behavior. "Ask Felix, I'm just doing what I'm told." They sat in silence for a while after that. Harry was the one to break it. "Hey, Hermione, whilst Felix is still working, fancy coming to annoy Snape with me?" "No, shame." 3 weeks later, Harry, Ron, and Hermione entered the headmaster's office. "Ah yes, well done, children." Dumbledore smiled, eyes twinkling more than ever. "Very well done. How did you manage to get hold of it so quickly?" "Felix helped us," Hermione said. Dumbledore frowned. "You were not supposed to tell anyone else about this, Miss Granger," he said rather severely. Hermione bristled. "We didn't. Felix just knew and wanted to help." Dumbledore gazed at them thoughtfully. "I don't recall there being a Felix in the school. What is his surname?" Harry raised a brow. "Why, you aren't going to obliviate him, are you?" Dumbledore didn't respond, and Harry gasped. "You are, Gandalf. That's illegal." "Alas, Harry, I would never do such a thing," Harry snickered. "Now, who is Felix?" "Oh, he's not a Hogwarts student," Ron said airily. "He isn't even a person." "I see." Dumbledore shook his head and gave up. "Now let's view this memory, shall we? We can discuss Felix more later." The memory was only 2 minutes long, and Dumbledore looked at them gravely as soon as they departed. Young Tom Riddle was asking Slughorn about Horcruxes, and Slughorn told him exactly what they were and how to make one. Dumbledore definitely didn't choose his professors based on their common sense, Harry thought to himself as he tried to vanish Tom Riddle's nose. "So Voldemort has Horcruxes," Harry announced as he sat back in the chair opposite Dumbledore's desk after exiting the memory. Didn't we already know that? Yes, but we didn't know how many, Harry, Dumbledore explained, looking grave. Now we know the intended amount. 6, Hermione interjected. That way his soul would be split into 7. Correct. Dumbledore steepled his fingers together and peered at them over his half-moon spectacles. Now as for what those objects are, I have a few ideas. The diary was one, wasn't it? Harry asked. Dumbledore nodded. And knowing Moldy, he's probably not gone for like a pebble on a beach. Dumbledore chuckled. No, you're quite right. I have reason to suspect that he has used some of the Founder's objects we have viewed in previous memories. Hufflepuff's cup, for example. Slytherin's locket, Ravenclaw's diadem. Hermione reeled off. That's 4. What else? His snake, Ron suggested. Everyone stared at him. What? I'm not just a pretty face, you know. And the final one, I believe, is another family heirloom. A ring, perhaps. I went to the Gaunt house in the second memory I showed you, and was disappointed to find nothing of great importance, especially considering the number of wards and protective spells surrounding the house. Harry frowned. Weird. I did, however, come across a rather large hole in the ground. Dumbledore looked at them all suspiciously. Hermione, Ron, and Harry blinked innocently back. Well, that will be all for tonight. Should I locate any of the remaining Horcruxes, I will send for you immediately. What? Why? Hermione asked. We wouldn't know the first thing about destroying Horcruxes. Harry stamped on Ron's foot, and his smug smirk was quickly replaced by a wince. Dumbledore inclined his head. As Harry proved in his second year, basilisk venom ought to do the trick. I do believe some still remains on the sword of Gryffindor. Yeah, what happened to that? Harry asked. Monty told me it belonged to me since I was the one who pulled it out of his butt. Dumbledore raised a brow. Monty, he inquired, looking faintly disturbed at Harry's graphic description. Yeah, the hat, obviously. Hermione snickered as Harry remained completely deadpan. Dumbledore paused. The sorting hat is called Monty. Yes, surely you of all people should know that, Harry said accusingly. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Well, should I locate a Horcrux, I would like for you 3 to accompany me. As you know, there is someone at Hogwarts who wishes to see me dead, and should that happen, I will need you to continue finding the Horcruxes and end this war for good. Harry whistled. That's a lot of pressure to put on 3 teenagers, Headmaster. But I'm game. It sounds dangerous and incredibly thrilling. Do you think we'll see Moldy and his emo pals? I should hope not. Hermione said crossly, You are such an adrenaline junkie, Harry, but sure, if Harry's doing it, I'll come along too, else he'll probably accidentally kill himself. Ron snorted at Harry's offended pout. I won't be left out, Ron said stubbornly. I'm in. Dumbledore clapped once. Excellent, now it is getting rather late. You should all head to bed. Hermione, no, just one more no. Please, can you? I said no, Harry, stop asking me. Hermione snapped, closing her book and giving Harry her best teacher glare. But it itches, he whined, wriggling his back against his bed frame in the hospital wing. And I can't reach the bit between my shoulders, and whatever you did earlier stopped the burning immediately. I gave you healing paste, Harry, that can only be applied once a day, unless you want your skin to peel off. Yes, if this itching doesn't stop Myoni, I'm going to die, do you hear me? Die, Draco snorted. Harry Potter, defeater of king serpents, friend of dragons, survivor of lethal snake bites and killing curses, the bane of Moldashort's existence, has been thwarted by chickenpox. Harry pouted at the blonde and stuck his tongue out at a laughing Daphne and Ron. Don't be mean, I bet you've never had chickenpox either. You do realize how contagious they are, right? Draco paled. What? Why didn't you say so before? I'm out of here. Do not worry, Mr. Malfoy. You will all have had your magical shots against muggle illnesses such as chickenpox. However, I will need to keep you all in isolation until Mr. Potter is in a clean bill of health. Just a precaution. Madame Pomfrey reassured him. Draco sighed in obvious relief. You mean we all have to stay in the same room as Harry? Ron asked in horror. Do you know how unbearable he is when he's sick, Madame Pomfrey? Obviously I do, Mr. Weasley. He practically lives in my hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey frowned. Harry was too itchy to be offended. Oh no, Daphne shook her head. You're talking about injured but too stubborn to admit it, Harry. We're talking about sick Harry. Last Easter when he got that flu virus nightmare, Susan said solemnly. I think I had to sing some song about kittens at least 4,000 times. Oh, good idea. Harry practically beamed at Susan. That might distract me from the itching. No, Susan said firmly. I might have agreed to break you out of Azkaban if the need ever arises, Potter, but I will not sing you to sleep. She paused. With witnesses. She added as an afterthought, most likely due to the downright pitiful expression on Harry's face. The next 7 days were pure torture for everyone, even if Harry was the one with a nasty muggle sickness that only affected you worse if you got it later on in life. Harry lay dramatically on his bed in the room adjacent to the hospital wing, where he and his friends were in isolation. Draco wiped the sweat from his brow. Daphne fetched him glass after glass of water. Ron wrote down everything he said at Harry's request, just in case they were Harry's last words. By day 2, Susan was no longer embarrassed about singing in front of the others, and she and Daphne often had fun trying to harmonize. Hermione applied the salve to Harry's back each day, but made Harry do the rest with a stern glare. She refused to give it to him more than once, and was forced to come up with more and more creative ways to distract him from the itching. Eventually, Neville and Draco got fed up and wrapped Harry's hands in socks and bandages, then tied them to the bed frame. Ron, whose hand was hurting by day 5 of endless scribing, gagged him. Madame Pomfrey didn't even scold them. She'd seen another side to Harry Potter that week and never wanted to see it again. When they were finally released, Harry's friends made a pact. Next time they got sick and Harry wasn't, they were going to make him pay. "Hello, headmaster," Dumbledore chuckled at the still rather spotty boy who had bounded into his office. "Did you find a Horcrux?" Harry asked eagerly, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Hermione rolled her eyes. "Dopamine addict," she muttered darkly under her breath. Ron sniggered. Dumbledore nodded, eyes twinkling. "I did. Are you Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley ready to go? I trust you are feeling better." He studied Harry over his half-moon spectacles. Hermione and Ron nodded hesitantly. Harry bobbed his head excitedly. "Oh yes, we're more than ready. Let me just go and get my cloak." Harry skipped from the office and hurried to the library, finding Daphne and Neville almost immediately. "Operation Birdie is in action," he whispered, handing them a piece of parchment. The two nodded. "Tell the others, love you, bye." Harry darted off, grabbed his cloak, and meandered slowly back through the halls. Halfway to the office, he accidentally bumped into Neville. Neville walked with him, taking the longer route to the office. They spotted Parkinson headed in their direction. She was alone. "Yeah, Dumbledore said we'd be gone for hours," Harry said loudly. Parkinson slowed her pace. Neville smirked. "Oh, really? Let's hope nothing happens whilst he's gone. The wards are weak enough as it is." Neville bit his lip in faux concern. Parkinson froze. "Don't worry, Nev, I'm sure it will all be fine." Harry winked and slipped him a small potions vial. "See you later, mate." "Bye," Neville said glumly, snickering when he heard Parkinson take off at a run. Shaking his head, he walked back the way he had come. There were preparations to be made and students to be protected. Harry burst into the office, cloak in his hand. Dumbledore stood up and approached the trio. "We'll have to apparate," he explained. "Being the headmaster has its perks, such as apparating within the castle. I must ask you all to hold onto my arm." Hermione, Harry, and Ron all gripped tight to Dumbledore's arm. With a crack, they landed on a small rock in the middle of the ocean. So nostalgic. Harry wiped a fake tear from his eye, remembering fondly the time his uncle almost killed his whole family just to run away from a letter. "I take it you want us to go in that cave?" Harry pointed at a large cavern a few feet ahead of them. Hermione shuddered. "Yes, but you must swear to me, all of you, that you will do exactly as I tell you." Dumbledore looked at each of the trio in turn. All three nodded. "Pinky swear," they said in unison. But of course, no pinkies were linked. Oopsie, that meant they weren't legally binding. Didn't Dumbledore ever learn? They followed him across the rocks, Hermione almost slipping at one point and Ron catching her just in time. "Thank you," she whispered gratefully as the entrance finally loomed over them. Harry, far too happy about the circumstances, headed straight in and almost crashed into a solid rock wall. "Oh," he said, "that doesn't bode well." Dumbledore hummed thoughtfully and then came to the same realization Hermione did. "Blood," they said at the same time. "I can do it for you, sir." Hermione offered, brandishing her knife at the headmaster. He chuckled nervously. "That won't be necessary, Miss Granger, but thank you for the generous offer." Dumbledore quickly pressed his wand to his arm and muttered a spell, wiping the small cut along the wall. It vanished, and they found themselves in front of a very old and very smelly lake. "There's definitely dead bodies in here." Ron shifted nervously. "How do we get across?" Hermione asked in a clipped tone. "I'm not entirely certain." Dumbledore admitted, just as Harry giggled and grabbed onto something invisible, dangling from the floor slightly. As he pulled, a small boat arose from the murky water. Ron shrieked at the sight of a disembodied hand floating past it. Hermione whimpered. "Well, who goes across? We won't all fit." Hermione pointed out, tearing her terrified eyes away from the hand. Harry immediately jumped in the air, waving his arm wildly. Me, I too shall cross, Dumbledore said, unnecessarily eerily. Like seriously, Dumbledore, it's creepy enough as it is. Ron and Hermione watched with bated breath as Harry and Dumbledore crossed the lake, careful not to touch the water. They watched in horror as Harry was forced to feed Dumbledore shellful after shellful of a horrid potion that made him scream and beg and cry. Finally, Harry grabbed the necklace beneath and pocketed it, winking at Ron and Hermione. Dumbledore begged for water, but Harry just shook his head and called for Kreacher. Kreacher recoiled at the sight of the lake, but quickly recovered and took the headmaster back to Hogwarts. He popped back immediately afterwards, transferring Harry to edge of the lake where his friends were with ease. Then he left again, other tasks to complete. Harry didn't question the frying pan. Ron took a step toward Harry, but he slipped, the toe of his shoe making direct contact with the water. Before any of them could move, hundreds of Inferi emerged from the lake, heading straight for them. Hermione screamed. Harry and Ron quickly cast a fire spell to repel them, and the trio hurriedly backed out of the cave. Dobby was waiting for them on a rock outside. They hurried over to him, shaking and sweating but otherwise unharmed. "Ready?" Harry asked when they reached Dobby. Hermione and Ron took a deep breath and nodded, each holding one of Harry's hands. He relished in it, wanting to enjoy the peaceful moment with his friends before now was time for action, not thinking. "Ready," they chorused. Dumbledore thought the game was only just beginning. The truth was, it was already nearing its end. Hogwarts Castle, after Dumbledore and the trio's departure, Operation Birdie was in motion. A patroness had been sent to the Order and another to the twins, who were still being kept uninvolved by their mother. Neville and Draco had each gone to find their head of house after drinking the Felix Felicis to warn them of what Pansy was planning. Students were quickly and quietly evacuated. 6th and 7th years were allowed to choose to stay. Naturally, Luna, Ginny, and Astoria hid in the room of requirement so they could rejoin later. Colin followed them. Everyone else gathered in the Great Hall. A surprising number of students in the 2 upper years remained, including a few 6th-year Slytherins. Daphne took charge easily, bossing people about as if she was born into it, including the teachers. Neville and Draco came up with the strategy since they were the ones who drank the liquid luck, leaving just enough for Susan, who had a more important mission to take care of. Dean showed up looking bleary-eyed and star-crossed. "He ate some chocolate on Harry's bed," Seamus explained. "Love potion, I think." "Where is she?" Dean asked, scanning the room. "You promised me Romilda would be here." Snape rolled his eyes and administered the antidote. Dean, faintly embarrassed, turned to Daphne. "We're doing this today, then?" he asked. Daphne nodded. "Okay, 5th or 6th stratagem." "5th what?" Minerva asked. Daphne pinched the bridge of her nose and sighed exasperatedly. Draco snorted at the role reversal. "Start with 5th, Neville called out helpfully. "But okay, fine." Daphne waved at the Order members, the twins, Dudley and Shannon, who had just entered the Great Hall. How Dudley and Shannon were there was a mystery, but as said many times before, the wards were a mess. Justin looked shocked and worried at the sight of his very muggle sister preparing to fight in a magic war. She hugged him tightly. "Listen up," Daphne yelled, drawing everyone's attention immediately. "Right, we have 2 factions, Phoenixes and Hippogriffs." "OH, Operation Birdie, I get it now," Neville exclaimed. Draco rolled his eyes. "Phoenixes, no offense, but half of what I'm about to say is probably going to go right over your head, so you just stick to what you know and capture as many Death Eaters as possible, all right? Shouldn't Minerva be in charge, since she's acting headmistress in the headmaster's absence?" Remus pointed out. Daphne put her hands on her hips. "We've been preparing for this day for 3 years. By all means, go ahead and take over, but most of you will die. Wanna risk it?" Remus held his hands up in surrender. Daphne smirked. "That's what I thought. Phoenixes, you are the main offense to begin with. We'll be backing you up and helping defend where we can. When you hear a loud train whistle, we switch to stratagem 6. Hippogriffs will take over the offense and you'll be given your next instructions." The Order looked very uncomfortable at being told what to do, Moody especially. But none of them argued, not when the 2 boys currently high on luck potion were agreeing emphatically with everything Daphne said. Just at that moment, Susan walked into the hall, Kreacher at her heels. He was wiping his frying pan with a clean rag and a sadistic smirk. Susan's expression wasn't dissimilar. "The headmaster's arrived." She smirked, and down the potion Draco handed her. "He's a bit." tied up at the moment but should be joining us soon. Severus turned to Minerva. I have a feeling we won't be doing much. Fire whiskey in my office, she asked quietly. Severus nodded, but Sinistra blocked the door. You aren't going anywhere. Killjoy. Susan slipped back out of the room as soon as the Felix Felicis was in her system. Hogwarts Castle, normal time. The school was empty when Harry, Ron, and Hermione returned. Harry smiled good. They headed straight for the headmaster's office, where Susan was waiting for them. Creature stood next to her. Dumbledore was snoring loudly, a large lump forming on the top of his head and hands and feet bound up in ropes. He was sprawled across the floor. He asked for water, so I gave him some. Susan smiled innocently. Apparently sherbet lemons make him fall asleep. Who knew? No, they don't, Hermione said with a nervous grin. Only your special packet doused with dreamless sleep. Susan winked at her before letting her smile turn into a concerned frown. Are you all okay? What happened out there? Only what we already knew, Harry said, tossing her the necklace. Give that to Sirius for me. Of course. Susan tucked it safely in her pocket as they left the office and headed down the stairs. Hermione looked at Harry in confusion. Why can't you give it to him? She asked worriedly. Harry didn't answer, just smiled sadly at her and wrapped an arm each around Ron and Hermione. This is it, yeah, he said breathlessly. The final stand. Bye-bye, Moldy, Peeves cackled, floating past. Harry blinked. I honestly forgot about him, Harry said. Where has he been? No idea, mate. Ron shook his head. It's starting, listen. They paused. A series of loud crashes followed by Bellatrix's cackle greeted them. Harry took a deep breath. Susan squeezed his hand firmly, then let go. She darted off in the direction of the Great Hall. Let's do this. Voldemort smiled to himself as he lounged in his very fancy armchair in Malfoy Manor. Lucius may be in Azkaban and Narcissa a traitor, but no one was around to tell him to leave, so he didn't. It had been an uneventful day. He'd had meetings, received reports, and tortured Wormtail out of boredom. He'd resolutely ignored the silver ostrich following him around and quacking loudly. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it finally happened. The castle is ready for infiltration. The parrot patroness vanished at the same time as the ostrich and Voldemort stood slowly, pressing his wand to his arm. Only 3 of you, he said, looking at the gathered Death Eaters. Severus is there and ready. He and Parkinson will deal with Dumbledore. Bella, Amicus, Electo, you will go through the cabinet into the castle. Do as much damage as you can and make sure the job is done. Understood? Yes, my lord. Good, now go. It was only an hour after he left that he received news. The wards have fallen, Electo bowed, practically vibrating with excitement. The headmaster is dead. Potter has a pathetically small army waiting for your arrival. Well, Voldemort said, twirling his wand between his fingers. With Albus Dumbledore gone, who will protect the boy now? Harry Potter, it is time to die. He sent a single message through the mark. All the Death Eaters would meet him at the castle, ready for ambush. No one noticed Wormtail's dead body on the ground, silver arm wrapped tightly around his neck. Hermione and Ron followed Susan back to the Great Hall. Harry ducked under his cloak and grabbed Parkinson by the arm, dragging her behind a tapestry that covered the door to an empty classroom. I know you don't want this, Harry whispered hurriedly into her ear, so you need to trust me, okay? It took a few seconds, but Parkinson eventually nodded slowly. Harry released a breath he didn't know he had been holding. Okay, great. Here's what you need to do. Where is she? Bellatrix shrieked from the corridor. Harry hurriedly dropped a single hair into a vial of polyjuice and handed it to Susan, who had entered the hidden room via house elf. She held it up and muttered cheers before downing it in one gulp. Parkinson nodded to them with tear-filled eyes and then exited the way Susan had come. Harry donned his cloak and followed Susan, now disguised as Parkinson, out from behind the tapestry. There you are. Lead the way, girl, and be quick about it. Bellatrix ordered as soon as she saw what she thought was Parkinson. I go alone, Susan said tersely. You can see him after it's done. Bellatrix glared at her and refused to let her go alone, which was probably a wise move. Harry followed them through the corridors, up the staircase, and into Dumbledore's office. Just before they could both open the door, Harry, still invisible, grabbed Bellatrix by the hair and yanked her backwards. Ouch! She shrieked. Susan quickly slipped inside the office and the door clicked shut behind her. Bellatrix recovered quickly and burst into the room only to find Dumbledore sprawled on the floor, still tied up, the bump on his head an impressive shade of dark purple. He looked very dead. Harry willed for the pulse-hiding spell Hermione found in Snape's potions book to work as Bellatrix knelt down to press a bony finger to Dumbledore's throat. "Dead," she declared, smiling at Susan. "Good work, girl." "We killed Albusdumbledore. We killed Albusdumbledore." She grabbed Susan by the shoulders and hauled her out of the room. Harry cast the counter curse at Dumbledore and followed them, still invisible. "Albusdumbledore is dead," Bellatrix screeched to the Great Hall after throwing the doors open with a loud bang. Harry had to admit, whilst the crazy witch was evil and detestable, she certainly knew how to make an entrance. Harry was almost jealous. "Surrender now and go with your lives." Minerva crumpled to the floor, ashen-faced. Severus' grip on Draco's shoulder tightened. They might not like the headmaster, but him being dead was still a big loss. Flitwick gasped and Sprout burst into tears. The students were silent, pale and shaking. The Order raised their wands and pointed them at Bellatrix, faces white and expressions furious. Bellatrix danced through several curses aimed at her, singing "We killed Albus Dumbledore" over and over. Harry stashed his cloak in his pocket and entered the hall. He slipped Susan the Polyjuice antidote on his way past. "Oh, hello, Bella," he greeted her cheerfully. "Here to finish that game of tag." "You," she screeched. "Harry Potter, come to face your death now that there is no precious headmaster to protect you. Can I just point out?" Harry said evenly. "Currently, it's at least 100 of us to one of you. I think my chances of winning are pretty good, don't you agree?" Bellatrix cackled. "Oh no, Potter, the wards have fallen, you see. My lord is coming, along with his army. You are vastly outnumbered. Now my lord made me promise not to kill you," she pouted. "But he didn't say I couldn't torture you a little first." Harry opened his arms wide. "Go right ahead. Life has been so boring recently, I need a little something to spice it up." "You'll have to do, I suppose." "Harry," Sirius yelled angrily. Harry ignored him, giggling instead at the offended expression on Bellatrix's face. "I'll have to do," she hissed. "You mean to say I'm nothing but a rebound villain to you?" Harry nodded apologetically. "Sorry, unfortunately my scar says that Moldy has to be my one true villain. Although if it makes you feel better, you're much better at being evil than he is." "It does, thank you." Bellatrix nodded gratefully. "Shut your mouth, Sirius. You'll catch flies," Harry reprimanded without looking at him. Sirius snapped his mouth shut and glared ferociously at Harry. However, before Sirius could retort, there was a loud crash and the doors to the Great Hall burst open again. Harry had closed them on his way in. Hundreds of masked wizards poured into the room, no sign of their master among them. "Charge!" Daphne yelled, and with a roar, the students began putting their lessons to good use. Curses and jinxes flew around the room at a dizzying pace. The students went immediately on the defense and let the Order and the staff handle the offense. Death Eaters were wiped out one by one, but there were hundreds more of them than there were the other side. Draco and Neville were having a wonderful time. Giggling uncontrollably, they had a competition to see who could dodge the most spells without a shield. Felix shoved and pulled them left and right, and they laughed harder and harder. Susan rolled her eyes at their antics but eventually joined in, occasionally shoving people out of the firing line of more cruises. After only 10 minutes, and oddly enough, exactly when Dobby appeared with a massive sack, a train whistle echoed around the room. The Death Eaters watched, flabbergasted, as every single person except themselves disappeared. "Well, now what?" one demanded. "The Dark Lord is coming," another responded. "Until then, we split up and search." Stratagem 6. Daphne called across the room of requirement. "Hippogriffs, you know what that means. Find your kits and get back out there. Owls and phoenixes, the spare weapons are here. Please only choose ones you know how to work." Sirius grinned widely. "You have an illegal muggle weaponry," he exclaimed, clapping with delight. "I thought you just learnt defensive magic in your little club. That got boring last year," Harry said, no weapon in his hands. He did have a large knife in a holster around his waist. A horde of fly swatters with tiny little legs marched behind him. "Once we mastered nonverbal casting and some of us got pretty good at wandless magic, we moved on to Muggle war strategies. Besides, Hermione and Draco worked wonders on all of these." "What did they do?" Remus asked, looking hesitant. Harry grinned savagely. "You'll see," he said ominously, watching as Neville and Colin pulled Sprout out of the room. "Who are the owls?" Tonks asked curiously. "Anyone who isn't an HA member or part of the Order, of course, along with the House Elves. I thought that was obvious." Daphne turned to Harry and Susan, who shrugged. "Pretty clear to me," they said in unison. Tonks shook her head. "You're all so weird, you know that, right?" Daphne ignored her. Hippogriffs, find your partner. And drink some Felix before you go. Dobby just stole a batch from a banshee in Indonesia. Susan began handing the bottles of golden potions around the room, Dobby next to her with his sack. Why does a banshee have liquid luck? Padma asked, swallowing her potion in one gulp. Susan shrugged. Who cares? The fact that none of the Ha hesitated to drink the Felix showed their trust in Harry, his friends, and their crazy house elves. After none of the students died or got sick from the potions, the Order and the Hogwarts staff followed suit. Daphne whistled loudly. Everyone turned to look at her. Now, Draco will tell you your designated area to fight. Stick to it and try your best not to die, Daphne ordered. Quick march! Insane, Snape muttered, downing his portion of the luck potion. The Order watched as the Ha filtered out of the room, Ginny going unseen by her mother amongst the others, Luna and Astoria flanking her closely. Harry sought out Bellatrix immediately, poking her in the back like he had 2 years ago. Stratagem 6 relied on him keeping the most unpredictable Death Eater out of the fighting, as none of Valdi's other emo pals were quite as insane as she was. Hence, they were easier to plan for. The only one who could occupy the insane was the insane, so Harry keeping her distracted made the most sense. At least until Moldy arrived anyway. You're it! Harry shouted. Off he ran, Bellatrix hot on his heels. It was pure chaos. In the Great Hall, the Order dueled vigilantly, Felix keeping them from death. None of them quite dared to use the Muggle weapons except the twins, who were somewhere else in the castle wreaking plenty of havoc. Harry ignored them all as he ran past, briefly waving at Sirius, who was dueling Yaxley with Remus. Neville, Colin, and Sprout were in one of the towers, throwing cacti down at the Death Eaters. Several loud squeals could be heard by those who got hit. They clawed at their faces that were now riddled with needles. Moody seemed to find this especially funny, having abandoned his post in the hall to watch the chaos rain down elsewhere. Constant vigilance, he yelled at random intervals, pulling quills from Death Eaters' faces and jamming back in again roughly. As they howled in pain, he handcuffed them with Muggle handcuffs. Harry watched him in slight shock. Who knew Moody fought like a Muggle? The twins weaved in and out of different battles, making sure the Death Eaters were appropriately humiliated. Bad haircuts, crazy hair colors, strange ears and antlers. They also vanished a few noses, just for extra laughs. Their boomerangs attached to ropes were remarkably effective at tying up the Death Eaters in huge bundles. Harry shouted out more suggestions as he sprinted past them. Hermione used her nunchucks to knock out both Carrows in seconds, then she whipped up a storm at the giant's feet. Ron cackled next to her, using his club to whack the oncoming trolls with a vengeance. Still got it, he exclaimed, grinning as they fell down like dominoes. Hagrid cheered him on as he chased a herd of stamping the Strowls towards Voldemort's outer ranks. Split 'em up, boys, he roared. Go Percy, Harry cheered on his way past. Nice shot, William, he winked at Ron, who glared back. Hermione laughed and waved, her smile quickly turning to a frown when she saw just who Harry was running away from. Harry might have kept that part of Stratagem 6 between him and Susan. Really, Harry? Now? Hermione yelled exasperatedly after him. Daphne and Susan darted around all the Ha members, twin daggers flying through the air and returning back to them once they'd hit their mark. They both high-fived him as he barreled past them, Daphne sticking her foot out to try and trip up Bellatrix as she gave chase. Bellatrix avoided Daphne's foot, but Susan's well-timed kick sent her sprawling. Harry laughed loudly but kept moving. The house elves split into 3 factions. Dobby, Creature, and Pipsqueak. Winky was still in recovery, leading each. They all brandished a mixture of water pistols, frying pans, and tin lids. Harry's squadron of fly swatters abandoned him in favor of following the house elves instead. Traitors. Charge! Harry heard Creature cry. He kept on running. Seamus was using his water-to-rum spell mercilessly, setting enemies on fire whilst Dean put them out over and over again, snickering all the while. Harry saluted them both on his way past, and they cheered him on, narrowly avoiding the green curse sent their way by Bellatrix. Katie, Angelina, Alicia, and Oliver flew around the castle and grounds on broomsticks, hitting golf balls with cricket bats at unsuspecting Death Eaters. They worked as seamlessly together as they always did, despite Harry and Twin's absence. Hedwig, Fawkes, and Buckbeak swooped in and out of the battle, dive-bombing the Death Eaters and pecking them as much as physically possible. Harry swore Hedwig was carrying a rifle in her talons. Lavender and Parvati launched hundreds of crystal balls at their targets, Trelawney egging them on as she swung at a few Death Eaters with her bottle of fire whiskey. "Your death will not be in vain, Harry Potter," she shouted. Harry saluted her as well, smiling sadly. Parvati and Lavender's faces fell when they realized Harry hadn't denied it. Padma, Blaze, Lisa and Theo summoned the full number of gobstones and marbles there were in the castle, 12,634 to be precise, and used slingshots to fire them at the opposing sides' foreheads. The best part was once they landed on the ground, they made a fair few people trip up. Felix kept Harry's lot from slipping, though. Good old Felix. They waved at Harry, who waved back without slowing down. "I will whip you down." Hannah Abbott shouted, and she cracked her whip at anyone in her path. Harry backed away from the fire in her eyes and hoped he never got on the wrong side of her. Ernie and Justin watched her with mirth as they cast animation spells on chess sets to make the pieces swarm their targets. It was pretty clever of them, Harry had to admit. Minerva and Harry, who were very good friends with the suits or armor, had already won their allegiance. Harry left Minerva to cast the spell that would bring them to life as protectors of the castle. He overheard her demanding Seamus to stop setting Voldemort's idiotic followers on fire, Mr. Finnegan, and blow up the bridge instead. "Really?" Seamus asked hopefully. "Boom, just like that." "Boom," Minerva yelled, flanked by Reginald and Brenda. Reginald and Brenda deserved a mighty good polish after this. Speaking of polish. Filch prowled through the corridors, spilling slippery polish wherever he went. Harry smirked. "Hey, Harry, over here." Harry tossed 3 vials of Felix to Cedric, Fleur, and Victor, but still kept running. Draco fought alongside his mother and Snape, who made his true allegiance known. "I am loyal to no one but me," Snape said gleefully, foregoing his wand and punching Greyback square in the face. "Good shot," Remus complimented, hitting the werewolf with Ginny's favorite Abat bogey hex. 200 points to Snape, Harry called out as he ran past, flashing his Malfoy's minion badge at Draco with a wink. Draco glared at him, and Harry giggled as Bellatrix tried in vain to catch him. Run as fast as you can. You can't catch me, I'm the gingerbread man," he sang, just as Luna, Astoria, and Ginny flew into the Great Hall on broomsticks. They pelted everyone with the remains of Harry's gingerbread Hogwarts, now stale and rock-hard. Arthur Weasley used the distraction to summon Harry's secret stash of rubber ducks and set them on fire, using his wand to toss them at his targets. Harry liked the idea. It was pretty ingenious and right up his alley of completely mental, but he was a bit sad that his ducks had to suffer for it. "Itty-bitty Potter," Bellatrix hissed, grabbing Harry by the throat. He jumped, so distracted by pouting about his burning ducks he hadn't heard her catch up to him. "Hello." Harry greeted her cheerfully, pushing her off. "You finally caught me. Does that mean I'm it now?" "I suppose." Bellatrix tilted her head. "Want to ditch this lot and play in the forest? People keep getting in our way." Harry shrugged. "Sure, why not? We have some kill before Valdi arrives, I'm sure. Shall I give you a head start?" "Please." "Okay, you have 10 seconds. "But if anyone asks, then I'm trying to kill you, okay?" "Okay." "No, Lestrange is mine," Harry roared angrily when Molly raised her wand. Bellatrix grinned and fled. Harry counted to 10 and sprinted after her. He would have felt bad for leaving the others to fend for themselves, but he would know when Moldy arrived, and he was currently keeping the most dangerous Death Eater occupied. "Harry Potter, are you fleeing the war?" Ferenza asked curiously 10 minutes later. Harry shook his head. "Oh, just playing tag whilst we wait for the finale," he said, turning his head as to keep looking at the centaur he ran past and crashing headlong into a tree. Bellatrix bent over, screeching with laughter. "Hey, that's mean," Harry pouted, getting up and putting his glasses back on. "I don't want to play with you anymore." "Fine, be like that then," Bellatrix said snottily. She stalked off in a huff. I think I need to relearn to read the planets," Ferenza said, looking ill. Harry shrugged. "Ooh, Surveyor of Planets. Great nickname for next year. Thanks, Ferenza. I hope you all liked your bows and arrows we got you." "Very much, thank you," Ferenza shouted after him. Harry rejoined the battlefield. Everyone had moved outside and were fighting hard, but Harry could see that the Felix was starting to run out. Thankfully, just as he'd pushed Padma out of direct spell fire, Voldemort arrived in a swirl of black and green. Oddly enough, Harry's scar didn't really hurt. Probably because he'd gained the upper hand in the mental connection. He glared at Harry across the courtyard. Harry grinned back. Voldemort raised a hand and all his followers backed down, falling back to watch the carnage with bloodthirsty grins. "Hey, Barbie, you're out of jail," Harry said joyfully, finding Lucius in the crowd. "Does that mean you can tell us where to find the peacocks? Gellert is really missing them, you know." Draco hit himself in the forehead with a loud groan. Enough, Voldemort said hoarsely. Silence! Harry heard the order and the rest draw to a sudden stop behind him, and Voldemort once again erected his favorite ward. Voldemort and Harry would be seen and heard by all, but inside the ward it was just Harry Potter and Voldemort. They wouldn't hear anyone else. Voldemort's snake rested at his heels. Harry smirked at it. Hello, Tommy. Harry wrinkled his nose. Actually, I'll stick with Moldy since that's what you smell like. Not that you'd know noseless. You insolent, Voldemort raised his wand. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, destined to die. How does it feel to admit defeat now that the headmaster can no longer protect you? Well, he was a bit pants at the ministry last year. He wasn't there in my 4th year for your weird rebirth thing, or in the chamber, or with the stone, so I'd say I have a pretty good track record of beating you myself, actually. Harry counted each point he made on his fingers as he spoke. And honestly, with these wards, it was bound to happen soon enough. Yes, the school is rather poorly protected. Now, Harry Potter, any final words? Voldemort twirled his wand between his fingers. Yes, actually. UMBRIDGESDINKS. Okay, you can kill me now. Harry opened his arms wide with a smile. He briefly looked at Remus and Sirius, who were both glaring at him heatedly and looked like they were going to cry. Whoops. Oh well, they couldn't kill a dead man. Harry knew he would have to die. He had known for a long time and had hidden it well. Inside, he was a mess of anxiety and sadness, but he knew the wizarding world relied on his sacrifice, so he had no choice. Harry opened his eyes. Voldemort was staring at him, momentarily stunned. Hurry up, then, Harry urged him, wriggling his fingers invitingly. What? No, you have to fight for your life. That's how this works. Voldemort raged. Harry blinked. It is. How strange. Okay, fine, if that's what you want, I guess. But we do it my way. Oh, verbal dance battle, Harry stated as he and Voldemort began to circle each other. He was quite glad he now had his back to his friends and couldn't see theirs and the Order's faces. He knew he would be done for if he wasn't already going to die today. I'll start. How about before you kill me, I tell you a little secret? How pathetic. Your secrets are meaningless to me. Voldemort raised his wand. Harry lifted a brow, even ones about prophecies. Voldemort paused. You willingly offer such valuable information. Are you insane, Potter? Yes, very, Harry confirmed. Also, if you can hear me, Colin, take pictures and some notes for dear old Rita, would you? Colin gave him a thumbs up. Thanks, mate. If I wasn't about to die, I'd owe you one, so I'll let Daphne owe you one instead. Voldemort blinked. Go on, then. Tell me about the prophecy, he ordered. Harry crossed his arms. Say please. What? No, Voldemort snarled. Say it. Harry demanded, raising his eyebrows and tapping his left foot on the ground in obvious impatience. Never, Harry sighed. I'll count to 3, 1, 2. Fine, please, Voldemort hissed, looking like he was going to murder Harry any second, which, to be fair, he was. Harry smiled. Good job. Now the secret. You know the prophecy, but you don't know the full thing, unless you do. Wait, do you? No. Well, the secret is. Harry leaned closer. Voldemort subconsciously did the same. Harry smiled and used the telepathic connection he had with Voldemort for the last time. He watched as Voldemort's face twisted with rage as the projected image of the prophecy being hurled into the veil of death reached his mind. AVADA-KEDAVRA. Harry closed his eyes and embraced the green light with a small smile. Hello, son. Harry got to his feet and grimaced at the Horcrux piece at his feet. Hi, Dad. James looked a bit hurt. I was expecting a more enthusiastic reunion, I'm not going to lie to you. I was thinking more, oh my gosh, it's my dad who I've not seen since he was a weird specter at Voldemort's resurrection. I need to give him a big hug and cry right now. You can see why I'm offended, right? Harry tilted his head. Not really, no, James pouted. Lily, your son is bullying me. Harry perked up. Mum's here. Lily stepped forwards. Of course I am. Mum. Harry barreled into his mum's arms to hide his smirk from his dad. Messing with people was so fun, even in the afterlife, James tutted loudly. He is so much like you, he said to Lily, who smiled proudly and pulled back to study Harry's face. I still remember that one time me and Sirius went out on an order mission and you were happier to see him than me. Lily grinned. Oh, sweetie, did I upset you? James pouted. Yes, you did. Good. James made a frustrated sound in his throat and Harry decided it was high time to mess with his mum too. Was that because he had forgotten your anniversary? He asked innocently. Lily's eyes widened. How do you know that? She asked as James had his light bulb moment. That makes so much more sense, he exclaimed. Why didn't you tell me? Lily smirked. You didn't ask. Harry laughed loudly and James gaped like a fish. You two are as bad as each other. He grumbled. Psychopaths, both of you. Someone from next to James snorted. Harry wriggled away from his mum to stare at the newcomer. Regulus Black studied him with such a Draco Malfoy look that Harry had to stifle giggle. Eventually, Regulus nodded regally and Harry grinned back. The reality of Harry's current situation set in. As much as he was loving being with his parents, he missed his friends and other family still at Hogwarts. His friends knew what needed to be done, and they all had the strength to do it. He just hoped that they won and none of them died, even if he sort of selfishly wanted to see them again sooner rather than later. He could probably keep an eye on them like his parents had for him. Harry didn't like death. It's why all of their battle strategies aimed to keep as many people alive as possible. Obviously, Voldemort couldn't be saved, as he had already mutilated his soul beyond recognition. It was kinder to kill him. Some of the more dangerous Death Eaters, like Bellatrix, would likely have to be taken out completely as well, but most of Valdy's emo pals were dumb fools who would be easy to keep in Azkaban and out of the way. "So I'm dead," Harry announced flatly. His parents smiled at him and Regulus rose a brow. "Clearly," he drawled. Lily elbowed him in the ribs. "Ow, you're as bad as Dorcas, I swear." "I can see why you and Snape were friends," Harry told him. Regulus smirked. "Who is as bad as me?" A girl Harry assumed was Dorcas walked towards them, followed by 3 other people. 2 of them looked very familiar, but they were still Harry whispered, staring at Alice and Frank Longbottom. "No offense, I'm kind of really happy for you. Being stuck in a Crucio-riddled body would suck." Alice laughed. "We go back to our earthly bodies when my son comes to visit just so see him. Most of the time we're up here. We are more dead than alive now," Frank said with a sad smile. "It won't be long before we can no longer return to our earthly bodies." "Jamie, you're an idiot." The blonde Harry didn't recognize grabbed Harry's face and started tilting it this way and that, rudely interrupting Harry's conversation. Lily rolled her eyes, clearly used to whoever this blonde was. She reminded Harry of Daphne. "He's basically Lily with Potter hair. All that my son is a carbon copy of me was utter B." "Don't you dare finish that sentence, Marlene," Lily warned. Marlene huffed. "Oh yeah, definitely like Daphne." James dramatically clutched his chest. "Ouch, Marles, that hurt." Harry looked between them. "O.H. Marlene McKinnon," Marlene nodded, looking slightly offended. "If I hadn't been brutally murdered by Moldapants-Face, I would have been your Auntie Marlene." "And I'm way better than Remus and Sirius because we're actually blood-related." Harry blinked. "We are. Also, I'm totally stealing that nickname for Moldy. It's perfect." James nodded. "Marlene is my cousin, my mum's sister's daughter. If they weren't all dead, you'd have lived with them." "Oh, is this the afterlife then? Because it's very empty." "No, this is just a passing place," James explained. "The first to ever be created, since you're the only person who has ever died but not really died before." "Usually it's cut and dry," Marlene added. "You have Lily's cheekbones. Lucky because James make him look like a James covered her mouth and then yelled out in disgust when she licked the palm of his hand." Harry remembered something similar happening with Daphne on multiple occasions and smiled sadly. He missed Sister. And Ron and Hermione and Susan and Draco and Neville and Ginny and Luna and Astoria. And everyone else. Harry then realized exactly what his dad had just said. "Dead but not really dead. You mean I could still go back?" Lily brushed Harry's hair out of his face. "The part of Moldy's soul that was in your scar is dead. You, my wonder child, are still very much alive." "So why am I here?" Harry asked, staring around at the odd assortment of his dead relatives and their friends. "So we could see you, of course," James exclaimed. "We couldn't let you go back without you knowing how proud we are of you. And we need you to wind up Sirius, Remus, and Snape for us." Marlene added enthusiastically. Regulus smirked. "Sirius is easy. The silent treatment works wonders when you're angry with him. Tell him I say hello, won't you?" "Of course," Harry nodded. "Hide a clock in Save's office. The mysterious ticking noise will drive him crazy," Lily suggested. "If Remus or Sirius are annoying you, upsetting you, or otherwise misbehaving, switch all of Remus chocolate for the kind with nuts in and put itching powder in the pockets of Sirius leather jackets. Works like a charm every time." James grinned. "This is why I married you. Ignore whoever says it was us marauders who caused the most chaos at Hogwarts. Pup, your mum was always the mental one." Harry felt hope bubble in his chest. "I can go back?" he asked. "You mean it?" "Harry!" several people screamed. Many fell to the ground, sobbing hard. Severus wrapped an arm around Minerva, who sobbed into his chest. Sirius let out a strangled cry and stumbled. Remus was the only thing keeping him upright. Remus himself was crying silently, looking everywhere but Harry's body on the ground. Molly clung to Arthur and let out a single, anguished wail. Harry was practically her son, and he was gone. Charlie put a hand on each of the twins' shoulders. For the first time in the twins' lives, there was no sparkle in their eyes. They stared in horror at Harry, blinking back tears. Bill held Ginny tightly, who buried her head into his chest as she cried. Dudley was frozen in shock. The Haws' faces were pale, and many of them were crying silently. Harry's Quidditch teammates squeezed each other's hands tightly to keep from crying. Luna watched everyone with a sad, knowing sort of smile. For some reason, she stood in between Trelawney and Sinistra, who wore similar expressions of knowing sadness. Narcissa gripped Draco's hand. Draco stood still, ashen-faced and eyes filled with tears. Ron and Hermione collapsed into each other, too shocked to cry or scream or react any stronger than to stare at their best friend's body in agonized horror. Daphne fell silently to her knees and glared at Voldemort with unbridled fury. Susan stepped forwards as soon as the barrier broke. So did Neville. "I will end you," Susan yelled, wand pointed at Voldemort's heart. One of his Death Eaters quickly cast the Cruciatus curse at her before she could get any closer to Voldemort, who was still laughing in celebration at Harry's defeat. Bellatrix looked oddly solemn. Susan screamed in pain just as Amelia Bones arrived, eyes frantic and expression furious. "Not my niece, you stinky, furry-faced dingbat," she roared at Greyback, before giving him his second punch to the face that day. The spell was lifted, and Susan rolled to the side, tears streaming down her face and her anguished sobs echoing in the grief-filled silence. Draco and Hannah hauled her back and away from Voldemort, their own eyes filled with unshed tears. Susan had known, the only one of Harry's friends who did, but it didn't make the pain any less. Neville took the distraction and used it. "Accio Monte!" He caught the hat deftly and pulled out the sword of Gryffindor. He sliced Nagini's head off in one fell swoop. No one seemed to notice, not even Voldemort. Neville felt a single pair of eyes on him and turned around. Luna smiled at him and winked. Her wand was out and Neville noticed a small ward around him and the snake. He smiled gratefully at her. Neville returned to his friend's sides and the ward dropped, revealing the dead snake. Neville hid the sword behind his back and whistled innocently, still slightly high on Felix. Then he remembered Harry was dead and stopped to scowl at Voldemort instead, grief suddenly crushing him now that his allocated job was done. No one moved. Voldemort felt accomplished and knew he now had the upper hand, but wasn't really sure what to do now his two biggest enemies were gone. Some more torture and murder, maybe, perhaps later. For now, he needed to give his ultimatum. "Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore are dead," he declared in a loud, commanding tone. "The ministry will be mine by the morning. Surrender now, or you will be detained and killed." "Kill me, then," Daphne exclaimed, shaking free of Astoria's grasp. "I'd rather die than live on this foul planet with the likes of you." Voldemort sneered at her. "Have it your way, then, girl." Avadake Sirius launched himself at Daphne and knocked her to the ground, the green light narrowly missing them both. "He wouldn't want you to die, too," Sirius said raggedly. "He needs us to win this for him." Nerva, chalk-white, stepped forwards. "Let the children go." Her voice shook with suppressed grief and rage. "Do with the rest of us what you will." "I think not." Voldemort twirled his wand and smirked. Severus stepped forwards. "No," Severus said calmly, folding his arms and looking everywhere but Harry's body on the ground. Do as I say, traitor," Voldemort roared, jabbing his wand at Severus and sending a red spell at him. Severus deflected it with a flick of his wand. "No, you will pay for your crimes, Severus, do you understand? Your death will not be quick or painless." Voldemort hissed something in Parseltongue. Nothing happened. He scanned the area for his snake and screeched in rage when he saw her head 3 feet away from her body. Severus smirked. "Oh dear, my lord, it appears the schoolchildren have bested you once again. How pathetic." "Ha ha, nice one, Glitter Sparkles." Voldemort froze. "Who said that?" he asked, watching the looks of shock and delight that suddenly appeared on the opposing sides' faces with apprehension and slight fear. "Me, Moldapants face." Harry swung a frying pan at Voldemort's head with a sickening crack. "You can thank Marlene McKinnon for that one." Then he grabbed Voldemort by the neck and yanked him so hard they both toppled into the Black Lake. Sirius, Ron, Neville, the twins, Dean, Seamus, and surprisingly Draco whooped loudly. Susan, Daphne, and Hermione laughed in delight and hugged each other tightly. Ginny and Astoria cheered. The Hawk clapped, smiling broadly. Molly wept with relief, Remus and Minerva doing the same. Luna smiled serenely. Snape naturally removed 10 points from Gryffindor for calling a professor names. Naturally, it still didn't work and no points were lost. Potter! Voldemort spluttered as he tried to regain his balance, covered in bits of soggy lake plant. Yep, it's me. I'm alive. Which is sort of unexpected, but I've done it many times before, so also entirely predictable, Harry said brightly. I had a very nice chat with Mum and Dad. I reckon they'll be visiting us soon. How? Voldemort croaked, shock stopping him from killing the brat again just yet. What? How will my parents visit? By train, of course. No, fool, how are you alive? Voldemort snarled. Well, since you asked, I'll tell you, Harry said. It all started on a lovely summer's day 2 years ago-ish. Summer before 5th year, Grimmauld Place, filthy traitor's godson should not be in here, Creature said crossly. Harry jumped, holding his hands out in surrender as he walked backwards a few steps. I'm sorry, Harry said hurriedly. It's Creature scowled. Can you hear it? Harry asked suddenly. No, filthy master's godson is insane, Creature said. Harry rolled his eyes. No, well, yes, but listen, that locket, the one there, it's whispering. It's like Creature's eyes went as wide as saucers. You can hear Master Regulus locket, Harry blinked. Yeah, what's wrong with it? Creature burst into sobs. Harry stood awkwardly, watching as the elf wailed. He wasn't good with crying people. Creature failed, he wailed. Creature failed Master Regulus. Harry shifted from foot to foot. Why don't you start at the beginning? Harry offered. Then I can help you fulfill whatever it was you failed at if you like, as long as it's not anything evil. Creature scoffed but explained his story between sobs. Harry felt his headache grow. Horcruxes. Voldemort had split his soul. That explained a lot. Was he really that scared of dying? Well, his name in French did mean flight from death if Hermione was to be believed, which she was, obviously. How do you destroy them? Harry asked. Creature gave him a few different methods. Harry, who was totally completely sane and definitely not a bit of an adrenaline junkie, thought Fiendfire sounded pretty cool. When he returned the next day, the locket had been moved. Harry searched the entire house but couldn't find it anywhere. Eventually, he asked Sirius, who directed him to the 3rd-floor drawing room and gave him the password. Harry spent days pondering this new information, pretending he was just thinking about the Order and this prophecy they were protecting. He had his suspicions about why he could hear the locket whispering. Once his hearing was over and the prophecy stolen, his and Susan's plan was already in motion. He would tell his friends about the Horcruxes. Maybe, but there were some things they didn't need to know. He waited until after his ministry visit and hearing, just in case his suspicions were proved wrong at the ministry. He didn't realize how destructive Fiendfire was, but luckily Creature had foresight to use his elf magic to ensure everyone was outside, along with all the furniture and their belongings, which definitely didn't look strange to the Muggles at all. Summer before 5th year, Department of Mysteries. So what does that mean for me then? Harry asked Susan, frowning. One of us has to die. Harry's hearing was over. Colin was somewhere in the ministry waiting for them, still covered by Harry's invisibility cloak. Harry had sort of let Arthur Weasley believe he was on a date, so that he and Susan would be left alone to break into the Department of Mysteries. It was deceivingly easy, as a lovely unspeakable called Emily Jairn had been fired that morning, but was expected to finish her shift, so she let them in as revenge on Umbridge, who had fired her for being a werewolf. Potentially. Although the wording is interesting, neither can live whilst the other survives, almost as if your life is no, that would be impossible. What? Harry asked her urgently. Susan, just tell me, please. Susan sighed, and Harry hated the tears he could see in her eyes. He'd gotten closer to her in 4th year, but he only really started to know her well about a week or so before their little heist. People crying made him uncomfortable anyway, almost as if your life is what is keeping him alive. Or vice versa. A single tear trickled down her cheek. Harry sat down on the floor with a thud. Oh! He stared into the veil of death, and Susan didn't hesitate to join him, nudging her arm into his in a show of support. After a few minutes of processing, Harry took a deep breath. He hadn't realized he'd been crying, but his cheeks were noticeably wet. So, what sort of connection means the life of one wizard can tether another? Harry asked sullenly, having a feeling he already knew. Susan shrugged. No idea. I think we should go and find Mr. Weasley now. We can speak to your friends as soon as my auntie lets me come and stay with you. The Black Family Library will have some books that might help. You're staying at a Black family property, right? I do not want to know how you found that out, Harry said, his attempt at a smile looking more like a grimace. But yeah, Sirius will have to give you the address. Susan rolled her eyes. I know because you told me, Potter. Harry smirked at her, but it quickly turned into a frown. Are you sure you're happy to help with this? He asked quietly. Of course. Susan looked at Harry defiantly. I know how it feels to be an orphan, Harry. I'm not abandoning you. Your friends won't either. Our friends, Harry corrected firmly. If you're friends with me, then you're friends with all of us. They smiled at each other and then both turned their gazes to the prophecy in Harry's arms. What should we do with it? Susan whispered. Harry grinned savagely and launched it into the veil. If anyone asks, we smashed it, he said. Susan nodded in agreement. Now, before we get out of here, I need to tell you something Creature and I discovered last week. I think it will help us destroy Voldemort. I haven't told the others yet, but now I've heard the prophecy, I think it's time. Summer before 5th year, Grimmauld Place, so according to Regulus, Voldemort split his soul into 7 pieces. Which means aside from himself, there's 6 vessels, Hermione said. He's written down the objects too, but locating them will be tricky. Creature had taken a while to remember the existence of Regulus' journal. They searched Regulus' bedroom. He'd hidden it well and it was warded heavily. Luckily for Harry, Daphne was there to help with that issue. Apparently Regulus wrote down everything Voldemort told him, which was incredibly reckless and dangerous. But Voldemort wasn't exactly smart, just scary. Kind Regulus was also a master occlumens, so Voldemort really had no way of knowing. Creature had only guessed what Regulus wrote in his journal, but it was the best lead they had. They had been on the brink of giving up the hunt when Draco spotted an extremely small rune on the back top left corner of the wardrobe. It's a starting point, Susan said. The Hogwarts ghosts might be able to tell us about the diadem. Zacharias Smith is a descendant of Helga Hufflepuff. He brags about it all the time. He might know about the cup. The snake is wherever Valdi is, Neville added, and the diary and locket are gone, so it is just the ring. We can do this, Daphne nodded resolutely. Valdi doesn't even know we know yet, so we have time. Look how quickly we've gathered information already. We're winning, Ron cheered. Harry's smile didn't reach his eyes. The rest of his friends didn't notice as they scrambled to either go and eat lunch or dive into more research. Susan, however, stood at his side. You've figured it out, haven't you? Harry said, smile dropping. Susan nodded. Neither can live, she said simply. We'll find a way, Harry. I don't think there's ever been a living Horcrux, but we will find a way to remove it without you dying. He will not win. He will not win, Harry echoed. Susan's hand twitched next to his, but neither one of them moved. Whatever it takes. Hey, Creature, want to be my house elf? Summer before 5th year, Grimmauld Place, I know what you're doing. Harry spun around to face Bill, who was leaning casually in the kitchen doorway. What do you mean? He asked warily. I'm a curse breaker, Harry. I work with goblins, the slyest nation to ever exist. I know you've stolen paperwork. I know you've heard the prophecy. I cheated a little bit with the Horcruxes. I overheard you and the others talking about them. Bill smiled at the dumbfounded look on Harry's face. Don't worry, I won't tell Professor Dumbledore. Harry sighed with relief. However, you have to let me help. How? Harry asked skeptically. Bill smiled. However you need. I can help track things down or ask the goblins for advice, such as how to destroy the Horcrux in your scar. How do you know about that? Harry hissed, touching his scar reflexively. Bill grinned. You told Sirius you had a piece of Voldemort stuck in your head. I'm not an idiot, Harry. Whilst you are very much crazy by nature at this point, I know some of it is still very much fake. Yeah, well, Harry avoided eye contact. Thanks, I guess, but please don't tell anyone. I won't, Bill promised. I can swear on my magic if you need me to. Please, Harry said, and if you wouldn't mind trying to track down an elusive ring, it's the only object on the list we have no leads on. Right away, sir. Bill mock saluted and Harry smiled at him. And Bill, yes, thank you. Bill smiled as Harry gently squeezed past him and dashed upstairs. He vowed to himself he would do his best for Harry, who was basically his 6th brother at this point. 5th year, Great Hall, I spoke to Smith. Susan muttered as she joined them at the Hufflepuff table. He gave me his aunt's address. I sent her an owl last week and she wrote back this morning. Hermione frowned. What did you tell Smith? Just that I was doing a research project on the founders to enhance my portfolio for when I graduate. Susan said airily. Hermione smirked. Nice, so what did his aunt say? She didn't. Smith said she was a bit batty and to expect to hear from her house elf instead. The elf was very helpful. No, Harry said immediately. We aren't adopting a 3rd house elf. The 2 we've got already prefer you anyway. 4th, Susan said, slightly petulantly. Because you put Winky on the wait list. She was sad and lonely with a drinking problem, and I'm still currently her favorite for once. It was a necessary action. Hermione giggled and Susan rolled her eyes. Anyway, the elf said the heirloom was stolen shortly after a visit from a young man who called himself Tom Riddle. She didn't know where it went after. Neville frowned. Let's think a minute. Malfoy had the diary, so clearly he was trusted. Who else does Voldemort trust? Harry brightened. Luna, super spy powers activate. Sorry, the Nargles are cross with me today. She sighed. Ginny laughed. Harry pouted. If only we have a way of peering into his head. Harry shook his head sadly. He had an idea of his telepathic link but hadn't yet figured out how to exploit it. Bellatrix might have a Horcrux, Neville said suddenly. Think about it. She's Voldemort's right-hand woman. If he gave one to Malfoy, he almost definitely gave one to her. And what's supposedly the safest place aside from Hogwarts? Gringotts, Harry exclaimed. I've always wanted to try and break in just for fun. Want to come with Susan? Depends, are you aiming to start a goblin war? She asked curiously. No, I'll make a bet with the goblins before my attempt, and then when I succeed, I'll give them back the sword of Gryffindor. It's goblin-made, you know. Doesn't Dumbledore have it? Daphne asked. Yes. Can we stop plotting how to steal from the most bloodthirsty species in Britain and the most esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts and focus on how to check Bellatrix's vault for the Horcruxes? Hermione asked crossly. I have an idea, Harry said. Here's the plan. High tea, we think there's a worm in one of your relatives' piggy banks. Fancy playing dress-up to help us rescue it. If you do, I'll tell Lockhart he's a zookeeper to make your mum's life both more bearable and much more difficult at the same time. Stay clumsy, H. Harry. It's a deal. Stay crazy. T. Harry upheld his end of the bargain first. After plotting for a while how to go about getting into Gringotts, the opportunity arose when Bellatrix herself broke out of Azkaban, just after Harry finally discovered how to use the link to Voldemort properly. Okay, so how about I try and possess? No. Daphne said firmly. No way. Fine, Harry sulked. He made use of the twins' well-timed distraction to sneak out of the exam hall. A polyjuiced Dobby sat in his place, which was perfectly acceptable because they were only the mock exams. He had Creature pop him over to Diagon Alley. He loved having a black family elf. It came in very useful when bypassing Hogwarts' shabby wards, and smiled when he saw Bill and Tonks waiting by Ollivanders. Bill went into Gringotts first, and a few minutes later Tonks, now Bellatrix, swept in alone. Harry, who was under the invisibility cloak, was quite impressed with her sudden grace. The goblins fell for it, which was awesome. They did a blood test, which came back positive because Tonks had black family blood, which is all the low-level blood test searched for. They were taken directly to the vault. She grabbed the cup and placed it in her bag, then she left. 5 minutes later, Harry and Tonks entered the bank as themselves and completely visible. Bill met with them, looking pleased. The goblins can remove the Horcrux, Harry, he said excitedly once they were in a private meeting room. For a small fee, of course, but it can be done without killing you. Harry just smiled. He knew his answer and why. 5th year, Hogwarts Castle, the tiara was my mother's. It's still here in the castle. A handsome boy, Tom Riddle, returned it here years ago. Do you know where? I do not, but Hogwarts will always help those who ask for it. Which isn't very good security, but go figure, Harry said. Thank you, Miss Ravenclaw. Come on, Ginny, let's go. They hurried to the Great Hall and dragged the others off. What did she mean? How do we ask Hogwarts? Ron asked once they were all in the library. He was scowling, still annoyed about missing half his lunch. No idea, Draco said glumly. Hermione slapped her hand to her forehead. The room of requirement, she exclaimed, and they all sprinted for the 5th floor. Hogwarts Castle, the Chamber of Secrets, it's so much worse than I remember. Ron grimaced as they stomped through bones and dirt. And it stinks. There's a rotting corpse down here. What did you expect? A disco party? Daphne retorted sarcastically, wrinkling her nose as the stench grew stronger. Here, Harry said, and led them all through to the main chamber. Ginny had stayed behind with Astoria and Luna, not wanting to relive her trauma. They were trying to keep the younger 3 girls out of most of it anyway, even though they knew about the Horcruxes. Gross, Susan deadpanned. Will this one do? She walked up to the corpse and snapped off a fang. Yep, Harry grinned. Stab away, Sue. The Gaunt House, summer before 6th year, so this is where the descendants of Slytherin ended up, Harry asked Bill as they walked towards a decrepit house. They had snuck out during an order meeting Bill claimed he couldn't attend due to work, which wasn't exactly a lie. He was sort of working, technically, at a stretch. Shouldn't they live somewhere more fancy, like that one? That's a muggle house, Bill said, shaking his head. In the middle of a Muggle village. I know, it's where Valdy's dad lived. I've been there, Harry said, wondering why the descendants of Slytherin chose to live so close to Muggles. You have? Bill asked, eyebrows raised. Yeah, it's where I met Valdy face to face for the 4th time. Right. Well, it's lucky you managed to see into his mind. We never would have found this place otherwise, Bill said sarcastically. Still not pleased, Harry was refusing to have the Horcrux removed just so he could have an advantage in a war that wasn't even his to fight. And it's lucky I brought Daphne. She's amazing at wards, Harry quipped back. Bill looked mildly insulted, but saw Harry's point when the blonde girl managed to dismantle more wards in 5 seconds than Bill could do in 5 minutes. Want a job? He asked her. Daphne blushed. Harry ignored them both and skipped into the house. Guys, this place is so cool, he yelled. Watch out for the knives, I think the place is booby-trapped. Oh, a shiny red button, I'm going to press it. Wee! Daphne scowled as the sounds grew fainter and fainter. Guys, I may be stuck in a hole. Daphne sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. Of course he is. Can we just leave him in there for a bit? Bill shrugged. Sure, why not? They tore the house apart, Harry complaining from the hole in the middle of the kitchen floor. There was no shiny red button in sight, but there was a shiny golden goblet on the table that had clearly been picked up and dropped in shock. Honestly, Harry could be as bad as a niffler when it came to shiny golden things. He blamed it on being a seeker, but his friends knew better. Eventually, they located the ring, Harry shouting out ideas and random reptile facts from the hole. Daphne reached out to touch it, but Bill grabbed her wrist. Don't, he warned. It will definitely kill you. Guys, if you want to destroy it, you'll have to get me out of this hole, Harry shouted smugly. I have the basilisk fang. Akio basilisk fang, Daphne said, waving her wand. She wasn't bothered by the threat of the statue of secrecy, not when the Ministry were too busy worrying about the imminent war. Hey, that's cheating. Bill quickly stabbed the ring, smirking, then his jaw dropped in shock. No way, he breathed. What? Harry said, peering over his shoulder. Bill jumped. Sorry, I got bored, so I had Dobby come and rescue me. Ooh, that's a pretty stone. What's that symbol on it for? Grimmauld Place, summer before 6th year, so the tale of the 3 brothers is real. Harry has the cloak, which is a family heirloom, and therefore he is a descendant of the literal Peveril brothers, Ron asked, shocked. Mate, next you'll tell me you're secretly a king. Harry said. Ron fainted. Luna giggled. Anyway, so we have the cloak and the stone, but no idea about the Elder Wand. Dumbledore, Draco said instantly. I vaguely remember reading somewhere that Grindelwald believed he had possession of it. Everyone thought he was crazy. Dumbledore disarmed him, and it never came up again. Oh, how fun. Susan, can I please rob the headmaster? Pretty please. Sure, go ahead. Harry pumped the air with his fist. But wait until we've sorted Valdy first. Harry sighed. Okay, he said miserably. But we can't let him keep it forever because he's an irresponsible grown-up. Hogwarts grounds, normal time, and that is how a group of teenagers found out about your master plan and foiled it. My, we were even younger than you were when you first put this plan in action. How poetic. Harry clapped his hands once and very carefully avoided looking at anyone else. You still owe me a Gringotts break-in, Potter, Susan called out. Harry gave her a thumbs up. Harry grinned widely at Voldemort. I still haven't decided whether it was the fact I was a Horcrux that allowed me to live or the crazy amount of luck potion I ingested. You know, I think I'm slightly high right now. Me too, Draco and Neville chorused. Oh, also, Harry grinned and rolled up his sleeve. Look, Seamus, Dean, it's gone. What's gone? Hannah asked curiously. Dean rolled his eyes. His super cool danger mark. He and the rest of their divination class said in unison. Harry smiled proudly. He had no idea if his actual scar was still there or not, but he also didn't really care. When his name came out of the goblet, he wanted to make a name for himself that was separate from heroics and his scar. Now he'd achieved that by being a complete and utter madman, he didn't hate his scar as much as he once did. Sort of poetic if you didn't think about it too much. You know, Tom, Voldemort flinched. The crazy glint in the Harry's eyes had vanished in a millisecond, and the child before him was now a warrior. The last line in the prophecy, neither can live while the other survives, is the only part that really mattered, the bit you wanted to know so badly, and that single line alone led to your downfall. Voldemort raised his wand. Harry raised his. As long as I was alive with a bit of you in my head, you could come back. But now, all of those are gone. I had to die to get rid of the Horcrux you put in me, which also means you couldn't live if I died. Maybe the prophecy isn't actually that smart. Sorry, Professor Trelawney. But know this, Tom. Harry took a step forwards. As long as I live, you will not survive, because I would die sooner than let you take over this world. EXBLLIRMUS. AVADAKEDAVRA. The spells collided. Harry's parents smiled at him proudly and waved merrily at Remus and Sirius. Harry pushed on and pushed and pushed. More and more shadowy figures appeared out of his wand. Regulus cheered loudly and blew a loud raspberry at Voldemort, then waved merrily at Sirius and Creature, who were both sobbing. Marlene gave Harry a thumbs up and Dorcas rolled her eyes. Alice and Frank didn't show, but Voldemort hadn't killed them. He technically only killed Regulus indirectly, but it must have still counted. The muggle from the Riddle house, Frank Bryce, was also there, waving his walking stick and yelling at Voldemort. Voldemort's resolve broke and so did his wand. It was over. "We won!" Susan yelled, throwing herself at Harry. "We won!" Bellatrix screeched with unbridled rage. Hedwig suddenly swooped low from where she had been circling the fight from above with Fawkes and Buckbeak. Cruci bang! Bellatrix's spell died on her lips and she fell to the floor, dead. Dudley smirked and lightly tossed the gun in the air. "Anyone else?" he asked. Hedwig trilled happily, no longer carrying a gun. How peculiar. The rest of the Death Eaters fled, or tried to anyway. Daphne's quickly erected wards prevented them from going anywhere and they were detained by the order. "Ha! Take that, you psycho-killing machines!" Monty the Sorting Hat cackled loudly from Neville's arms. Neville almost dropped him in surprise. "Ron was right again," Dean exclaimed. Harry's cousin really did kill the hyena. Harry found himself in a dog pile of humans. Sirius, Remus, all the Weasleys and all his friends fought over hugging him, making sure he was really there, really alive. A cheerful voice interrupted the reunion. "Ah, hello everyone. The castle is in a bit of a state. Did I miss another Weasley prank?" "Albus," Minerva whispered. "But you're dead." "Dead," Dumbledore laughed. Severed ropes hung from his wrists and ankles, and his bruise had grown to twice the size. "I think not. Miss Bones gave me something lovely to help me sleep. She hit you with frying pan, tied you up and force-fed you a sherbet lemon," Hermione reminded him. Susan grinned bashfully. "Actually, Creature hit him with the frying pan and the dreamless sleep was all Harry," she said honestly. "All I did was tie him up and buy the sherbet lemons that we laced with Harry's dreamless sleep." "You like sherbet lemons too?" Dumbledore clapped delightedly at Susan's nod. "How wonderful." "Hey," Harry said, offended that Susan stole his dreamless sleep. "That was my emergency stash. I had Creature warded against any other human," Susan smirked. "I asked Dobby to get it," Harry scowled. "Cheater. By the way, Gandalf, Valdi is as dead as a doorknob. I bet you Harry, dear boy, he isn't truly gone until all of the you-know-whats have been destroyed." Dumbledore exclaimed, frantically looking around at their audience. Amelia Bones eyed him sharply. Hermione, can you fill him in?" Harry groaned. "Preferably the long version so I can have a decent nap before he tries to tell me I need to die." Dumbledore stilled. "How did you buy?" Harry skipped off, Colin and Rita Skeeter following him purposefully. "Potter, do have a biscuit first, dear." "Oh, thanks, Minnie." Hermione turned to Dumbledore, predatory gleam in her eye. Dumbledore gulped at the look on her face. It was going to be a long, long night. Things were crazy for a while after that. Harry did not, in fact, go for a nap. Instead, he was interviewed and photographed by Rita and Colin. Afterwards, Harry went to find Amelia Bones. He told her about the wards and the Horcruxes and what Dumbledore had tried to get Harry, Ron, and Hermione to do, and she fired the headmaster on the spot as acting minister for magic. Sirius and Remus yelled at him for hours. His friends were all over him, then remembered what he'd done and ignored him, then were all over him again, and Susan even kissed him on the cheek. Dudley was given an Order of Merlin for shooting Bellatrix, the first Muggle ever to receive one. Harry gave him 2 million people points for it, making him that year's winner. His reward was enough money for a wedding when he finally got around to proposing to Shannon. Dudley graduated college with an A and was all set to start his degree in September. It was cooking-related, of course. During the summer, all of Harry's people hid away at Grimmauld Place to avoid the press and other annoying people. Molly and Fleur planned the perfect wedding, and Fleur looked absolutely gorgeous as she walked down the aisle, Colin snapping pictures the whole time. He'd been paid to, of course. Harry, Cedric, and Victor followed her, dressed in light blue suits and carrying a small bunch of forget-me-nots each. Charlie cried 3 times and Percy showed up before the wedding, looking incredibly guilty. He was forgiven, of course. Harry had forgotten about him, to be honest. The party afterwards was immense. Dudley and Shannon had been the caterers and had done a marvelous job. Harry, of course, did the baking and the wedding cake, with a bit of help from Daphne and Ginny. Dudley made Harry promise to come and make the puddings in his future restaurant when Harry got bored of the wizarding world. Luna was in charge of the music and did an excellent job. Hermione and Molly were the organizers, and Draco, Neville and Ron enjoyed kicking unwanted people to the curb. Oh, and Peter Pettigrew had been found dead. Whoopie. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, may we present to you Lockhart's Mad Menagerie. Fred and George finished together with a flourish, doing jazz hands and jumping to the side so that the crowd could cheer and clap for Gellert Lockhart, currently the most famous zookeeper in the wizarding world. "Hello, hello," he exclaimed, waving to the crowd. "Do come through, this little project had been years in the making." "How much for a ticket?" Harry asked, smiling at Gellert as he stepped forwards from the crowd. "For you, Harry, free of charge." Lockhart ruffled his hair and pulled him into a side hug. "Big smile, Harry," Lockhart whispered. "Together, you and I might just make the front page." Harry laughed loudly, and Colin snapped a picture with a smile. "Front page indeed," Harry said, winking at Colin. Colin Creevey was currently the most famous and highly sought-after photographer in the country. Lockhart beckoned the crowd forwards, and everyone piled into the zoo. Hermione had to admit it was truly incredible. The place was huge, and the enclosures were designed to replicate the natural environments of the creatures inside almost perfectly. "As you can see, we keep the mundane creatures in this half of the zoo to appeal to the muggles as well as the magical," Lockhart explained. Still grimacing slightly at the word muggle, Hermione gave Harry a sharp look, and he just smiled unrepentantly at her. "Our magical creatures are right through here, hidden from the muggle eye. Miss Greengrass has put some fine wards in place for us that ensure any talk of anything magical is hidden from muggle ears. I believe they have 4 ears, right, Harry?" 2 actually," Harry said. "I got my facts mixed up. No worries, dear boy, now for my finest exhibit." Lockhart waited for the crowd to gather together and then waved his wand with a flourish. An invisibility ward fell and revealed a glorious bird enclosure. "Phoenixes," Lockhart cried as the crowd cheered. "We have 4 currently, our most recent addition being Fawkes, who decided to retire as a familiar and live out his last few years here with us. And if you look to the left, you'll see peacocks," Ginny exclaimed, as one fanned out his feathers and preened. "Yes, graciously returned to their rightful home by dearest Lady Malfoy," Lockhart announced. Narcissa smiled warmly and accepted Lockhart's grateful kiss on the back of her hand. "This is insanity," Ron muttered to Neville and Draco. "You sound surprised," Draco said sarcastically. "Even Hermione is enjoying herself, look," Neville sniggered. Hermione was watching the Phoenixes with a look of awe. After all those fights she had with Harry about the morality of lying to Lockhart, she somehow still found herself enjoying the results of Harry's labor. "Because I'm just so rad, Nev, am I right or am I right?" Harry grinned, sneaking up behind them. Neville jumped and sneezed. "I'm right, actually," Ginny said, remembering her own fake identity. "And I say this place is wicked. One of your better ideas, Harry, I have to say." "Absolutely," Bill agreed, watching the peacocks fight Fawkes for a burger tossed into the enclosure by Luna. Can birds eat burgers?" "Apparently," Daphne smirked. "Fawkes adores them." After the summer holidays, Minerva took over as headmistress, Severus as deputy. The first thing Minerva did was replace Binns with Narcissa Malfoy and make sure each head of house had a deputy. Hermione and Draco were named head girl and boy. Severus decided he preferred teaching potions and handed over his head of house position to Aurora, with Narcissa as her deputy. Remus took over as Dada teacher and head of Gryffindor house for the time being, with Babbling as his deputy. Flitwick gained Grubbly Plank as a deputy, and Sprout gained Vector. With Valdi gone, Severus Snape was much more pleasant and a far better teacher. He was already on the redemptive path, but Valdi's death sped it along. He was still the scariest professor at Hogwarts. Almost. Narcissa was far more terrifying. Harry still purposefully wound him up, and Snape still pretended to hate it, just for laughs. Ron asked Hermione out, who obviously said yes. Draco still balked at the thought of relationships, so Daphne had a lot of fun pretending to ask him out several times a week. Ginny joined in, just because she could. She somehow managed to smuggle in 5 bright pink gnomes that chased Draco around for 2 days. Creature especially seemed to enjoy this. Ginny and Creature had bonded massively over shared leadership of the Quabbler. Susan was still Creature's favorite, but Ginny was a close second. Harry was starting to get really annoyed at being no one's favorite. Neville became Sprout's assistant teacher after an O+ in his 6th-year herbology exam. She added muggle plants, especially cacti, to the curriculum. He also managed to ask out Hannah, with some help from Dobby. Hermione and Harry managed to get O+ in their 6th-year potions exams. Harry got another O+ in Dada, allowing him to continue with assistant teaching. He did wonder whether he and Hermione would get the chance to TA for Snape in potions, but he hadn't heard anything yet. Introductory classes and courses were offered to all students. Muggleborns were reached out to far earlier in their childhoods instead of on their 11th birthdays, and more safeguarding measures were put in place for all magical children, Muggleborn and pureblood alike. Magical primary schools were set up for children of all magical or Muggle descent that taught a blend of magical theory and Muggle subjects that would be beneficial. Ginny, Luna, and Astoria got permission to have a pet dog on grounds, who assisted Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing. Sirius had always been a proficient healer. The twins' shop business was going amazingly, and Harry was bored. Hermione? No, you don't even know what I'm going to ask. No, Harry, you will not be becoming a Dark Lord just because you do not know how to exist out of survival instincts and threats of death looming over you. Oh, so you did know what I was going to ask. Drat. All in all, things were looking great for 7th year. Harry, I said don't become a Dark Lord. I'm not, I'm a light one, see? Harry pointed at the light bulb balanced on his head. Some things never change. Ron shook his head in amusement. Clearly dying just made him even more mental. Daphne added with a snort. Harry grinned. Mental, maybe. Loved, most definitely. Harry might have been insanely bored, but he was happy. Who knew all one needed in life was a little bit of childish nonsense, which sounds like an ending. But Harry was too bored for things to be over yet. He didn't really want to be Dark Lord, a Light Lord, or a Dark Light Lord, but he did still have things to do, like go on safari. And visit Hagrid properly, and catch up with everyone else like Cedric, Tonks, Victor, Bill, Carly, and Fleur. And have a family. Him and Susan should also probably tell their friends they're dadding now. Daphne would definitely cry, since she was used to Harry telling her all the gossip. And he still had a bet with the goblins to win. Since he was still alive, he really should think about his future more seriously. Now that he thought about it, he didn't have time to become a Dark Light Dark Lord. Susan, Hermione, and Draco, though. Well, they were already plotting how to take over the ministry after graduation. How hard could it be to just take over the Britain and then the world alongside? Pretty easy for those three anyway. Especially with all the house elves Susan had stolen from Harry and kept collecting more of. They'd have an army in no time. Oh yes, and he really needed that Elder Wand. Which now he thought about it, he still had the Resurrection Stone. Maybe it was time to get the Marauders back together for a few hours. Minus Peter, duh, Harry grinned. The next few years would be far more interesting than he'd originally thought. It was only a week into 7th year when Harry was called into the headmistress' office for the 6th time that academic year. She sat primly in the chair behind the desk, observing Harry and Hermione with a small smirk. Hermione was grinning, pleased, and Harry was just a bit confused. So you're saying that me and Hermione and I, Hermione corrected. Fine, Hermione and I got high enough grades in our potions exams, despite the whole dying and coming back to life thing to TA in potions, Harry asked skeptically. He and Snape might get on all right now, but surely the potions master would hate this little development. Minerva smiled and nodded. Snape is going to kill you, headmistress. Unless. No, Snape definitely wasn't as much of an adrenaline junkie as Harry was. No way. So you do remember my real name, Potter. Harry jumped and turned in his chair to see Snape standing in the doorway. Oh, hello, sir, Harry waved. Minnie wants me and Hermione to team up with you to teach potions. No idea why she thought of it just now and not on the first day back like she did with Dada last year, Harry said with a small frown. Snape smirked at him. I think you'll find, Mr. Potter, that when you ask your friends to become a Dark Lord out of boredom, some of them tell a teacher. You snitch, Harry pointed accusingly at Hermione. Harry, you said you were bored, Hermione said with an eye roll. Not only did you threaten to become a Dark Lord, you also threatened to find a way to resurrect Bellatrix for, what did you call it? A nice little game of tag. Everyone else I asked said no. And with so many people in the castle with the potential to inherit the Black family madness. Excuse me, Harry asked, hand on his chest. Black family madness, I'm a Potter, I'll have you know. Hermione rolled her eyes again. Harry, your grandmother was a Black. Harry stared at her. How come you know that and I don't? Because I have more common sense than you, Hermione said primly. Look, Hermione, you're clever and all, but there's no way you figured that out just from the single context clue of me being a little bit mad. Snape snorted. Understatement, he muttered under his breath, and Harry glared at him. Hermione sighed. Fine. Remember when I showed you your dad's Quidditch award in first year? Yes, what about it? I found out he had won from a news article in which his parents were named. Fleamont Potter and Doria Potter Nee Black. She was Sirius Father's second cousin or something. I checked the family tree in Grimmauld Place. Why didn't you tell me? Harry asked, looking very offended. Hermione gave him an incredulous. Harry, I've told you at least 3 times a year since we moved into Grimmauld. Harry paused. No, you haven't. Yes, I have. No, you haven't. Yes, I have. No, you children, please, Minerva said, holding up a hand. Hermione huffed at the insult. Harry grinned cheekily at her. Potter, I can confirm Miss Granger has attempted to tell you this at least 3 times that I've witnessed myself. Oh, Hermione smirked at Harry, who huffed. Well, not all Blacks are mad anyway. Andromeda and Draco are as normal as they come. Actually, I take that back. You and Draco were both mental when it came to the Muggle weapons. You were both out of your minds when you took Felix too. You were completely bonkers when it came to my potions textbook. Snape's eyes narrowed. It isn't about me, I'm not related to the Blacks. Yes, but even ignoring all of that, my point still stands. Andromeda is totally normal and Draco is too, mostly. However, Sirius is a lunatic, Tonks is, well, Tonks, and Mrs. Malfoy is always indulging your bad behavior, Hermione pointed out. Because she loves me. The Weasleys are also distantly related to the Black family, and you know what the twins and Ginny are like. And Ron, to an extent. You're just sticking up for him because you're in Louvie, Harry sang, poking her in the arm. Hermione blushed at the raised eyebrows from both her professors. Whatever, she said, shaking her head. The point is, if you aren't kept busy, you and all the other crazy people in this castle will probably burn the school down. So I asked Snape if our O+S and our 6th-year exams would allow us both to TA in potions whilst you continue to TA in defense. So basically, you're trying to turn me into a teacher's pet. Harry folded his arms. It's working, I'm in. He looked at Snape, whose lip twitched. That confirmed Harry's earlier suspicions. Snape was just as bored as Harry was, without any wars or anything to kill time. He probably needed some entertainment, too. So we'll see you in your 2nd-year class tomorrow for a screaming session, then, Harry asked Snape, smiling innocently. Snape inclined his head. Indeed, Hermione's face fell. I've just enabled something I'm going to really regret, haven't I? She asked Minerva miserably. Minerva smiled. Yes, dear, good luck. Your initiation, Miss Granger, will be for you to teach the 2nd years tomorrow, Snape said silkily. I already know Mr. Potter is capable of teaching. Farewell. Snape left and Harry gave Hermione a sympathetic look. The 2nd years are the worst, he warned her. Like year 8 girls in Muggle secondary, so much drama all the time. How do you know what Muggle secondary is like? We've never been there. We haven't, but Dudley and Shannon have. Anyway, good luck tomorrow. 2nd years have been my least favorite class to teach since I started helping Snape last year. Night, Minnie. Harry skipped off, leaving a slightly frazzled Hermione behind. Have a biscuit, dear, Minerva said sympathetically. Hermione accepted and slumped in her chair. Harry gasped loudly. Oh no! What now? Hermione sighed exasperatedly. It hadn't been long since she and Harry had started assisting Snape in potions, but Harry was still somehow finding time to cause trouble. Harry and Snape had a verbal dance war at least once a week. They even dueled in the Great Hall on one very memorable Wednesday. It was pretty spectacular. Even Dumbledore was impressed by the sheer power and elegance both wizards wielded their magic with. He cheered for both of them, waving his mop madly. Why did Albus Dumbledore wave a mop, you ask? Well, after Amelia Bones fired him, Filch retired, so Dumbledore was allowed to replace Filch as the new school caretaker, as long as his magical core was 95% bound, so that he was barely able to use any magic whatsoever. It was that or Azkaban, so Dumbledore didn't kick up too much of a fuss. Minerva, Snape, Narcissa and Sinistra all kept a very, very close eye on him, but so far he hadn't attempted anything. Colin's pictures of the event made the front page of the Daily Prophet. They were in the Quibbler too, of course, and the Quabbler. Snape also found out about the disappearance of his textbook. Hermione had made a copy before giving it back, and Snape didn't even seem that annoyed. until he discovered the notes in red pen Hermione had added, either adding to or correcting Severus' own notes. She'd gotten her first ever detention, and Harry had practically beamed with pride. "Sprout's birthday. I completely forgot this year. I have to make it up to her. Daphne, Ginny, come with me." Harry grabbed both girls and dragged them away. Hermione rolled her eyes. "Professor Pink, we're baking today," Harry demanded as the three students burst into the potions classroom, Hermione following them reluctantly. "We have until lunchtime to make sure Professor Sprout's birthday is perfect," Snape just sighed. "Do what you must." Once the second years arrived and were seated, Harry turned around to grin at them, wearing a bright green apron and holding a wooden spoon threateningly. "The art of cake making is a delicate procedure," he said, almost Snape-like in his seriousness. The students saw a different side to T.A. Potter that day. Snappy, scary, and a complete perfectionist, he criticized their every move and added and removed people points every 3 seconds. Even Nott, who had been one of Harry's favorites the year before, got scolded at least twice. The end result was many perfect cakes, all in different flavors. Daphne talked the students through making the perfect frosting whilst Ginny and Harry cut, assembled, and yelled at the freshly baked cakes. Dobby and Creature were summoned to help, whilst Winky watched with wide eyes. Then the students were dismissed whilst Daphne returned to Harry and Ginny to help with the decoration. Hermione and Snape shared a look and left. Hermione to go and read, Snape to find Minerva and a bottle of fire whiskey. At lunchtime, the students and staff sang loudly as a cake the same size as a desk was wheeled into the room, shaped and decorated like a greenhouse. Daphne had cast a simple animation spell on the mandrakes, who squealed, and the venomous Tentacula, who was preening in his pink polka dot icing dress. The hall was decorated in Hufflepuff colors, and the singing was much more lively that year. Pomona Sprout wondered what she had done to deserve all the love on her birthday every single year. She didn't remember sitting with Sirius all night in his first year when he had snuck out of Gryffindor common room, too afraid of his nightmares to go to sleep. But Sirius did. It was why he'd told Harry to start the tradition all those years ago. So the big black dog, who the students knew was Sirius but had grown to love as Padfoot anyway, wagged his tail happily as he watched the celebrations. "Who wants another best common room ever rematch?" Harry asked loudly after the party, he and Daphne eyeing the Hufflepuff banners. "No one," someone yelled, and the other students chimed in with their agreement. Especially the Ravenclaws, the smug losers. "Oh, okay then." Harry and Daphne, of course, left immediately to go and cry over ice cream. It really was an effective stress relief. "What?" Harry jumped and sat up in his bed, his curtains swinging open so he could glare at Ron. "Keep it down, Ronald, I'm trying to sleep," he snapped. "A bit rich coming from you, Harry. Weren't you keeping us all awake just 2 nights ago when you were complaining about no one playing tag with you?" Seamus retorted, smirking. Neville and Dean laughed at the indignant expression on Harry's face. It was a common occurrence for Harry to keep them awake long into the night. "Not tag, Seamus." Harry rolled his eyes. "Death tag, there's a difference, you know." "Sure," Dean said, "because death tag sounds completely normal and totally not dangerous compared to normal tag." "It is dangerous, that's the point," Harry argued. "It makes it more fun. Harry Potter, everyone," Dean announced sarcastically. "The boy who lived despite doing his very best to die." Neville laughed at Harry's offended expression. Ron was still staring at the letter in his hand with disbelief. But wait, does Sirius know?" Ron asked Harry, giving him a quizzical look. "Know what?" Harry asked, interest finally piqued. "What are you talking about?" "Charlie sent me a letter," Ron said slowly. "It had 2 pictures in it, one of his wedding. He's married," Neville asked in surprise, sleep forgotten. "Since when?" "A year ago is what he's put here." Ron frowned at the letter. "Mum is going to go ballistic. Apparently he eloped. You'll never guess who with." "Tonks," Harry said confidently. Ron scowled at him. "Sorry." But breaking into order meetings meant I had to watch them giving each other doe eyes across the table. It was gross. Harry mimed gagging. Ron just snorted. "I do not envy you at all, but anyway, look at this." He handed Harry a small picture. The other 3 Gryffindor boys got out of bed to look over Harry's shoulder. "They had a kid. Keep it down." Someone, who sounded suspiciously like Ginny, yelled from the floor below. Harry, Neville, and Dean dissolved into giggles. "They had a kid," Harry said faintly, looking at the small, blue-haired baby. "A metamorph Magus kid as well. Oh, that kid is going to give them trouble." "Sirius is the godfather," Ron said with a smirk. "They're coming to the castle tomorrow." "What?" Harry croaked. But Sirius is my godfather. I don't care if Tonks is his cousin. She can't steal my godfather for her baby. You can be the godfather to more than one child, Harry, Seamus said consolingly. Neville, however, smirked. I'll have to get used to being second favorite, Harry, he said seriously. Ron caught on and stifled a laugh. Everyone loves Bobbies far more than teenagers, you know. Harry gave them all a betrayed look. But I saved the wizarding world from Voldemort. I'm Sirius' best friend's son. I have to be his favorite. Yeah, but Teddy has tiny little fingers and toes. Ron wiggled his fingers with a gleeful smirk. Harry scowled. I hate you all. He grouched, and Neville and Ron burst out laughing. Dean and Seamus watched the three boys with amusement, far too used to their antics now to be fazed. He what? The Gryffindor boys shared a look at the screech from the floor below. Ginny had clearly just received her own letter. Keep it down, Harry shouted back, not one to pass up on the opportunity for payback. Shut it, both of you, Hermione yelled. But Charlie had a kid, Hermione, and he's married, Ginny argued back. He did what? Harry and Ron stifled laughter when they heard a loud bang from a few floors below. It's 1 a.m, everybody be quiet, the usually mild-mannered and cheerful Dennis Creevey screeched. There was 20 seconds of silence, and then the entirety of Gryffindor House's laughter echoed through the tower. The next morning, Harry and his friends headed straight for the hospital wing. Charlie and Tonks were waiting for them, looking exhausted but happy. Charlie was holding a small bundle of blankets proudly. Let's see, Ginny demanded, using Harry's shoulder to lean over to try and get a better look at her first nephew. Harry shook her off and she stuck her tongue out at him. Not my fault you're short, Harry taunted, earning himself a wallop on the back of his head. Ow, shut up, you'll wake him, Hermione scolded, craning her own neck to try and get a look at the child. This is Teddy Tonks Weasley, Tonks said proudly, snatching the bundle from Charlie and handing it to Ron. I'm an uncle. Ron said tearfully, rocking the sleeping child slowly. Charlie grinned and ruffled his hair. I'm an aunt, and I want a turn now. Gimme, Ginny said impatiently, arms outstretched. Ron handed the baby over, rolling his eyes as Ginny softened immediately. Harry watched them wistfully, smiling as Ginny cooed at the green-haired boy snuggled in a fluffy blue blanket. Neville nudged him gently and Harry grinned at his friend. Hermione gave him a side hug and then went to coo over the baby with Ginny. He felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to grin at Charlie. Congratulations on being a dad, he exclaimed quietly. Charlie chuckled. Congratulations on being an uncle, Harry gaped at him. Harry, you've been an honorary Weasley for years since the day my mum met you. You are just as much of an uncle to this little guy as Ron is. Harry definitely didn't cry. It was just hay fever. Ginny gave him a watery smile and handed him the baby, giving him a one-armed hug. You're my second favorite brother, she whispered. Everyone knew Bill was Ginny's favorite. Even Charlie, being the one to make her an aunt, couldn't displace Bill from top spot. Harry ruffled her hair with one hand and rocked the baby with the other. He looked very peaceful, making a few cute baby noises in his sleep. Dean and Seamus, who had been dragged along for the ride, watched them all with a smile. It was amazing, really, how much they'd all grown in 7 years. There's my godson. Harry turned to grin at Sirius, but was ignored. He felt the baby being lifted from his grasp and watched as Sirius walked off with the child, Tonks laughing at her favorite cousin's antics. He didn't even pluralize the godson, Hermione snickered. Harry scowled. Remus want a new godchild? Harry asked the bemused man. Remus grinned at him. If you mean yourself, then absolutely not. I'll be gray-haired in no time, Harry pouted. He pouted a lot these days. I knew it. Remus winced and Amelia smirked at the look on Harry's face. Without letting go of each other's hands, they turned to face Harry. I told you, didn't I, Draco? I told you there was a reason the map showed them together so much. Harry jabbed him in the arm several times with a victorious finger. Draco shoved him off. Yes, you did, 3,000 times, he said grumpily. The poor blonde was sick of relationship talk. Can we go now? He sent a desperate look Remus and Amelia's way. Remus mouthed an apology and Amelia grinned in amusement. I sort of thought it would be Snape and Amelia who ended up together. Harry looked slightly disappointed, but then smiled widely. Nah, this actually makes quite a bit of sense. Maybe the awful matchmaking spell that put Sinistra and Snape together was right after all. Actually, no, both of them like being single far too much. What is it with everyone in this castle being so against relationships? I'm almost at the end of my list. Good, so let's leave, Draco whined. I want to go to bed now, please. No time for sleeping, Harry grinned brightly. Now next on the list is Percy and Penelope. Harry said, pulling 2 pieces of parchment from his pocket. Which will be difficult considering neither of them live here at the castle with us. We'll have to move on to the next couple, Cedric and Daphne. No, same problem, Cedric can't get in the castle. Ooh, what about Narcissa and Lockhart? Draco blanched and Harry cackled. Kidding. Neville and Hannah are already together, so I can cross them off. Oh, how about Ginny and Dean? What are you up to now, Harry? Remus asked tiredly. Amelia just grinned at Harry, already having an inkling what the boy was doing from the gossip page. Ginny and Creature ran in the student version of the Quibbler, the Quabbler. Harry had no idea most of the Hogwarts staff and Amelia's ministry department were all subscribed. Since Charlie and Tonks eloped, me and Draco have been making sure it doesn't happen again using the Marauders map. Harry smiled innocently at the 2 adults. Unwillingly, on my part, Draco added. Harry, can't you get Susan or Daphne to help instead? I'm tired. He resisted the urge to stamp his foot, only because if he did, Harry would tell his mother and he would never hear the end of it. No, I promised Daphne I would use you. She gave me a whole box of Minnie's biscuits for it. She's also one of my targets, Harry said, nodding something down on one piece of parchment before studying the other. Ginny and Dean next then. Harry, Weaslett doesn't want a relationship, Draco said. Harry stopped short. What, really? In Ginevra's words, I am an independent woman and I like it that way, Malfoy, so don't get ideas from my relentless pursuits that are purely for my own enjoyment in embarrassing you. Remus stifled a chuckle. So no Ginny and Dean then. I can't believe that's another person I can't set up. To be fair, Ginny's always been a bit of an anti-romance girl. I'm an anti-romance boy, so let me leave, Draco begged. Amelia's eyes danced with unshed laughter. No, Harry faked a gasp. Oh look, Cedric just appeared in the headmistress' office. What a funny coincidence. Draco rolled his eyes. Potter, I do not care, I just want to go to bed. Tough bananas, we're going to see Minnie and Cedric. Bye Moony, Amelia. I'm going to kill Daphne, Draco said, allowing Harry to pull him away. I swear it. Second day of term, Gandalf, you're still here? Harry asked in surprise as he and his friends walked up to the library. They might have only been back for one night, but Hermione and Draco were already newt-stressed. Yes, Harry, hello. Dumbledore greeted him cheerfully, waving his mop in greeting. Filch decided to retire, so Minerva kindly allowed me to work here as a caretaker. Without supervision, Daphne added incredulously. Susan's aunt won't like that. Dumbledore laughed. Alas, I'm being closely watched by house elves. I do understand why. Now I've begun to see the error of my ways. I am so sorry, Harry, for hurting you as much as I did, he said, sounding truly remorseful. Harry, who had no idea what to do with people apologizing to him due to trauma, just nodded awkwardly. Bye, he exclaimed, and pulled Hermione along with him as he scarpered. Coward, Ron shouted after him. Harry shouted something unintelligible back. Daphne turned to Draco and then Dumbledore with a scheming smirk. Hey, Dre, how annoyed do you think Harry would be if we got what he wanted first? Daphne asked, a familiar glint in her eye. Draco groaned. I'm not partaking in any thievery. Dumbledore raised a brow at the students, confused. Daphne scowled. Killjoy by Gandalf, Dumbledore chuckled. Now he knew who Gandalf was, the nickname made much more sense. Normal time, hey Gandalf, Dumbledore looked up. Catch the baby. Harry launched a small child into the air and Dumbledore reacted instinctively. He reached out to catch the child and dropped his wand in the process. Harry's friends were staring at him, horrified. Teddy, Ginny and Ron exclaimed in horror. They all frowned in shocked confusion when Tonks entered the same corridor, Teddy safe in her arms. Ha! Harry grabbed the wand from the floor. Dumbledore looked down at the baby doll in his arms and sighed. Harry, elated, began to sing. I got the Elder Wand. I'm the Master of Death. He sped off and his friends followed, leaving Dumbledore wandless and alone. Well, I did always want to be a muggle as a child, Dumbledore said to himself, picking up his mop. Daphne and Draco watched Harry dance victoriously around the room of requirement. I thought he didn't want to be the Master of Death, Draco said quietly. Daphne snorted. He doesn't. He's just glad he got to one-up Dummels again. Harry stared at the hooded figure dressed in black. Chaosbringer, it said in greeting. Harry gasped. No way, he exclaimed, just as Aurora Sinistra pulled down her mysterious hood. Queen of the Nighttime, it was you all along. The one plot twist you never saw coming, Death Aurora cackled. So you've been watching this whole time and done absolutely nothing to help me defeat Voldemort? Harry asked, slightly hurt. You could have collected his soul and saved me 7 years of trouble. It isn't that simple, Chaosbringer, Death Aurora said sagely. Fate would have thrown a hissy fit if I had intervened. especially if I didn't let her prophecy come to full fruition. Besides, you put on a marvelous show. Harry gaped at her. Fate's prophecy? Surely you don't mean Sybil Trelawney, SPT, also known as Sybil Predestination Trelawney. Predestination meaning fate, of course. I actually can't believe this. Harry shook his head. First you, then Trelawney. Next you'll tell me Grubbly Plank is secretly time. No. You're just messing with me now. Harry ran a hand through his hair, completely shocked. Relax, I'm just pulling your leg. Grubbly Plank is most definitely not time. Phew, Harry exclaimed, then looked disappointed. I was going to set you up with Sirius, you were on my list. I thought you were gunning for me and Snape. Death, Aurora asked curiously. Sort of, but to be honest with you, Snape doesn't seem the sort for relationships. Harry admitted. I think he's still a little bit in love with my mum as well, even if he has accepted it was never going to happen. Besides, you have an insane streak that matches Sirius quite nicely. Sorry, Chaos Bringer, I don't date humans, or anything for that matter. Worth a shot, Harry shrugged. So what happens now? Now I put my hood back up and you pretend you never knew me as Aurora Sinistra. I quite like my fake life here, so I'd rather my little secret stayed that way so I can continue to watch your reign of terror in peace. Death Aurora gave Harry a half-stern, half-hopeful look. Okay then, Harry agreed easily. From the top. Death Aurora shook Harry's proffered hand, then put up her hood. So you're Death, Death nodded. Fun, have you ever tried to collect a soul and just been told no? Harry asked curiously. Death huffed. I've tried to collect the soul the current headmistress of Hogwarts 7 times so far, they said crossly. Really? Harry tilted his head. Actually, it makes sense. Minnie is rather stubborn. Yes, Death gritted their teeth. She currently holds the record. Worse than Merlin she is. Wow, not Gandalf then. You've never even met you mean the ex-headmaster. No, I haven't tried to collect his soul yet. The man blathers on for so long I've been procrastinating slightly. Death admitted, looking as sheepish as an omen can look. But Minnie is so much younger than Gandalf. Why have you tried to collect her soul first? Harry asked indignantly. It hardly seemed fair. Death held their hands up. Hey, I've never truly tried to collect your precious headmistress soul. Only once, when she got hit with all those stunners, did I actually try. The times before I had just heard amazing things through the grapevine about her shortbread biscuits. Death looked a bit guilty. Harry nodded. They are pretty good. I think Ginny and Luna wrote an article on them for the Quabbler, and you said she holds the record, and it's 7. Indeed. Excellent, something to aim for then. Look, I don't want to be your master, it sounds exhausting. Can I just give you the Hallows and be done with it? Harry offered, looking hopeful. You could, Death said, nodding slowly. But keep the cloak on me. Really? Death shrugged. Sure, why not? Between you and your ancestors, it's made my eternity much more interesting. Awesome, thank you. Harry handed the wand to Death. Do you? Can I keep the stone for a short while longer, just so everyone can see their loved ones one more time? Death nodded. You have 3 weeks. So you're the boy who bullied my son for his entire childhood. James glared at Dudley, who gulped. Leave him alone, Dad. It was a generational trauma thing. Harry defended Dudley, wagging a finger at his dad. Besides, he shot Bellatrix right in the chest. Bang, it was epic. That is true, James said thoughtfully. I suppose I can forgive you then. Of course you can, dear. Lily patted James' shoulder. Dudley, darling, it's wonderful to meet you. Dudley nodded uncomfortably. Harry understood talking to dead people was weird if you'd never done it before. You too, Aunt Lily. Now tell me, does your mother really still crane over garden fences? Lily asked curiously. Dudley grinned, and Harry had a feeling he was going to be replaced all over again. Why was he never able to just be someone's favorite? Oh well, at least he still had Minerva. Oh my! Minerva gasped at the sight of her 2 ex-students smiling at her, tears in her eyes. Hi, Minnie, James said with a smile. We just wanted to thank you for everything you've done for Harry. Of course, James, Lily, anything for my favorite students. Harry stomped his foot and stormed off. We wanted to thank you too, Severus, James added, smiling at the man stood next to Minerva. Me, Severus croaked, still staring at Lily as if he was seeing a ghost, which he was technically. Yes, you, Lily said with an eye roll. You've protected him so well, Save. Even if you were a git for the first few years, James said, and I'm sorry for everything. Severus just nodded, apparently unable to speak. Thank you for taking care of him, Molly. Lily said tearfully as she smiled at the woman who had looked after her son for so many years. Of course, dear, you would have done the same for mine. Harry let Molly wrap him in a hug as his parents watched wistfully. Hey, Malls, Molly gasped as her younger brothers appeared before her. Fabian, Gideon, oh, it's really you. You have to meet the kids. Gabion, Phidian, it's a pleasure. Gred, Forge, the pleasure is all ours. Don't worry. Harry patted Molly gently on the shoulder. Death wants the stone back soon. They won't have time to cause too much trouble. So your prongs, huh? That's me. Fred and George looked between James, Remus, and Sirius with awe. Our heroes. They bowed to the marauders. James, Sirius, and Remus bowed back. The twins then looked at the marauders with identical smirks. No offense or anything. But Harry has definitely outdone you all. Harry grinned proudly. Sirius and James pouted. Remus and Lily sighed. Mum, Luna cried. Luna, Xenophilius, oh, my darlings. Mum, Dad, is it really you? Yes, my love, oh, Susan, you brave girl. Amelia smiled at the sight of her brother and his wife. She stood to the side for now. Susan needed this far more than she did. Mum, Dad, but you're in St. Mungo's, Neville exclaimed. Alice smiled sadly. No, Neville, darling. Our bodies are in St. Mungo's, but our souls have moved on. So, you aren't in pain? Neville asked, looking slightly relieved. Frank smiled. No, my boy, we aren't in any pain at all. Now where's my mother? I need to have words with her and her brother about throwing my son out of windows. Yes, Mr. Longbottom, that's what I've been saying for years, Harry agreed vehemently. Give them what for? Verbally, of course. I don't think you can physically hit them. Do you want me to do it for you? Hermione punches better than me, actually. I'll go and get her. Hermione. Neville and his parents watched Harry go with identical expressions. I'm glad you have Harry as a friend, dear, Alice said. He's your god brother, you know. He is, Neville's eyes widened. Harry, come back, we're god brothers. James waved at his two best friends, who were stood still and completely gobsmacked. Prongs, is it really you? Lils, Remus asked, the first to find his voice. Sirius just gaped, eyes filled with tears. Padfoot, Moony. Harry smiled softly and shut the door behind them. He would go back in later, but for now they needed to talk without him present. Albus. Ariana gave her brother a hard look. Ariana, Albus' voice cracked. Aberforth just watched with a grumpy expression, softening when Ariana smiled warmly at him. Reg, Sirius croaked, staring at his little brother in shock. Sirius, I'm so sorry. Shut up. I love you, Reg. I'm so sorry. Regulus, Severus, did you really think you could chat to Jamie and Lils for hours and then leave without speaking to the rest of us? Black. Lupin. Sirius put a hand on his chest, giving Marlene his best wounded expression. Ouch, Marles, Harry said we'd speak to you tomorrow. Marlene scowled. Tough luck, we're here now, Sirius gasped. No way, really? He asked sarcastically. He and Marlene glared at each other and burst into fits of laughter. Remus pinched the bridge of his nose, and Harry found himself stood between Regulus and Dorcas. They were always like this, Dorcas said in a low voice. When James unofficially adopted Sirius as brother, he became Marlene's pseudo-cousin. And then none of us ever slept again, Remus added dryly. Regulus smirked. James, Lily. Albus, Percival, Wulfric, Brian, Dumbledore, how dare you? Hey, Bella, I know you're evil and dead and everybody hates you, but no one else will play death tag with me. One more game. The evil witch sighed. Harry brightened. Yay, you're it. Hey, Valdi, since you're dead and I can't send you mind messages or howlers anymore, I just wanted to remind you that I defeated you for good before death takes the stone back. Potter, it's time. Harry turned to smile at his parents one last time. He felt Sirius' hand on his shoulder, shaking. Remus had his hand on Harry's other shoulder, gripping tightly. They had said their goodbyes. It was Harry's turn now. You'll be okay. Lily whispered. Live life to the fullest, Harry. Be happy. Marry Susan, please. James said with a grin. She's hilarious. Lily elbowed him in the ribs. Ow! Great parenting, James, trying to dictate your child's life. Ignore him, Harry. Marry whoever you want to, Lily said firmly, glaring at her husband. But Lils, we love you, son, and we are so proud of the young man you've become. Harry felt a single tear roll down his cheek. Yes. James reached out to grip Harry's shoulder and sighed sadly when he couldn't. We love you to the ends of the earth. See you soon, Harry asked, voice breaking slightly. But not too soon, Lily warned. Harry smirked. Ready? Death held out a hand. Harry waved at his parents one last time and tipped the stone into Death's palm. They were gone. Death nodded to Harry and vanished. The three men stood in silence for a while, staring wistfully at the spot Lily and James had just occupied. Harry took a deep breath and wiped his eyes. Hey, Sirius, since I showed you Mum and Dad again, am I your favorite godson now? He asked, in an attempt to lighten the mood. Sirius gave a watery chuckle and ruffled his hair. Not a chance, kid. Have you seen how cute Teddy is? Nothing can compare," he joked, wrapping Harry in a bear hug. McGonagall's office, normal time. Harry and Susan sat opposite the headmistress, unable to meet her eye. The headmistress watched them both in silence, tapping her finger on her biscuit tin. The deputy headmaster stood behind her, his usual blank mask firmly in place. After several seconds of oppressive silence, Harry broke first. "Susan did it," he blurted out. "I did not," Susan gasped, turning to glare at Harry. "It was your genius idea in the first place." "No, I distinctly remember you coming up with it," Harry snapped back, clenching his fists. "You haven't distinctly remembered anything in your whole life," Susan exclaimed. Harry gasped. "Wow, that was low, and I'll have you know my memory is in fine working order," he huffed, crossing his arms in offense. "Oh yeah, what did we have for breakfast yesterday?" Susan challenged, raising an eyebrow in a Snape-like manner. "How should I know?" "I wasn't at breakfast because you dragged me off before I could even enter the Great Hall," Harry shouted. "You filthy liar, I never did anything of the sort," Susan scoffed. "Yes, you did." "No, I didn't." "Yes, you did." "Harry, I swear if you try that game with me, I will." Enough. The two squabbling students were shocked back to silence, staring at their furious headmistress in slight fear. Minerva almost smirked. Almost. "I do not care which of you started it," she said severely. "What I care about is the fact the two of you somehow managed to start another war only 3 months after the last one finished. 3 months." Her nostrils flared. 4, actually. "And in our defense, this war is with a completely different nation." Harry snapped his mouth shut at the fierce glare Minerva sent his way. "Do you have any idea how dangerous goblins can be?" Snape asked quietly, eyes glittering with fury. "And you've thoughtlessly managed to start a war with them. What on earth possessed you?" "We didn't." "Quiet, Miss Bones. You two have 3 minutes to explain yourselves before we offer you up to goblins as penance for your actions." Minerva threatened, practically hissing in anger. Harry and Susan gulped. "Well," Minerva asked coldly, "explain, the clock is ticking." "Tick-tock." Snape said it dangerously softly, but Harry knew the gleeful shine in his eye meant he was enjoying every second of this telling off. Not all old habits faded with time, after all. "Gringotts, 2 hours prior, I have a preposition for you," Harry said to the Goblin King, smirking. Susan stood next to him, grinning madly. "And what would that be?" the king asked, leaning forwards. "Well," Harry said, "I've been told on no uncertain terms am I to ever make a bet again, so I thought it was high time to make another one." He smiled brightly. "And what bet are you proposing?" The king raised a brow. "I bet that me and Susan here can break into this bank and steal a selected item of your choice within 3 days," Harry said boldly. Susan nodded in agreement. "I see." The Goblin King inclined his head slightly. "And if you win, what do you want from us?" 1,000 galleons, Susan said confidently. 300, the Goblin King sneered. 700, 500 is my final offer, the king growled. "And if you fail, then you get this." Harry pulled the sword of Gryffindor out of the hat, more commonly known as Monty these days. Neville had been more than willing to give it back to him when he found out it was goblin-made, and they would likely kill him if they found out he had it. "Get what is already rightfully ours, boy," the king roared. "Give me that sword and go with your lives." "But the bet," Harry cried, "is off. Give me what is mine now." "Or what?" Harry's eyes shone with merriment. Susan suppressed a groan at her danger-loving friend. Date, boyfriend. A conundrum to worry about when they weren't on the brink of starting a goblin war. "Or we go to war." The goblins surrounding the room let out a battle cry. Susan's breath hitched. "Harry, give it to them," she muttered. "We don't want another goblin war, seriously." Fine, have it." Harry tossed the sword to the king, who placed it reverently on his desk. "Now, can we still do the bet?" The Goblin King sighed. "Fine, but if we win, you have to pay the price." He bared his teeth in a savage grin. "What do you want?" Susan asked, smirking. "We want your lot to remember their place." The goblin sneered. "If we win, you will tell your magic folk that you've caused another goblin war." "Is that it?" Harry asked incredulously. "No, of course not. We want the 500 galleons reward also." Harry and Susan's smiles were identical. "Deal," they chorused. It took them 48 tries, the most memorable being the one where they managed to get in, but got stuck when they tried to ride a dragon to freedom. Harry's personal favorite was the one where they let loose a horde of nifflers. Eventually, they succeeded by persuading Flitwick to help them. Apparently, goblins hate the smell of vanilla. Who knew? They managed to break in and steal the selected item 5 seconds before the deadline. And all they used was some vanilla, a bowtruckle, and maybe a little bit of dynamite. Because of the damage caused by the explosives, the king demanded they pay for the reparations and carry out the first part of the bet. 500 galleons richer, Susan and Harry left the bank, doing their best to look guilty. McGonagall's office. Normal times, say something. Snape hissed at the two seventh years, who stared down at their laps, lips pursed. He shared a look with Minerva. You have started a war, what do you have to say for yourselves? April Fools, Harry offered weakly. He looked up in me the absolutely furious glare of his headmistress. Bye. He sprinted for the door, Susan at his heels. Potter, I'm going to be in detention until I'm 30. Susan wheezed, collapsing into an armchair in the room of requirement. I'm going to be in detention until I'm 50, Harry cackled. The two looked at each other for 3 seconds and then burst into a fit of laughter. Where have you two been? Hermione demanded, hands on hips. You vanished for 3 days, and then when you returned, looking thoroughly beaten up I might add, the Daily Prophet announced a goblin war. What do you have to say for yourselves? A goblin war? Harry asked, no longer laughing. That's not good. Do you have any idea how dangerous goblin wars can be? Susan spluttered and Harry started laughing again, rolling onto the floor. Hermione and Draco glared at them both. I knew they had something to do with it. Ginny smirked. Daphne rolled her eyes. Of course they did, when do they not? She said, grabbing the nearest textbook and whacking Harry on the head. Ouch, he exclaimed. What was that for? Leaving me behind, again, Daphne said crossly, dropping the book. Now, that's just simply not fair. I took you to the Gaunt house, didn't I? Harry pointed out. Daphne glared at him. Because you needed me, and you took Susan to the ministry first, she argued back, pointing accusingly at Susan, who gave her an incredulous look. Daphne, are you jealous? Ron asked slowly, teasing lilt to his tone. Daphne huffed. No, Harry got to his feet and pointed at her. You're jealous. You would be if your brother kept leaving you out of fun stuff, Daphne retorted. Harry softened. Awa, you consider me your brother, I love you too. No, you don't, Daphne pouted. Otherwise you would have invited me to go with you. Harry and Susan shared a look. As easy as it would be to appease Daphne by telling her it was a date, they weren't ready for that tidbit of information to get out yet. I'm planning on sneaking out this weekend to go skiing with Sirius, Harry said amicably. Want to come with? Duh, Daphne said. Where to? The Alps? No idea, Harry said brightly, but it will be fun. Okay, cool, I want ice cream now. Daphne grabbed Harry by the arm and dragged him out of the room. The rest of the group looked at each other, befuddled. And that was one of the more normal interactions they've had, Draco scoffed. Ron barked out a laugh and Neville sneezed. Hermione just shook her head and shot a knowing look at Susan, who avoided her gaze. Luna smiled. Harry swiped a paw at Minerva. She hissed at him and bopped him firmly on the nose. He yapped at her playfully and lunged for her tail. She yowled and sprinted after him. Padfoot barked joyfully and charged after both of them, sending all 3 animagi tumbling over one another, right down a particularly steep part of the forest. They landed in a pile at the bottom, in varying states of distress. Above them, a crow cawed loudly. They all looked up, ears twitching. The cawing got louder and louder, and the crow swooped down and landed in front of them, turning back into Severus Snape with ease. You! He spluttered, and the fox glared at him before turning back into Harry. Minerva and Sirius followed suit. Run! Minerva said to Severus before lunging at him. He fled, angry cat on his heels. Harry, no, Sirius scowled. Harry, the favorite godson thing was a joke, lighten up. No, Sirius rolled his eyes. Anyway, I need to ask you something. Hermione and Draco looked up suspiciously. Daphne bit her lip, probably to suppress giggles. Luna smiled. Neville rolled his eyes and Susan turned the page of her book. Ginny and Ron glanced between Sirius and Harry, interest piqued. And what sort of question would that be, Mr. Black? Harry asked in a clipped tone. Sirius frowned. Wow, Harry had really taken the favorite godson banter to heart. Remus snorted from behind Sirius. Told you it would come back to bite you, he murmured, shaking his head fondly. Anyway, Harry, Sirius and I were just reminiscing on our Hogwarts days when we remembered something rather peculiar. Minerva's office. Well, Black, if you do take up on Poppy's offer to be trained and paid to be a healer for the school, we would be delighted to have you. Minerva took a small sip of a tea and offered Sirius a biscuit. Thanks, he said gratefully, accepting. Blimey, working in the hospital wing. Pretty sure there wasn't a single day where at least one of us marauders wasn't in there, was there Moons? Remus gave a half shrug and put down his empty mug. At least Remus had a legitimate reason most of the time. The rest of you just made my job 10 times harder. However, you lot did help to get me a pay rise." Poppy added, eliciting a snort from Severus. Serious eyebrows shot up. "We did. When? Which incident was it?" "The Great Prank War of 1975, Remus wondered aloud. "You and James were in the hospital wing for weeks after that one, and were incredibly overdramatic about it too. It's no wonder where Harry got it from." "Nope, that wasn't it." Poppy shook her head, smirking. "The incident that pushed me far enough to give Dumbledore a pay me more or I'll quit ultimatum was actually in your last year of schooling. In fact, your part in the whole matter was mostly indirect. I believe we had some interesting transfers that somehow escalated your troublemaking prowess to new heights." "Oh yeah, I remember them," Sirius exclaimed. "How long were they with us for? Like 2 weeks. They were very strange. And just as insufferable as the rest of you," Severus drawled. "It was more like 2 days. It only felt like 2 weeks because they were completely off their rockers." "What were their names again?" Remus asked, looking at Minerva and Poppy, who both seemed unsure. Severus' eyes widened. "What's Snape?" Sirius asked. He was still slightly thrown off by being on somewhat cordial terms with the man. "Their names," he said slowly, eyes flashing with anger. "How did I forget?" What were their names?" Sirius asked, leaning forwards. Snape glared at his own cup of untouched tea and muttered 2 names, just loud enough for the others to hear. Remus choked and Minerva spat out her mouthful of tea. Sirius dropped his mug in absolute horror. "Hogwarts Castle, 1977. Who do you reckon they are?" Sirius nudged James in the side, pointing at the 2 students following McGonagall to the front of the hall. She had the Sorting Hat tucked under her arm. "I don't know. Transfers, maybe." James poked his bacon with his fork, perking up a bit when Lily flopped down next to him. 3 months into the year? That seems a bit strange." Lily wrinkled her nose, eyeing the 2 strangers. Both were definitely about their age and looked fairly similar. The boy was a little shorter than James, Sirius reckoned, and had messy brown hair that reached his shoulders. Sirius wasn't sure if he was imagining the slightly crazed gleam in his otherwise unremarkable brown eyes. The girl was shorter than the boy by a centimeter at most, and was gazing around the room with an odd sense of familiarity. Her dark brown hair easily reached her waist. Sirius narrowed his eyes. Now that he thought about it, both of them seemed very comfortable for 2 strangers who had just entered the main meeting place of a brand new environment, filled with hundreds of pairs of eyes watching them. In fact, the pair seemed more content trying to kick each other in the backs of their knees as they walked than they did to stare at the hall in wonder. The girl managed to send the boy crumpling to the floor first. He hissed and glared at her. She rolled her eyes and offered him a hand up. He took it and used it to pull himself up whilst simultaneously pulling her to the floor. She squeaked, and McGonagall turned to look at them both disapprovingly. James was sniggering behind his hand. Lily and Remus seemed torn between amusement and disapproval. Peter looked a bit scared. Sirius wasn't sure what to think. "Attention, please." Everyone fell silent and turned to look at McGonagall. Sirius made eye contact with the boy stood behind her, who winked. Sirius winked back. He had no idea who these kids were, but they seemed like trouble. "Today, 2 new students will join our 7th-year class. I trust you will all give Mr. Daniel Radcliffe and Miss Daphne Fields a warm welcome. Now, let's get you both sorted into your houses, shall we? Who would transfer in 7th year?" Lily wrinkled her nose in confusion whilst McGonagall beckoned the boy forwards. He bobbed down slightly so she could place the hat on his head, and he closed his eyes. Sirius and James watched with identical smirks as the hat and the boy seemed to have a pretty intense battle of wills. "Don't you dare," the boy eventually threatened aloud. James and Sirius exchanged a look. The hat chuckled loudly. "Sorry, but the opportunity really is too good to miss. RAVNCLAW. Opportunity." Sirius frowned. His friends did the same. What opportunity? What was so bad about Ravenclaw? "Do you think he's just really dumb and the hat's trying to mess with him?" Peter asked nervously, trying to find a reason as to why the boy would hate Ravenclaw. "Nah, the kid is probably just being dramatic. Ravenclaw is an okay house, he'll be fine," James said confidently. Sirius watched as the boy, Radcliffe, scowled and glared at the hat. "You are an evil, spiteful little piece of fabric, and I will get my revenge for this," he declared angrily. Remus and Lily exchanged incredulous looks as the boy stormed towards the Ravenclaw table. "What were you saying, James?" Sirius asked cheerfully as the boy sat down behind them with a resounding thud, still muttering under his breath about senile magical objects and their uppity snobbishness. McGonagall seemed ruffled, but was unsure how to address the behavior. Sirius looked up at Dumbledore, who just looked plain amused. Sighing, McGonagall moved on. "Miss Fields, if you please." Sirius watched as the girl's expression mirrored Radcliffe's almost perfectly as she argued mentally with the hat before also being sorted into Ravenclaw. Sirius was never more grateful for sitting on the side of Gryffindor table that was closest to the Ravenclaws. The two new Ravenclaws were sat with their backs facing the Marauders, meaning they were in the top spot for eavesdropping. As breakfast continued, the Marauders eavesdropped shamelessly. Even Lily huffed and put her book to the side to listen, Alice and Marlene giving her knowing grins. Mary, ever the dramatic one, was perfectly positioned opposite to act the conversation in real time so that James and Sirius wouldn't give themselves away by turning around curiously. Lily also had her back to the Ravenclaws, but she was less likely to be so obviously nosy, not when she'd spent years perfecting her eavesdropping skills. "Can't believe Monty would have the nerve. What a sick, twisted sense of humor," the boy Radcliffe said bitterly. James raised a brow at Sirius. "Who is Monty?" "Honestly, that blasted hat, far more trouble than he's worth. You play one little game and all of a sudden he thinks he's this big hotshot," the girl added venomously. Did they just call the Sorting Hat Monty?" Peter whispered. Remus shushed him, but the two new Ravenclaws were too engrossed in their conversation to notice the eavesdroppers. Sirius watched Marlene's eyebrows rise higher and higher. "What?" he asked, since he couldn't see the Ravenclaws without physically turning around. "Who eats roast potatoes with bolognese, and for breakfast, really?" is all she said in response, giving one of the transfers a disgusted look. "1, you." 2, how did he get spag ball and potatoes at breakfast time? Remus asked incredulously. Sirius and James grinned, both unanimously deciding they had a new mission. "He could have at least gone with Hufflepuff or just not sorted us at all. Anywhere but Ravenclaw, that was my only request. I swear the more I begged the more he laughed, should have kept my mouth shut. Where's the ice cream in this place anyway?" "What's so wrong with Ravenclaw?" Lily muttered frostily, looking slightly offended. She had almost been one herself apparently. Sirius smirked at her. "It's breakfast, Daphne, you don't get pudding. I would have preferred Slytherin even if it is full of full-fledged Death Eaters." Sirius and James stifled snorts. Remus rolled his eyes and the girls stilled. "Ravenclaw is definitely better than Slytherin. What is their problem?" Mary hissed. "No pudding at breakfast," he says while stuffing his face with a cooked dinner. "And what do you mean, full of fully-fledged Death Eaters?" The girl sounded mightily offended for someone not in Slytherin. "I meant what I said," Radcliffe said stubbornly. Sirius sniggered. "Excuse me, watch yourself, Daniel." Sirius gave the girl a sharp look. It sounded a lot like she was defending Death Eaters. "Oh, shut it, Fields. Just because you're a slippery little snake in a crow's nest doesn't mean you need to bite my head off." Lily's eyes narrowed. "What is it, Evans?" Sirius whispered. "He makes it sound like she's meant to be a Slytherin or something. And don't you think they say each other's names like, I don't know, like they're fake or something?" James snorted. "Surely not. You could have been so much more inventive, you know. All I ask for is one nickname." Lily gave James a triumphant look. "Well then, the real question is who are they actually?" Remus whispered. "Tough bananas," the boy scoffed. "And if you keep talking to me like that, you'll never get one." "He sounds like you when you tell James no." Sirius smirked at Lily, who rolled her eyes. "That's an Evans catchphrase 101. The girl interrupted them. "I wish you'd stop saying that. Anyway, I thought you got over all your all Slytherins or Death Eaters thing." Sirius looked at a sniggering Mary with a raised brow, who mimed putting her hands on her hips in manner not unlike James' mum. "Never mind," James said, elbowing Sirius to stop him from chuckling. "Girl sounds more like you than he did, Evans." Lily glared at him and he winked at her playfully. "Wait," Remus said suddenly. "They're transfers, they've never been here before. How do they know enough about Hogwarts to have opinions like these already?" "Always so suspicious, Moons. Next you'll be telling us they're time travelers." Sirius snarked. James stifled a laugh. "I never had an all Slytherins or Death Eaters thing. I had an I hate Draco thing. It's completely different," Radcliffe argued. Mary mimed throwing her hands up in the air in frustration, and Sirius had to hold back laughter at the play-by-play she was giving them. James covered his mouth to stifle his own laughter. "There's no one called Draco in Slytherin, is there?" Alice asked, looking over at the Slytherin table. "I've never heard the name. Not in any of my family's circles," Sirius said darkly. "You just said the girl started but was interrupted." "It's 1977, so statistically I'm actually correct." The boy sounded incredibly pleased with himself. What the Lily covered James' mouth. "Shut up, they'll hear you," she hissed. "How does he know the Slytherin a Death Eater statistics of this year? We don't even have a statistic," Marlin whispered frantically. "I bet time travelers is sounding less far-fetched now, eh, Padfoot?" Remus quipped. Sirius smirked at him. "You say it like you were the one to come up with it." He snarked back. Remus stomped on his foot. "Ow, that was low, even for you." Remus just grinned proudly and took another bite of toast. "How would you know? You hate statistics," the girl retorted, making the boy laugh. Sirius wondered if they were just a bit barmy. Surely if they were really some sort of secret agents or time travelers, they would have put up a muffliato before openly discussing it. "Looks less suspicious to sound crazy than to be all secretive," Remus muttered, guessing Sirius' thought process. "Stop reading my mind like that, it's creepy," Sirius said, tuning back into the transfers conversation. "You seriously thought I waltzed in here without Susan and Hermione doing thorough research for me first?" "Who?" Peter squeaked. Sirius shushed him, but they were all thinking the same thing. "Who were Susan and Hermione? You didn't tell me about any of this," the girl exclaimed. "I've been completely blindsided. You see, this is why I hate you. Oh, as if I'm literally your favorite person, and I didn't tell you because I was going to come here alone until you got all jealous. Okay, I'm officially super confused now," Marlene said, giving the Ravenclaws a strange look. "What is happening? Oh, look, who is she?" James pointed at a small blonde girl who looked an awful lot like Pandora, a Ravenclaw 2 years below them. The blonde girl met Sirius' eye and waved merrily before sitting down opposite the two arguing Ravenclaws. "Have you seen her before?" Mary asked. "Because I haven't." The other eavesdropping Gryffindors shook their heads. "It's not my fault you keep ditching me for Suhei Luna." "Wait, Luna," the girl hissed in surprise. Sirius frowned. "Luna, what are you doing here?" the boy asked urgently. "It's literally impossible for you to be here." Sirius' frown deepened. What in Merlin's name was going on? "You're here," Luna said delicately. The other girls snorted and the boy huffed. "So I'm here. Apparently Professor Sinistra doesn't trust you to do things like this alone. Professor Trelawney seemed quite content to let you." "Do things like what?" James muttered to himself. "Isn't Trelawney the new divination teacher?" Marlene asked with a wary look at the staff table. "Yep," Sirius said, having taken the class for an easy newt. "Trelawney's off her rocker, but aren't all divination professors. Sinistra's been here for ages, which begs the question, how do these 3 completely new students know them?" "Those meddling old hags," the boy exclaimed, presumably meaning the teachers. Lily scowled and James' eyes lit up. Sirius heard what he thought was a rather nasty smack. "Ouch, Daphne, if you knew what I knew about those 2 slime buckets, you'd be insulting them too." "He's got a rather unique taste in insults, hasn't he?" Alice said poshly. "Oh yeah, very inventive," Sirius snickered. "Maybe I'll pay him to use it to Sinistra's face next week." He didn't bother to keep his voice down. Lily had put up a discreet silencing ward around them so they couldn't be heard by the transfers but could still listen avidly. "Enlighten me, then," the girl shot back. "Go on." "No, I promised I wouldn't tell." "I already got it in the neck for telling Suau. Would you please stop hitting me? It's not my fault Susan is always the first person I see after cool stuff happens. Wait, Luna, if you're here." The boy trailed off and Mary pulled a shocked face. Sirius stifled a snort. "Does that mean you're—" "What? She's what?" Daphne asked. Sirius hoped the boy would answer her. He didn't. "Those scheming little Niffler-loving liars." The boy clenched his fists. "Should have known better than to trust them." Sirius and James broke out into peals of laughter. "Niffler-loving," James spluttered. "What sort of insult is that?" To the Gryffindor 7th year's shock, the boy turned to the staff table and stuck his tongue out at the 2 professors he'd named earlier. The Gryffindor 7th years watched open-mouthed as Sinistra winked back and Trelawney waved merrily. What the actual? James cut himself off, shaking his head slightly. "Have we all gone mental? Am I dreaming?" Sirius kicked him in the shin. "Ow." "Nope, not a dream." Sirius grinned and shuffled away from James' own vengeful foot. They had a much louder smack this time. "Tell me," the girl hissed. "I will when we get back if I get permission to. Susan will explain it better than, why do you keep telling Susan all your deepest secrets now, huh?" Mary put her hands back on her hips and glared at Sirius, who laughed openly. "Oh, for the love of not this again," the boy groaned. Lily canceled her spell and coughed loudly. James and Sirius glared at her, wanting to continue watching the show, but reluctantly turned in their seats to face the 2-3 new Ravenclaws. Hi," Lily said, slightly lamely. The blonde Ravenclaw smiled at her and the other 2 turned around on the bench to face them. Welcome to Hogwarts, I'm Lily Evans, head girl. James Potter, head boy. James smiled easily at the Ravenclaws. Hi, the boy exclaimed eagerly. Daphne facepalmed. I'm Daniel Radcliffe, but you can call me Daniel. It is so great to be here. Well, sort of. Would have been much nicer if we'd been in literally any other house. The boy pouted and the girl whacked him again. Oh right, this Daphne Fields, my extremely violent psychopathic cousin. Says the boy who plays death tag with B. Daniel covered her mouth. Daphne glared at him furiously. What do you have against Ravenclaws? James asked, pretending they hadn't even been eavesdropping the whole time. Daniel scowled and uncovered Daphne's mouth. Daphne shuddered. Everything, Daniel said darkly. Absolutely everything. The Ravenclaws around them had been steadily looking more and more offended, but that was the final straw. The Ravenclaws sat nearest to them gave them extremely dirty looks and shuffled away from them. Well, that seems a bit prejudiced. Marlene smirked. Marlene McKinnon. The blonde is Alice, the brunette is Mary. The idiot sat next to the idiot called James is called Sirius, and those two are Remus and Peter. The boy rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. He caught a glimpse of his light brown hair and seemed a bit surprised. Hi, he said rather lamely, similar to Lily earlier. Daniel Radcliffe is an interesting name. Are you a muggle-born? Lily asked politely. Nope, half-blood. The name suits me well, I am pretty rad. Sirius laughed. Like I said earlier, this is Daphne. Pleasure, she said, eyeing the Gryffindors. I'm Daniel's cousin, and I'm by far his superior in every way. Sirius definitely didn't imagine the smug smirk on her face. Daniel scoffed. You wish, and this is Luna, she doesn't speak much. The blonde girl waved and skipped out of the hall. What is it with you people stealing my mannerisms? Daniel said to Daphne, who just grinned and pinched his arm. How'd you know? Luna, was it? James scratched his head. I don't remember seeing her here before, and she wasn't sorted with you guys. She's not on the roster. Daniel and Daphne chorused. Lily raised a brow. Right, because that's totally normal and not strange at all. Daniel frowned, trying to find the words. Luna just sort of comes and goes where she pleases, which makes a lot more sense to me now. He added the last bit as an afterthought. Not to me, Daphne grumbled, because you don't tell me anything anymore. Oh, stop whining, please, Daniel groaned. Honestly, you're worse than Draco. Who is Draco? Mary asked. Daniel winced. Oh, a friend of ours from our previous school. He's a git, you'd hate him. You're a git and I hate you, Daphne added. Do you two even like each other at all? Remus asked incredulously. I mean, you showed up together trying to kick each other over, and since you're sorting, you've done nothing except argue. Been earwigging, have you? Daniel smirked. We get along just fine, it's just the way we are. Speak for yourself, Daphne said bitterly. Sirius hid a smile at her obvious displeasure. Daniel was an odd bloke, but he was pretty funny. Right, that's it, I'm leaving you behind next time, Daniel said sternly. Daphne gasped in outrage. Leaving her behind where? James asked, confused. I thought you were just transfers. Of a sort, Daniel shrugged noncommittally. I was supposed to come alone, technically. He gave Daphne a pointed look and she huffed. Tell that to Luna, she muttered. Right. Sirius raised a brow and shook his head, giving up on trying to figure out who exactly these people were. So, how do you like Hogwarts so far? He asked instead. It's great, Daphne said, smiling at Sirius. Beautiful castle, it looks amazing with all the snow outside. Alice nodded in agreement. Wonderful skiing weather, Daniel added. Lily perked up. You ski, she said excitedly. Nope, Daniel grinned. I've always wanted to though, it's on my bucket list. Since we're in the Scottish Highlands, I'm sure there's some mountains around for us to have a go at it on. Not on school grounds, there isn't. James leaned forwards, a familiar smirk crossing his face. Sirius felt his own smile widen. But we know a few ways out if you fancy a little. Day trip. Sirius smirked. He liked the two Ravenclaws, but this was the true test as to whether they were worth any of the Marauders' time. Sure, why not? Daniel shrugged. Sneaking out and learning to ski can't be harder than fighting a dragon. Sirius and James looked at each other with identical smirks. These two strange Ravenclaws had stories, and the two Marauders would not rest until they had heard them all. Lily spluttered. You are joking, right? You've only been here for 30 minutes. You can't sneak out already, Daphne grinned, rather savagely in Sirius' opinion. 30 minutes is plenty long enough to settle in, don't you agree? She turned to Daniel, who nodded vehemently in agreement. What an odd comparison you used before, Remus said thoughtfully. Had many interactions with dragons, have you? Only 3. Daniel tilted his head as if it were totally normal to encounter dragons. None of them were exactly a fight, though. More so a smuggling operation, a conversation, and a ride. Sirius and James' eyes bugged out of their heads. "Shut your mouths, you'll catch fish." Daniel smirked. Sirius was now officially hooked. "You're hired," he crowed delightedly. "Mooney, 2 new marauders incoming. They'll need nicknames, of course." "That's all right, we'll keep the ones we've got," Daniel said with a wink. Daphne looked extremely cross at that. "Oh, and what would those be?" Sirius put his chin on his hand, staring at the 2 newbies with curiosity. "You look lovesick, Padfoot, pull yourself together," James snarked. "Are you saying Daniel and Daphne aren't your real names?" Daniel grinned. "They are. My nickname is, which one, Daphne? Child of Nightmares or Chaos Bringer?" Daphne didn't respond. Sirius raised a brow. "She's a bit miffed that I have a lot of crazy nicknames and she doesn't," Daniel explained. "And as long as she stays miffed about it, that's how it will stay." "Chaos Bringer it is," James exclaimed. "And I guess Daphne will just have to stay Daphne." "You'll pay for this," Daphne promised Daniel. He just laughed. Okay, you can have a nickname. How about Greengrass?" he suggested innocently, but both James and Sirius noticed the teasing lilt in his tone. Daphne's snarl was covered up by Alice's exclamation of delight. "Oh, it matches your surname," Alice clapped. "How wonderful." Sirius thought if looks could kill, Daniel Radcliffe would definitely be dead. Lily huffed. "I can't believe this. We have trouble enough with these 4, add 2 more, ridiculous." "What the nicknames? That's the point, Evans, they're supposed to be ridiculous," Sirius retorted, trying to wind Lily up. "Besides, everyone here knows you're the insane one," Lily huffed. "I am not." The other Gryffindors exchanged a knowing look. "I'm not." "Honestly, you hide an extremely loud invisible clock in a room one time and you get called crazy. It's a classic Muggle prank." "Muggles can't make them invisible," Remus pointed out. "And none of us were even referring to the clock." "Oh, really? What were you referring to then?" Lily glared at Remus dangerously, and he gulped. Sirius leaned forwards, smirking widely. "Well, firstly there is the temper. Then that thing you did Snape's slimy little snake friends the other day. The kettle incident. The Botruckle fiasco. The fi. All right. Lily had flushed slightly with embarrassment, but she was smiling. "Anyway, just because I, very occasionally might I add, get revenge on people when necessary, I do not sneak out of my school in the middle of winter to go skiing. Besides, sneaking out, climbing a mountain and teaching yourselves to ski is impossible." Daniel raised a brow at Lily's outburst. "Oh yeah, how about a bet, Evans?" Sirius and James grinned madly for the rest of the day. For some reason the transfers did not show up for any of their classes, but even that didn't dull James and Sirius' good moods. Not when they already had the perfect plans for the next day. Daphne, Daniel, Sirius, and James ventured out alone the very next morning, as per the rules of Lily and Daniel's bet. Luckily, it was a Saturday, and a Hogsmeade weekend to boot. Since Daniel and Daphne had no permission slips, they weren't allowed to go. Not that it mattered, there were plenty of other ways to sneak out after all. It was simple, really. If the 4 of them could sneak out of the castle, climb a nearby mountain, and successfully ski, Lily would owe them 20 galleons and a favor for the marauders. For some reason, Daniel didn't want to claim the favor for himself. Fine, 1 favor. But to share, not 1 each. They had borrowed a camera from the mystery girl, Luna, and Lily had cast some sort of spell on them so she would know if they got lost or injured. She didn't seem too worried. Years of exposure to marauder nonsense tended to knock the anxiety out of you after a while. "One-eyed witch?" Sirius asked James casually as they led the way through the castle. "Nah, Honeydukes will be heaving at this time of day," Daniel said offhandedly. Sirius and James froze and turned to stare at him. "How do you know about?" Sirius cut himself off, genuinely lost for words. Daniel grinned. "Luna," he said, as if that was a valid explanation. Maybe it was, wherever he was from. Daphne hid a snigger, desperate to tell James and Sirius that Daniel had learnt of the witch through the Weasley twins and their own map, just to see the looks on their faces. They found another route out of the grounds and headed up the first mountain they saw. It was a long trek, and Daphne was freezing by the end. The 3 boys seemed totally unbothered by the cold, laughing and joking like they'd known each other all their lives. It was quite heartwarming. Daphne snapped a picture of them for Harry to add to his photo album when they got home. "Right then, skis," Harry said brightly, pulling 4 pairs of skis out of his bottomless bag. "I love Hermione's charm work. It makes carrying things so much easier." "She a friend of yours, this Hermione?" Sirius asked mildly, obviously trying to fish for information. Yeah, she's wicked clever, Harry said distractedly, trying to figure out how to put the skis on. Probably a Ravenclaw then, Sirius said, and Daphne held her breath. No, Gryffindor actually. Daniel clammed up, meeting Daphne's panicked gaze. I knew it, Sirius cried triumphantly. You aren't transfers at all. What are you, spies, time travelers? Daniel grinned. Can't tell you, sorry, it's sort of life or death. Sirius deflated. He was so close to knowing the truth. Who even cares where they're from anymore? James added. They're demented and I love them. Now let's go skiing. 3 hours later, 4 extremely injured students were carted into the hospital wing, limbs askew and covered in bumps and bruises. What on earth? Madame Pomfrey gasped. Mr. Radcliffe, how did you get a ski lodged into your thigh? It was actually rather easy, Daniel admitted. And so worth it. Lily Evans owes me 20 galleons. She doesn't. The bet was a successful ski, not a failed one where you wind up injured. Daphne smirked. Daniel scowled. That settles it. I'm never taking you anywhere with me again. To be fair, I would have brought Neville, but he would have said no. He doesn't need the closure anymore. Neville? James asked curiously. What closure and what sort of name is that? I don't know. I'm not the one who named him. Daniel fired back. You'd have to ask his parents. I knew it. Sirius screeched, then winced when it jostled his 6 broken ribs. It was a miracle he was still conscious and hadn't punctured a lung. You are time travelers, past to future. For the last time, Sirius, we are not time travelers, Daphne exclaimed. You're delusional, it's probably the pain. But you just said, Madame Pomfrey. Daniel said once he was comfortably settled into his own bed in the hospital wing. The others had long since fallen asleep. It seems like James and Sirius make your job quite tricky. And now I have 2 more miscreants to make it even trickier. Madame Pomfrey chastised the teen. He just smiled charmingly back. Don't worry, we'll be out of Harrier before long, places to be and all that. Graduation is still almost an entire year away, Mr. Radcliffe. You could just threaten to quit unless you get pay rise, Daniel suggested. It would probably work. You definitely don't get paid enough. It seems like you very much get taken advantage of. I do, don't I? She said tiredly. Daniel smiled sympathetically. Don't worry, he said. You'll toughen up. Madame Pomfrey was oddly reassured, even if she did feel slightly patronized and insulted. She wasn't that soft. Morning, Daniel. Dap James, did you see that? Sirius grabbed James' arm, shaking it roughly. Did they just? Remus frowned. Poof, Luna said as she skipped past them. They never saw the 3 Ravenclaw students again. This is so funny, Harry said, grinning. Because we literally only went back in time yesterday. Technically, if you had worked out who we were from the nickname game back before 5th year, you would have been mad at us whilst we remained clueless. Like some strange twist of fate, Susan said knowingly. Luna smiled. I still want an explanation as to why you called Trelawney and Sinistra. What was it? Slime buckets, Niffler-loving liars, and hags, Daphne reminded him. Harry winced. Harry, that's very rude, Hermione scolded. And those are appalling insults, by the way. I know it was rude, but it was very deserved. Harry held his hands up in defense. And they were very creative insults, thank you very much. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to go and have some choice words with a certain hat. Ron and Daphne blocked the door. Nope, Daphne said. Sit down and spill your guts first. Then we'll go and destroy that piece of filth together. I thought you loved Monty. Neville asked incredulously. Harry and Daphne snarled. Not anymore, Harry said through gritted teeth. Well, pup, Sirius said cheerfully. You know where Monty is, don't you? Harry groaned. Ravenclaw common room, Sirius cackled. See you later, kids. I'm pretty sure whatever Harry's annoyed with Sinistra and Trelawney about is something he doesn't want us to overhear. Let's go, Moony. Luna, actually no, I'm not asking for permission. Those wicked old lemon tarts deserve it. Harry nodded to himself. Luna just smiled. I'll do the honors then, shall I, lady time? Lady what? Ginny gasped. Harry ignored her and raised a brow at Luna. Can I? He asked again. Luna nodded. Awesome, so it all started when I was non-existent and Trelawney was a meddling fish-faced little Harry. Serious. Serious. Yes, Harry, don't you dare tell Snape I lost a bet against my mum. Snape. Slams door shut and points at Harry dramatically. Aha. Too late, Potter. Harry. Were you hiding behind that door the whole time? Snape. Obviously. I have a bone to pick with you, Potter. Oliver. Harry's smile widened at the sight of the Gryffindor Quidditch team sat around a large table in the 3 broomsticks. He'd received an owl from the twins that morning, asking for him to come and meet them for a drink. But the rest of the Quidditch team was a lovely surprise. Oh, so you do remember who I am? Oliver's tone was laced with sarcasm. Harry frowned. Excuse me, I write to you once a month. Angelina snorted and the twins sniggered. Oliver patted the chair next to him and Harry flopped into it. "How's Quidditch up at the school without all of us?" Alicia asked, smirking when Harry pouted. "We still have a pretty good track record, but there are no decent beaters to be found in Gryffindor House." Harry shook his head. The only decent beater was Colin, and he refused to play because he likes taking the match photos. "Told you we were irreplaceable, Wood," George said triumphantly. "Now, I'm rather interested to hear what bone you have to pick with Harry, if you would be so kind as to share." He and Fred put their elbows on the table and rested their heads in their hands, fluttering their eyelashes at Oliver. "Well, Potter." Oliver put his hands on his hips, and Harry paled slightly. "I spent 3 years telling you to loosen up and let yourself be a kid, and you waited until I left to take my advice." Harry gulped. "Look, I'm sorry you missed out on all the fun, really. You should be," Oliver said sternly. Katie burst into a fit of giggles. "Says the man who tried to drown himself after we lost one match," Harry exclaimed. "Whoa, that was a low blow, Harry, a very low blow. My first ever gift was destroyed by a murderous tree. I should have been the one trying to drown myself," Harry retorted. His old teammates looked at him with varying levels of surprise and pity. "It's fine, guys, I'm spoiled rot now." "Serious little prince you are," Fred snorted. Harry grinned. "I meant by Snape, but sure." Alicia blanched. "Snape, hater of Gryffindors, despiser of Potters, spoils you rotten," Harry shrugged. "Look at it this way. He helped me knock Dummels down a peg on multiple occasions. He secretly aided and abetted the twins for at least 3 years, not including the fact I know he sends you 2 letters with modifications or ideas. How do you know that?" George exclaimed. Harry ignored him. "He lets me assist in potions and is always up for a random duel or screaming match when I get bored, shocker," Angelina said flatly. "The only thing I haven't managed to get him to do yet is play tag." Harry finished mournfully. "I miss death tag." "Don't ask," Fred said to Oliver. "Seriously, he won't tell you unless you ask, and you really don't want to know." Harry sighed sadly. "Why don't I want to know?" Oliver asked Fred. "Because your little mother hen heart will cease to stop working," George warned him, watching Harry stare at the ceiling. "Trust us." "Harry, what's death tag?" Ginny asked as she walked past, smirking at her older brothers. They both let their heads hit the table with a thump. "Don't be silly, Ginny, you know what death tag is," Harry reminded her. "Yeah, but Oliver doesn't," Ginny called back over her shoulder as she went to join Astoria and Luna. "True," Harry agreed. "Well, Oliver, do you know my dearest friend Bellatrix Lestrange?" Oliver suddenly felt very, very sick. "Harry!" Susan joined them at the Hufflepuff table, shaking her head with amusement. Harry and Daphne made a point of sitting at a different house table for every meal, but always avoided Ravenclaw. It was a matter of principle. "Yes, I just received a letter from one of our contacts." "Contacts? What sort of contacts?" Hermione asked apprehensively. "Hepzibah Smith, the lady who had Hufflepuff's cup stolen from her by Moldy," Susan explained, unfolding the letter and handing it to Harry. "She's not much longer for this world, I don't think. And this involves me, why?" Harry asked, having no clue what some random woman dying had to do with him. "Well, you know her house elf, Pokey." "No," Harry groaned. "You already gang up on me with the 4 we've got. I can't take another one." Draco frowned. 4, Harry nodded. "We adopted Pipsqueak a few weeks ago." "We?" Hermione raised a brow. "Do you just co-own every house elf in your possession? Is that a normal thing to do?" "Hermione." Harry gave his friend a condescending look. "When do we ever do anything normal?" Hermione sighed. "Point taken." She still narrowed her eyes at the two thoughtfully, but didn't make any further comment. "Besides, considering we're living together after we graduate, Harry will have to agree." "You are." Draco wrinkled his nose. "I assumed you'd all go back to Grimmauld." Susan turned to Draco. "Did Harry not speak to you?" "About what?" Harry shifted uncomfortably. "I forgot," he said hurriedly when Susan glared at him, holding his hands up in surrender. "I'm sorry. Draco, you didn't think we were just going to let you go back to Malfoy Manor and rot, did you?" Daphne reprimanded, stealing Draco's toast. "Ron and Hermione have somewhere lined up already, but their rent won't start for a few months, so in the meantime, we'll all live at Grimmauld. Then all of us will either stay or move somewhere else. And no, you don't get a say in the matter," Daphne said sternly, wagging her finger when Draco opened his mouth to protest. He huffed, but looked pretty pleased. "If Sirius is unbearable, we could also go to one of my Potter houses, of which apparently I have some," Harry added. "Only found that out after the Almost Goblin War. I still didn't understand half of what they told me, mind." "That's what Susan, Draco, and Hermione are for." Ginny said, Astoria nodding in agreement. So house elf, please. Susan turned to Harry, waving the letter in his face. Harry rolled his eyes. Whatever, if you have to. Pokey seems demented already, so I'm sure she'll fit right in. Might be nice for Winky to have another girl around. How is Winky? Ron asked. She seems a lot happier these days. She's all right. I think Dobby is missing Dudley a bit, though, Harry said, biting into his toast. I expect once Dudley and Shannon find their own place instead of living the twins, he'll pack up and move in with them. Can he do that? Daphne frowned. Dobby is a free elf, Harry and Susan said simultaneously. Couldn't stop him if we tried, Harry said fondly. I found all of our weapons from the battle hidden in one of the cupboards in Grimmauld the other day. I think he's planning on trading them. He kept stealing all my socks last year, Ron groused, and leaving me threatening messages. Let me guess, Neville drawled. He stopped once you asked out Hermione. Yes, actually, how did you know? Astoria sniggered. That elf loves setting people up. Surveyor of planets, Harry greeted as he and his friends let themselves into Aurora's office. Chaos Bringer, Harry scowled. Don't I get a new nickname? Aurora smiled. Nope, pretty sure our dear friend decided that would be your title until the end of our other dear friend. So fate decided it would be his nickname until the end of time. Hermione translated. Aurora gasped. You told them, she pointed at him accusatorially. Luna said I could, Daphne smirked. Since you're already mad at him. Do you want to know what he called you when we went on our little time skip? Aurora frowned. Enlighten me. No, Harry covered Daphne's mouth with his hand. She bit him. Are we sure they aren't secretly siblings? Draco muttered to Ginny, who shrugged. Well, if I don't get a new nickname, then you don't either, Harry decided. I'll have to use one of your old ones. I have a question, Ron said, waving his hand in the air. Are all you entities female? Aurora laughed. Nope. Entities don't have genders, but everyone knows women are far superior, so it's much more delightful masquerading as one. Fair, Draco shrugged. Hermione beamed at him. I don't know which I prefer, Harry said, staring at the ceiling. Queen of the Nighttime or Princess of Darkness? In most worlds you call me Princess of Darkness, Aurora said helpfully. Hermione froze. What do you mean, most worlds? What, you thought this world was it? Honestly, you mortals. How many worlds are there? Endless. How many are we in? Too many to count. One of my favorites is this one, of course, although you have pretty crazy other dimensions too. Get this. In one world, Dumbledore dies, Black dies, Lupin dies, Snape dies, Diggory dies, Dobby dies, Fred Weasley dies, Hedwig dies, and you win the war by sheer dumb luck. In that one, it's just the golden trio against, well, everyone. Not Hedwig, Harry cried. Draco shook his head. Nice to know you have priorities, Potter. I think I'd like to stay here, Harry said firmly. Aurora smirked. Don't worry, you'll be in this world until you die, although sometimes, just as a treat, mind you, we just propel you through time when you die instead. Exciting stuff. So when you collect souls, Susan said slowly, do you just carry them into other dimensions? For a while. Aurora tapped her chin with her finger. Eventually you do just pass on into the next. Crazy, Neville shook his head. Anyway, why are we here again? Just to say hi, Harry explained, smiling broadly at Aurora, and to rub it in your face that I got to tell them all your secrets. You insolent, bye. It was the day before graduation. The gang all decided to spend their last night as Hogwarts students together in the room of requirement for the nostalgia. So, guys, Harry rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. There's something we should probably tell you, Hermione smirked. Took you too long enough, she said. Congratulations. On what? Daphne frowned. What's going on? Wait, had no one else noticed? Hermione stared around at her friends in genuine confusion. But they made it so obvious. I knew, Luna smiled at the ceiling. You don't count your time, Astoria pointed out. Know what, Hermione? Hermione gestured at Susan and Harry, who were smiling sheepishly, hand in hand. Yeah, what about them? Ginny asked. Hermione facepalmed. You lot are so slow, Harry teased. I'll just have to show you, won't I? He grinned and pulled Susan in for a kiss. Ron whistled. Nice one, mate. Please stop, that's disgusting, Draco ordered. Neville laughed. Ginny and Astoria looked shocked and then congratulated them. Harry and Susan turned to the one person who was yet to speak. Daphne, you're dadding and you didn't tell me, Daphne hissed. Now I look like some sort of jealous homewrecker. You were jealous, Harry reminded her. But it was funny watching your crisis, so we didn't tell you. Also, none of you asked. You'll pay for that, Potter. Daphne smacked him on the arm. Harry shot her a wounded look and Susan snorted. Congratulations, Susan. Daphne hugged Susan and Harry pouted. So you steal my house elves, then my godfather, then my sister Hermione, then my cousin and his girlfriend, and now my other sister. Harry raised a brow at Susan, who winked back playfully. Yep, she said proudly. That's exactly what I did, stole you as well in the process. Harry grinned at her and Draco gagged, so did Ginny. I can't believe you didn't tell me. Daphne shook her head. Next you'll tell me you're engaged. Potter. It was a joke, it was a joke. Ow, Daphne, I promise not to propose without letting you help me plan it, okay? And I want to plan the wedding. I'm sure Narcissa and Mrs. Weasley will help me. Harry rolled his eyes. Fine, but Ron and Hermione are my best man and best woman. Deal. Daphne and Harry shook hands. We're actually graduating, Hermione whispered. Ron squeezed her hand. I honestly thought I'd be long dead by now, Harry said nonchalantly. Daphne pinched him. Ow. Sorry, forgot that was still a taboo subject. I'm surprised McGonagall let you hang around long enough to graduate, Ginny snorted. Given all the trouble you've caused her. Oh, she loved it really, Harry waved dismissively. She's going to miss us terribly. It's okay, we'll keep your legacy alive. Colin promised, Astoria and Ginny nodding in agreement. Luna just smiled. I expect she can't wait to be done with us, Draco scoffed. Reckon she'll announce her retirement. Nah, I think she'll want to teach at least one more generation of us, Ron grinned. Given that the first two were rather rudely interrupted by Voldemort. Gosh, our children will trounce the place, won't they? Hermione smiled fondly at her friends. Why do you think Snape made us sign a contract to not all have our children at the same time? Neville grinned. What was it he said? Maximum 3 per year group. And that doesn't include all the Weasleys and our outer circles of friends. Harry grinned. If I was him, I would have been stricter. Ah, there you all are. Remus waved cheerfully at them. Come on, you'll miss your own graduation at this rate. Ginny, Astoria, Luna, and Colin gave each of their friends a hug and promised to meet them at Grimmauld. This is it, Harry said sadly, taking one last lingering look at the castle grounds. We officially made it. Well, let's go get our Newt results before we sound too confident. Hermione bit her lip and Harry laughed. It won't have failed, Hermione. Blimey, I'm really going to miss this. Me too, Neville said quietly. Harry patted him on the shoulder. We've still got each other, Daphne said, nudging Draco. Always and forever, right? Always, they all chorused. Laughing, they all joined hands and walked back up to the castle together. Big day, Sirius nudged Harry, who smiled a little nervously as he straightened his dress robes. Huge day, even, life-changing. Don't scare him off before he's even started, Sirius. Honestly, Hermione scolded, giving Harry a once-over and nodding approvingly. You'll be fine, mate, Ron said, kissing his wife on the cheek and grinning at his best friend. You act like a married couple anyway, you're just making it official. The wedding had been entirely left in the hands of Daphne, who immediately enlisted Molly and Narcissa to help. Both Harry and Susan had absolutely no interest in the egregious details. They gave Daphne a color scheme and guest list and let her do her thing. She'd done well. Colin had been hired as photographer for the event immediately, and Ginny and Creature worked with Rita in order to write the perfect news article about the whole event. Susan was with her maid of honor Hannah getting ready. Luna and Astoria were her bridesmaids. Ginny claimed she wouldn't be caught dead in a bridesmaid's dress. Dudley and Shannon handled catering along with Molly. Daphne and Ginny used the skills Harry had taught them over the years to make the wedding cake and other sweet treats. Narcissa, being the richest of the planners, purchased all the decorations and was in charge of design. Amelia, Hannah, Hermione, Daphne, Luna, and Astoria went dress shopping. Draco, Harry, Ron, and Ginny went for suits and dress robes. Sirius and Remus were forced to help with things like flowers and Dacre by Narcissa. Ready? Hermione asked Harry, patting his cheeks gently. Harry took a deep breath and nodded. Then let's go. Ron took him by the arm and apparated them to the venue. The place was packed. Ron and Hermione whispered words of encouragement from either side of him. Draco and Ginny, the groomsmen, smiled from the front row. Harry made eye contact with the twins, who were chatting amicably with Narcissa, Minerva, and Aurora. Aurora winked at Harry and Fred snatched his nephew from Tonks. Harry smiled as loud toddler giggles filled the room. Teddy was ring bearer, but the twins had been enlisted to help him out, considering he was still very young. Dudley and Shannon waved from their spot next to the twins, Teddy, Tonks, Charlie, and Lee. Trelawney was sat next to Severus, and Harry smirked at the extremely irritated potions master doing his level best to ignore her ramblings. Fate's eyes glittered with amusement as she spoke, smirking when she caught Harry watching. Cedric, Victor, and Fleur waved at Harry from a few rows behind them. Bill hand in hand with Fleur, who was rocking a sleeping baby Victoire. Oliver, Angelina, Katie, and Alicia also waved from further back in the room. Even Dumbledore had shown up, being berated for something by a sour-faced Moody in the back row. The small army of house elves Susan and Harry had collected over the years were sat at the back, sitting on the backs of the chairs rather than the actual chairs themselves. It was pretty cute. "You've got this, dear." Molly held Harry's face in her hands and smiled gently. "Thanks, Molly." Harry gave her a hug and Molly patted his cheeks gently before letting go. "I'm so proud of you," she whispered. "You have always been like a son to me, Harry, and I love you so much." Harry teared up. "I love you too," he whispered as she went to join Arthur with the rest of the Weasleys, stealing her grandson from Fred. "You ready, kid?" Sirius murmured. Harry nodded and Sirius ruffled his hair, messing it back up. Hermione sniffed in disapproval and Ron laughed. Remus gave Harry a hug and followed Draco and Ginny to the front row, where Rona and Hermione, Amelia, the bridesmaids, and the maid of honor would be joining them later on. Sirius was officiating. He kissed the top of Harry's head and then got into position. The door opened. The music started. Colin lifted his camera and Rita and Creature their quills. Susan was led up the aisle by her aunt, who winked at Harry. Harry didn't notice, too busy staring in awe at his soon-to-be wife. The bridesmaids took a seat. Harry took a deep breath. It was time. "Why did you have to make the ending so gross?" Lucas gagged, flopping back onto his bed with a soft thump. Harry ruffled his youngest son's hair and shut the memoir with a snap. "That grossness led to your existence, kiddo." Lucas scrunched his face up, scandalized. "You!" Harry laughed at his 11-year-old son's embarrassment. There was a knock on the door to Luca's bedroom, and Susan poked her head around the door, smiling warmly at her son before glaring at her husband. "Harry, Minerva's just sent another owl. The twins and Daisy have set the third-floor girls' bathroom on fire. What did you tell them to do?" Harry held his hands up. "I didn't tell them to do anything. I may have accidentally let slip where the entrance to the chamber was. Harry James." Susan scolded, but her lips twitched upwards, betraying her amusement. "I'm sorry. It's not my fault they're walking trouble." Harry crossed his arms and pouted. Lucas stared at him incredulously. Susan rolled her eyes. "Who do you think they learned it from? You're their role model. Daphne, Sirius, Fred, George, and Ginny certainly don't help any." Harry just grinned. "You're just as bad as the rest of us. Don't even try and pull that card." Susan sent her youngest son a desperate look. "Luke, please don't get into too much trouble when you're at Hogwarts in September. I don't think my poor heart can take it." "Says the woman who broke into Gringotts and rode a dragon." Lucas shot back. Susan glared at Harry. "You told him. It's in the memoir." "Of course it is." Lucas rolled his eyes at his parents. His dad was walking mayhem and his mum was a menace. Lucas wondered at the sanity of the people who put her and Hermione in charge of the wizarding world. He loved his family, but they were exhausting. His older siblings, Kayla and Blake twins, were just as bad as their parents. They were worse when Daisy Dursley was around. The three were inseparable. They were in their second year of Hogwarts. Uncle Draco sent howlers to Luca's dad at least once a week about their behavior. Uncle Draco worked at the school as head of Slytherin and history of magic professor. Uncle Severus was deputy headmaster and taught potions. Aunt Ginny had a bad accident during a Quidditch game a few months ago and was looking into taking over Hooch's position very soon. Uncle Neville and Aunt Hannah co-taught herbology. Aunt Minerva was still headmistress, of course. In fact, almost the entire teaching staff were known to the Potters in a familial sense. Aunt Aurora dropped by at least once a year, sometimes with Aunt Sybil. Uncle Sirius had only recently left his job in the hospital wing to help Uncle Fred and Uncle George with the shop. Aunt Poppy was probably going to retire soon, and Lucas bet his dad's Firebolt 1000 that one of his aunts or uncles would get the job once she'd left. Lucas' dad has taught defense when Uncle Remus' daughters started school, and then gave the position back to Uncle Remus once they had graduated. Lucas had been 6 when they graduated, and was the only one of the Potter children to be born at the castle. Lucas Regulus Potter, the middle child, was the sanest in his family. His dad was a good dad, but completely mental. His mum was nice, but could be just as bad as his dad sometimes. The twins, Kayla Lily and Blake James Potter, were just plain terrifying. Kiki Alice Potter had everyone wrapped around her little finger. She was the youngest at aged 6, and therefore the baby of literally every single family, Teddy being the oldest. By every single family, Lucas meant every single family. His family was huge. His mum's family was just her aunt, but his dad had been taken in by the Weasleys as a teenager and had Uncle Sirius and Uncle Remus as well. His mum and dad also claimed every single one of their close friends as family, so despite both his parents being only children, Lucas had more aunts and uncles than he could name. Uncle Ron and Aunt Hermione lived next door to them, and Uncle Cedric and Aunt Daphne lived across the road. It was great for Lucas, as it meant he got to see his 3 best friends every single day. Gwen didn't live as close as Ollie and Hugo did, but Uncle Ron looked after her every day for Uncle Percy and Aunt Penelope because both of them worked full-time. Uncle Ron was a stay-at-home dad, and he was a lot of fun. Luca's favorite family member, sorry Mum and Dad, was his Uncle Draco. Uncle Draco wasn't married and had no children, and he found the extended family as exhausting as Luca's did. He also spoiled them rotten, which Luca's mum hated and his dad found hilarious. "I knew you were a big softy, Draco." Uncle Draco lived at Hogwarts because he worked there. He had done for a few years now, but before he took the role at Hogwarts, he worked at the Ministry with Luca's mum and Aunt Hermione. He had been in charge of what was known as the Hippogriff Alliance, which worked closely with the Aurors. Aunt Daphne had taken over Uncle Draco's ministry position, and she and Luca's dad dragged Uncle Draco away from the castle at least once a month for quality bonding time. It usually ended with his dad, and Aunt Daphne eating ice cream somewhere and Uncle Draco hiding under Luca's bed. Other than the monthly bonding, Lucas had never seen Uncle Draco lose his composure. Well, except when Aunt Ginny, Aunt Daphne, and his dad accidentally threw him into the crocodile enclosure at Uncle Gellert's zoo. Although admittedly, that had been hilarious. Even Creature and Uncle Severus had laughed. Aunt Narcissa, Draco's mum, had retired early and now lived with Andromeda and Ted in Canada. Aunt Ginny was also unmarried. She was absolutely terrifying and Kayla's role model. Uncle Sirius wasn't married either, but Lucas wasn't surprised. The man was incredibly annoying. Fun, though. One time, he had woken Lucas and his older siblings up in the middle of the night and taken them for a fly on his motorcycle. Lucas' mum had been furious. Lucas didn't blame the Tonkses and Narcissa for moving to Canada. His family were mental, after all. Uncle Charlie and Aunt Dora lived in Romania on a huge dragon reserve, and Uncle Bill and Auntie Fleur lived in France. The rest of the family were all based in the UK. In Uncle Severus' opinion, it was still far too many of them. "Anyway, Minerva wants us to go up to the castle and have words with the twins, Harry. Daisy as well on Dudley and Shannon's behalf, since they're both too busy with the restaurant to go. Kiki's sweetheart, I'm going to Hogwarts to see Auntie Amelia. Are you coming?" Lucas couldn't help smiling at his sister when she hurtled into the room. She had her mum's curly hair, but the color was the same as her dad's. Her eyes were hazel, a blend between her parents' brown and green. Lucas had his dad's hair type, but his was a lighter shade of brown. Aunt Amelia said he looked like his mum's dad's same brown eyes and everything. "Yes, please. Mummy, will Uncle Remus be there?" Kiki asked hopefully. Uncle Remus was Kiki's favorite, along with Uncle Gellert. Kiki loved animals and they would take her to Lockhart Zoo every year for her birthday. Uncle Gellert always pulled out all the stops for her birthday visits, such as letting them ride the hippogriffs or feed the tigers. If Uncle Draco was with them, he always offered to let them feed the crocodiles. Uncle Draco didn't visit the zoo with them anymore. "He's teaching, but he'll join us for dinner, I'm sure. Are you boys coming with us now, or shall we meet you there?" Luca's mum raised an eyebrow. "Depends," Harry grinned. "Is it spag ball for dinner? And potatoes, yes." Luca's mum sighed. Lucas gagged. "That's so gross, Dad, I'll never understand that." He scowled when his dad ruffled his hair again. "Don't diss it till you've tried it, kiddo. Even your Aunt Hermione agreed with me eventually." "Yeah, well, she's off her rocker too, you know. She just hides it better than you do." Lucas shot back, squealing when his dad lunged for him. "That is no way to talk about your wonderful auntie, young man," he mock-scolded. Then he grinned. "She was more like your Uncle Draco for years, but we broke her eventually, didn't we, Sue?" Luca's mum smiled savagely and Lucas groaned. "We'll be off then." Lucas shied away from his mum when she tried to kiss his cheek and she chuckled, ruffling his hair instead. "And to think next year you'll be joining them in Hogwarts as a first year. What will we do without you to keep us in line?" Harry joked, giving his son a bear hug. Lucas smirked. "Don't worry, I'll still do your taxes." His parents grinned. "This is why you're our favorite," his dad declared. Lucas laughed and flushed at the praise, even though he knew the part about the favorites was only a joke. His parents had made a point of treating each child as an individual and explaining why they treated them differently in certain situations. But none of the Potter children ever doubted their parents' love for them, even if they were the most embarrassing parents in the entire universe. When Lucas had expressed that opinion in front of Aunt Aurora, the witch had smirked and told him that it could definitely be worse. "I can't believe how quickly you've all grown up," his mum said tearfully. "3 of our birds flying the nest. You make it sound like they're moving out," Harry laughed. "They'll be back in the holidays, or we'll go to them depending on what the family are up to." Lucas was relieved he wouldn't have to start Hogwarts alone. Hugo, Ren, and Ollie were the cousins born in the same school year as him, so they would all get to go together. All the cousins were sort of spaced out in small groups. Uncle Neville and Aunt Hannah had no children of their own, which is why Kiki had Uncle Neville's mum's name as her middle name. Apparently Uncle Neville's mum was Luca's dad's godmother. Anyway, the 2 herbology professors had told him that the reason the cousins were such a variety of ages was because Uncle Severus made them all sign a contract. He had thought it was a lie at first because there was 4 of them his age, but when he asked Uncle Severus, he just smirked and said he didn't account for the Weasleys' older than Uncle Ron rookie mistake, cause Uncle Fred and Aunt Angelina had triplets the same year Uncle George and Auntie Luna did. Aunt Minerva had fainted when she found out. Gwen was Uncle Percy's daughter, so she didn't count. Rose was in the twins and Daisy's year, but Daisy also didn't count as Uncle Severus didn't have Dudley sign the contract. Earth to Luke. "Sorry, what did you say, Dad? Oh, has Mum gone?" "Yep, and I said that I have a gift for you." Harry handed Lucas a small purple book, which he flipped open suspiciously. The pages were all completely blank. "What's it for?" Lucas asked uncertainly, worried it was some sort of prank. Harry grinned. "Well, Blake got my invisibility cloak, Kayla got the Marauders map, and Kiki will inherit something when she turns 11. I can't tell you what is its tradition to keep it a secret until then, but this book is my gift to you." Lucas frowned, flipping through the empty pages. Thanks. What do you want me to do with it?" "Write in it, of course," Harry said cheerfully. "The Potter memoir is composed of several hundred years of accounts from all our ancestors. This one here is my addition, which I will add to the official memoir once I've read it to Kiki when she turns 11. "Why me, though?" Lucas pressed. "Surely the twins would. The twins are devious little troublemakers and very much like me, yes." Harry lifted his son's chin so he was forced to meet his eyes. "But you are intelligent, kind, patient, and you have such an amazing heart. I am so proud of who you are becoming, son, and I want to hear your story. Do you understand?" Lucas, who often felt very overlooked in his huge family, definitely didn't cry. His dad hugged him tightly. "I love you so much, Luke." "I love you too, Dad, and thank you." His dad ruffled his hair. "My pleasure, kiddo. Come on then, your mum will tell us off again if we're late for dinner. Do you reckon it is actually spag ball and potatoes, or is your darling mother having me on? Auntie Minerva adored you. She's probably asked the house elves to make it especially." Lucas snorted. "Unless Mum already told them not to. House elves always do whatever Mum says." His dad laughed. "That they do, although Creature seems quite taken with you." Lucas shrugged. "Apparently I remind him of Uncle Regulus." Harry smiled. "Well, you did inherit his name. Come on, let's go see the Hogwarts lot. Apparently Uncle Sirius is there this week. I have no clue why." Lucas smiled as he followed his dad through the flue. His family were bonkers, but he loved them. "Dear Memoir, my name is Lucas Potter. I am 11 years old, and I am the 3rd child of 4. It's tricky being the middle child. The twins are funny and everyone loves them. Kiki is the baby and gets away with murder. I'm, well, just me. But my dad gave me this memoir before the summer holidays because he wanted me to be the one to write in it. He thinks I'm just as special as the rest of my siblings. My mum does, too. My family are nice enough. Dad is a bit mental, sort of like a 5-year-old but still very responsible, kind of. And my mum is also mental, but in a different way. My mum is scarier than my dad. The twins are basically Dad, Uncle Fred, Uncle George, and Uncle Sirius all rolled into one. Kiki is a lot like my Aunt Daphne. She finds all the others hilarious, so I think I'm destined to be the only one in my family who doesn't inherit the Black family madness. Even the house elves are all barmy, including Creature. Oh well, at least I have Uncle Draco. I have lots of cousins, too. Since my dad has lots of friends and family, we call all their children cousins even if we aren't technically related. We all have one godparent each, but I don't think anyone even remembers who theirs is most of the time. I know Uncle Sirius has a few, because Dad is always complaining that he's no longer his favorite. Teddy got replaced by Uncle Remus' daughters when they were adopted a few years ago, so he complains with Dad about it a lot. Uncle Sirius thinks it's hilarious. My godfather is Uncle Draco, of course. Some of my cousins have left Hogwarts already, like Teddy and Victoire, but some are still there. I'm a bit scared, to be honest, but I know I'll be okay. Uncle Draco is head of Slytherin House, which is where I'll probably be, and Uncle Severus still teaches potions as well as being deputy head. Uncle Neville and Aunt Hannah still teach, and so does Aunt Ginny. Apparently Aunt Ginny is a scary flying instructor, but she's a bit scary in general. Dad said it's why she never married, but then Aunt Ginny punched him and broke his nose. The girls in my family are all a bit violent. My dad and my mum had lots of crazy adventures when they were at school. They even fought in a war, imagine that. I hope I don't have to do that, it sounded terrifying. Blake and Kayla, my older siblings, are always in trouble at school along with my cousin Daisy. I hope they don't drag me into anything. I just want a normal school life. Knowing my family, I doubt I'll get one. Luckily, Hugo, Gwen, and Ollie are also starting Hogwarts today, too. They are sat with me on the train as I write this. Gwen is Uncle Percy and Auntie Penelope's daughter. Ollie is Auntie Daphne and Uncle Cedric's son. And Hugo is Uncle Ron and Auntie Hermione's son. I'm telling you because there is lots of us and it gets very confusing. I think Gwen will be in Slytherin like me, and Ollie will probably be a Ravenclaw. Auntie Daphne will hate that. She has a bit of a thing against Ravenclaws. So does my dad. You should have seen his face when Blake wrote to him pretending to be a Ravenclaw as a prank. I think my mum almost died laughing. It was pretty funny. Hugo will go to Hufflepuff, I'm almost certain. He's adamant he'll be a Gryffindor like his older sister, but I don't believe him. Hugo wants a game of Wizard's chess now, so I need to go. He always wins, but that's because Uncle Ron is the best at chess ever. He even wins against Uncle Severus, who gets angry every time. Anyway, I'll write again later, I guess. It's a bit weird. Writing a diary that will get passed down the generations, but my dad asked me to, and I don't want to let him down. It might be a nice way of remembering my school years in the future, too. Dad and Aunt Daphne often read the first memoir together whilst eating ice cream. I don't know why, but Mum told me not to ask. My dad only tells people stuff if they ask him. It's his main rule. It's quite funny sometimes. Hugo keeps elbowing me in the ribs. I forgot I agreed to play chess with him. I'll write again later.
Thanks for watching. If you'd like to see more, please subscribe to my channel.